Welcome to the inaugural Speak Out event, where things will happen that won't happen in the future. This is our first event, so thank you for your patience and thank you for your grace. You are part of something amazing. You are going to be part of making a change. So thank you for those that decided to come online and Zoom in. Really appreciate it. This is, I just can't believe it. So, Patty, you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Patty Hope, and it's really an honor and a pleasure to be your MC, host, facilitator for today's events. I wanted to just point out a few little housekeeping things before we get started. In your package that you've received, there is a disclaimer that we want you to be sure and read about the statements and information that's being made available to you today in the program. And also, there is a trigger warning in there. So if during today's events, we're going to be telling some pretty amazing and interesting and heavy stories. So if during that time you feel you need to talk to someone, there's a number you can text right there, and someone who's right here in-house, therapist right here in-house can meet with you and try to help you out. All right, so let's see, a little bit about me. I call myself a humorist and a humanist. I do stand-up comedy, speaking, writing, and performing. And happy to host this event today. In this location, I heard from the owner that this was at one time a dollar theater. I don't know if you all knew that. This used to be a dollar theater back in the day. And my first job was a cashier at a dollar theater. I got fired because I could not do the math in my head, but I tried. So anyway, a lot of times hosts do this thing when they start up, like to try to get the audience all revved up, and they go, "How are you doing?" And you're supposed to go, right. But we know better than that, right? So I thought instead of going, woo, you would actually come up with an adjective for today. How are you doing today? Are you pissed? Are you angry? I was late, so that'll be mine. Are you happy, elated, right? I'll give you a minute to think about that, or two, and then I'll do the host thing. You ready? You have your adjective? Okay. How are you doing today? Very good. Keep that in mind as we go on throughout the day. All right. This was a meme that I had created. A friend of mine and I did a photo shoot, and this was one of the most awful pictures he came up with, and he showed it to me, and we both had such a great laugh. I had to turn it into a meme, so that's why that's up there. Get you started. That's probably pretty much how I'm feeling today. And what I wanted to talk to you about, a lot of my blog and my stories relate to COVID, how stressful that was for all of us. And so I wanted to talk to you about, I lost my husband and best friend of 25 years, 13 years ago. And, sorry, bringing down the room a little, but plan A after he died was to find someone to enjoy my life with. The usual intimacy, exclusivity, and mutual emotional abuse. Support, and other fun stuff. Plan B, which seems to have gotten the most traction to date, was to hoard cats, wallow in self-pity, drink a lot of Pinot Grigio, eat a lot of Vermont extra sharp cheddar cheese, and watch a lot of late-night comedy and fall asleep pretty much daily. Although I have to say, sometimes I feel like Sarah Connor. There's going to be a lot of sci-fi references in my conversations. Sarah, who knows the movie reference here? Yell it out. Terminator, right. For those of you who don't know, Sarah was relentlessly pursued by the Arnold Schwarzenegger character, who was a cyborg sent from a dystopian, dysfunctional, machine-run future. and to kill her because she was going to give birth to the savior of humanity. Her son was going to be the future leader of the resistance. So here's her dressed up with guns that she had buried in the desert. She just broke out of the funny farm. And some days I feel like that. In fact, when COVID happened, here's me. Look familiar? With my disinfectant and my spray bottles and everything, my mask. Well, anyway, I definitely would do that. Load my cats in the car and just take off and do whatever I have to do, although my cats hate the car, so never mind. But other days, I feel like this. Delta Dawn. Who knows that reference? Delta Dawn is from a 1973 hit song. She talks about that mansion in the sky and that man that never comes back. That's me on my worst days. In our increasingly winning-based society, we place such a great value on an individual's ability to keep it together, right? We put so much emphasis on that. If you don't, you're considered a loser or crazy or both. We're deluged with positive messaging in our society. Live your best life. In my case, this is pretty much my best life, fat, lazy, and wasted on the couch. Or just do it. That's another message we hear all the time. Just do it isn't really a positive message. It's kind of an admonishment, isn't it? It's like, just do it. Why aren't you doing it? It's not really encouraging. It's sort of yelling at you. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you living your best life? And then you get a counseling statement from your employer and your relationships suffer or worse, right? Things happen, much worse. Could it be that so much of society's depression, anxiety, and over-medicating comes from the unrealistic expectation that every aspect of your life, you're supposed to be totally on your game? We all know that none of us is, like me this morning. Some things fall into line quite nicely some days, and some days everything goes completely off the rails, right? Hopefully that won't be the rest of my day. A good friend to laugh with until you melt down, a leg up, a second chance, an event like this. At times, we all need some version of one or the other or several of these in order to carry on. And guess what? That's okay. That's the way life is. That's what humans do. They cooperate and help each other through the tough times, through the meltdowns. During my depths of COVID isolation, I ran across a TEDx Houston TED Talk entitled The Power of Vulnerability with Dr. Brene Brown. Who knows about Dr. Brene Brown? Anybody? She's one of my favorite sort of pop culture personal development speakers right now. She started out as a researcher and a storyteller and has become like a powerhouse in the personal development realm. She claims that an individual's ability to take risks and to be vulnerable, not totally put together and on their game, are the source of one's joy, creativity, belonging, and love. I'm going to say that again. An individual's ability to take risks and be vulnerable are the source of one's joy, creativity, belonging, and love, and lead to a wholehearted, courageous, compassionate, and connected life. That inspired me to do my own TED Talk, and I did one about being an Airbnb host, and you're welcome to go take a look at that on the YouTube TED portal. TEDx Eustis filmed it. The folks from Eustis High School are here again today. And that was back in 2000, right during the pandemic. I have my reasons to be disappointed in my life. We all do. My mother died of cancer when I was 4, and I was raised by an evil stepmom. And my husband was 45 when he died. Despite all that bad stuff, when I meet new people, I try not to open with that. I try to remain optimistic and hopeful, and I try to listen and connect. And I do believe that joy is just around the corner, and it's worth looking for and risking for, and I'm worthy of it. Today, you're going to hear some amazing stories, and you're going to learn about the purpose and passion of my friend English Elaine, who is taking risks and being vulnerable at every turn in order to realize her dream of creating a place for meltdown and rebirth, rest and renew. And this is just the beginning of her story in that journey, and I couldn't be more proud of her. I hope today you'll all give your reasons to be I hope today will give you reasons to be joyful and optimistic, and that in between talks, maybe you'll challenge yourself to take a risk and be vulnerable with someone here or someone you owe a phone call to. Clicking and liking those positive message memes on your social media brings very little joy. Imaginary mansions are nice, but there's no one there. Is it too early to ask, where's the Pinot? Are you ready to change the conversation? Are you ready to change the conversation? All right. This is Brene. I skipped, and that's my TED Talk. Thank you. And now, English Elaine.
Thank you. Good. I don't know about you, but I just need to take a deep breath. Taking a deep breath, oh my goodness, is really helpful. I am not going to tell you too much about my story because it's in the program. I do, though, have to just give a shout out to God. Because truly, without Him, I wouldn't be here today. We all know what the devil seeks to do bad and take us out. God will take that and use it for His glory. Today is a special day. You are all part of the inaugural Speak Out event on September 24th, 2022. September 24th, 2020, 2 years ago. I sat on the sofa in my house and decided that I couldn't do it anymore. I sat on the sofa in the deepest, darkest pit. And for those of you who have attempted suicide, for those of you who have tried to kill yourself, you know what that feels like. And it breaks my heart when I hear that somebody did it. They didn't complete it. It's not a successful thing. They did it. I know what it feels like to be without hope. I sat on the sofa with my sweet dog, Kiara. I got Kiara September 2014 after my first suicide attempt. I rescued her, she rescued me. I sat on the sofa with her and I just curled up with her and I said, Kiara, let's see how long it's going to take me to die. I now know that as a suicide attempt survivor, you don't actually want to die. I didn't really want to die, I just didn't know how to go on anymore. My sweet little Kiara, I had to put her to sleep this past Monday. And I feel like she served her purpose. So I want to honor you, Kiara. My Kiara Laura, I rescued you, you rescued me. I feel like you've just said to me, it's okay. I know that God used you. So I am on a mission to end the stigma of mental health. I am on a mission to change the conversation to brain health. So I just want you all to just stop and take a moment and look at yourself. Just look at yourself. Look at your body. For those of you that are online and looking in, just look at yourself. Look at the person next to you. Do you actually see anybody that is headless? No, because we are one body. We are one body. Our bodies are our head is connected to our bodies. So why is it that it's okay that we talk about anything that goes from here to here, and we don't feel like we can talk about anything from here to here? Why? Because of the stigma. Why? Because of the feeling of shame.
It looks like we're ready to go, Elaine.
Yay! So my clicker works? Yes? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We hope.
Yay!
All right.
Okay. Okay, so I asked you all before the intermission to look at your body. And so look, this is our body. This is our human system. It's very complex. Look at the internal organs. Look how your brain is actually connected to your body. Look at the circulation system, the muscular system, the skeletal system. We are all connected as one. So why is it that it's okay that we talk about anything from here to here, and we're not allowed, because of society, to talk from here to here? You are all here today because you want to make a difference. You want to end the stigma of mental health, and you want to change the conversation to brain health. So it is all about the brain. It's not a sin issue. It's not a faith issue, because I have people who tell me, hey, you just need to pray more. You just need to have more faith. And those people were taking diabetes medication. They were wearing glasses. Okay, let's see if this plays. I just thought this was hilarious. Okay, there's no sound.
Multifaceted, miraculous, complex organ that contains our unique
Can we rewind
Our
that?
heart, when it comes down to it, it's just a pump.
It's clearly an English program, so we might have needed subtitles. But it's okay, no worries, it's fine. So, what if mental health was really brain health? So if somebody tells you that you're mental, you're like, oh my goodness, they're crazy. If somebody tells you that they're brainy, you think, oh my goodness, they're so smart and intellectual. So what is it about that? You saw our brain is connected to our body. Imagine we would have more compassion for our family and friends. It's not a moral issue. It's actually a medical issue. So I'm actually going to give you a peek behind the curtains of my life. Because I said that I attempted suicide 2 years ago. I'm 57, proud of it, 58 in December. And it's actually, my journey is a lifetime journey. So you'll see, right at the very beginning, I was born in England. Doesn't that look like a really fantastic house that I lived in and I was born in? I didn't know at the time, but I probably lived in the version of the projects in Liverpool, England. I didn't know it. And I came from a very rough family, dysfunctional family. I was the eldest of 5. My father was an alcoholic. I got beat all the time. There's hope. Recovery is possible. Your life is worth it. Where you come from doesn't determine where you end up. So you'll see lots of different events throughout my life, throughout your life, that have created who you are today. But God knows it all. He's got you in the palm of his hands. And you'll see the in April 2021, last year, I'd actually given my life to Christ. I was born again in 2001, 2002, 20 years ago. And for those of you that believe in Christ, and for those of you that have been born again and surrendered your life, and you're like, okay, Lord, I give it all to you. And then the next day you're like, yeah, but I want that back. Yeah, like I'm in control still. Last year, April 2021, I literally completely surrendered. And I was just like, God, I know I'm not meant to go back in corporate America. And I said, I'm yours. You want me to do mental health advocacy? I have no idea what that looks like. I haven't got a clue. I don't know where to begin. Almost a year later, just after a year, look at us. Because I was obedient, I trust him with all my heart, soul, and mind. And I have faith. Because when you are in a place where it can only be God, it can only be God. And he has shown up so much, you actually can't make this stuff up. You can't, the way he's shown up. So, gone the wrong way. And so this is here where we are today. So just in the last, oh my goodness, less than a year, we're here today. And I'm going to share with you the stories, I'm going to introduce the speakers, and I'm going to help you see how God has shown up and how he has made divine appointments with people to speak here today, people who are passionate about mental health and want to make a difference. April 2021, I completely surrendered. April 2022, I was invited to be a national speaker at the American Association of Suicidology. Exactly a year. We've got our event today, and in 2023, we have a fundraiser, a gala for Rest and Renew. I keep pressing the wrong button. I want you to take a deep breath now. I'm going to give a trigger warning. Because I want you to hear this. So let's make sure the sound's up. I want you to hear it because my dear friend, I'm not going to say who, she kept this voicemail. I sent this voicemail in August 2020. Take a deep breath.
Need to call me back. Thank you. Just calling to let you know that I'm still not in a good place, so still need your prayers, please. We moved into a rental house. It's just all a bit of a nightmare situation, to tell you the truth. But we've moved into a rental, and what else can I tell you? Moved into a rental. I'm still just staying on the sofa most of the day. I can't see beyond this at all. I appreciate and cherish your prayers. Thank you for just being a friend. Not just being a friend, but for being a friend and for your faithfulness as well. As I say, please, no need to call me back. Took me all the courage to make this call. Love you, and hopefully get to speak to you sometime in the not too distant future when I call again. I'll try and call again. It's about 4:15 on Monday. I thought you may be finished from work. I don't know what your work schedule is. All right, I love you. Take care. God bless. Bye-bye.
The power of friends. You're going to hear from family members and friends today because they are just as impacted. If you're a friend, don't give up. That was April 31st, 2020. September 24th, 2020, I attempted to kill myself. September 24th, 2022, yay, here we are. So, okay, so I'm a warrior. Call myself a warrior. A warrior actually wants to really be the best at whatever they're a warrior for. First and foremost, I'm a warrior for God. I want to be used for Him. I want to be light. So these are pictures of a healthy and unhealthy brain. So I like to think that everybody here and everybody that's watching online, that you all have a brain. Because if you didn't have a brain, you wouldn't be alive. Because the brain is the only organ that you cannot live without. The brain is the only organ that you can't transplant. If you want to know that somebody's really dead, we ask the question, are they brain dead? Dr. Amen, I am actually a licensed and certified brain health coach and trainer through Dr. Amen. Dr. Amen is a double board certified psychiatrist. And when he went into school to learn to be a psychiatrist, he asked the question, why is the psychiatry department the only medical field that does not look at the organ for which they're treating? Why is it that in the psychiatry field, we just ask the questions and hope we can figure it out? We need to make a change. I fell playing tennis. After 40 years, I tried tennis again. On July 1st, 2022, I split my head open. That caused me to go and get a scan of my brain. So I'm going to give you a peek into my brain. So here's the surface of my brain. It actually looks pretty good, and the psychiatrist who gave me my results told me that I had a young, healthy, beautiful brain. I was like, yes, that's great. And then he said, let's look on the inside, because they can see what the inside of your brain looks like. And you know I went for this brain scan? You know I had to pay for it myself? You know that when I went down, remember I have attempted suicide 2 times. When I chose to get a brain scan because I'd split my head open, that is the first time that I had a full psychiatric assessment. That is the first time that I went through a ream of tests and assessments to look at my whole person, not just my mental state, my biological state, my spiritual state, my social state. The first time, and I'd attempted suicide twice. Why is that? The system's broken. But somebody has to make a difference, and you can be that someone. So here's what the inside of my brain looks like. Oh, that's just some of my problems. So what about the inside? So you'll see on the right a normal average brain for a female in my age range. You'll see on the left-hand side, I have this diamond shape. This is actually my brain at rest. Red and white is activity in the brain. I clearly don't know how to be at rest, and my family and friends will tell you I struggle to be at rest. So this is my brain. You'll see the clicker, because I actually listen to how long this psychiatrist stayed with me. He stayed on the phone with me for 1 hour and 30 minutes. How many of you have spent more than 10 minutes with a psychiatrist? He sat there on a Zoom call and told me everything about my brain and all the other assessments that I had done. So I was originally diagnosed with Major Depressive Disorder and Generalized Anxiety Disorder. I now know, and I live in the freedom of knowing that actually my brain is broken. That I live with an overactive singular gyrus. So the next time somebody asks me what is my issue, I haven't got an issue actually, I'm not major depressive disorder. I'm not generalized anxiety disorder. I have an overactive cingulate gyrus. What do you think your response would be if I said that to you? Oh my goodness. Hey. That's what they would say. They'd be like, what? You have what? So, yeah, I have an overactive cingulate gyrus. And that means that I can't rest. That means that I'm stubborn, I'm obsessive, oppositional. That means that I get stuck on things, that I say no without even thinking about it. That means I get stuck on things. And what it means, because for every weakness, there's a strength. And your greatest strength becomes your greatest weakness. Which means that I'm resilient, I'm tenacious, I'm persistent. One of my old managers in corporate America said to me, described me as, Elaine, you are like a dog without a bone. Yes, imagine if I said, yes, I am. I have an overactive cingulate gyrus. That's why. So which brain do you want? You can change your brain and you can change your life. We used to think that the brain that we were born with is the brain that we have. But now, through neuroscience, science actually comes from God. Did you know that? Did you know that God actually gives the doctors the talents and the skills to help you? Did you know that when I broke my arm, I didn't say to my husband, please pray over it. I mustn't have enough faith because I broke my arm. No, I actually went straight to the ER. And that's what you need to do. You need to get help. Look at these brains. We have a problem in our youth, in our adults, because people are using cocaine, alcohol, opioids, smoking, marijuana, meth. It's affecting your brain, but you can change your brain and change your life. And here's the irony of it. We're all connected. These, I have no problem. I'm totally open. These are my cholesterol results. So I have a healthy brain with an overactive cingulate gyrus, and I have some cholesterol issues, so I'm going to have to take medication. Because you know what? When you take your pills, you don't take a pill and just go, oh, this is a pill for my head, I'll put it on my head. This is a pill for my knee, I'll put it on my knee. You swallow it, it goes in your gut. And oh my goodness, how many times have you taken a pill for a headache and realized it's helped you back as well? Because it goes in your body. Your body's connected. Your body's connected. We're all one body system. So bright minds, lots of different things that you can do to get a healthy brain. What are some of the small things that you can do? Drink more water. Our doctors tell us, drink more water. Reduce sugar. Did you know that your brain doesn't know the difference between a drug and sugar? It doesn't say, oh, she's taken sugar today, so it's okay. No, a sugar actually does exactly the same to your brain as any drug. And sleep for 7 to 8 hours. How many of you have actually had more than 8 hours sleep today? Yes. Yeah. This actually is, from the military, and they did assessments of the army people without sleep. And you'll see that the accuracy reduces tremendously without sleep. So this is my call to action. You can go and do a simple assessment through Mental Health America. You can go on their website and you can check out some questions to say, okay, that will tell you whether you're depressed, whether you've got generalized anxiety disorder. What it won't tell you is if you have a broken brain, and you likely do. So we all need something. We all need something to make us wake up and make a difference. And what is that going to be in your life? I do invite every single person that's listening to this, to just take a moment and think about how they can make a change. Because you know what, at the end of the day, I really don't care how many people are in this theater, how many people are watching this online. I care about that one person who's going to hear this message and it's going to change their life. So I don't know if that YouTube will work. It's Robin Williams. Robin Williams is amazing. And the reason why I love Robin Williams is because two things. Rest and Renew was born out of something from Robin Williams, which I'll share later. And also, when I was in my first acute care psychiatric unit that I never got a full assessment for, Robin Williams actually killed himself and took his own life. So you're going to hear from so many people today. I'm going to call up our first speaker. I want to thank you. I want you to take notes. I want you to listen. Everybody here is here for a reason. And the next speaker we have is Senator Baxley, and I've just looked at my agenda and the timing and like, oh, okay. So Senator Baxley, I know Senator Baxley. I met him because he is the Lake County representative, and I wanted somebody from like the political field. Not that I'm really in politics myself. I'm not even a US citizen, so I can't vote. And so I wanted somebody, though, who also wants to make a difference in the mental health field and who knows how to make a difference. So I want to invite Senator Baxley onto the stage, and you're going to hear from him. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Turn my mic on.
Hello, Elaine.
Hey, Senator Baxley.
Hello, team.
Hey.
Thank you for the privilege of working for you. And I just want to remind you that we work for you. And that as we go there, we're just people. And I've been there now 6 years in the Florida Senate, and I served couple of tours in the Florida House before I came to the Senate. But really, in my real life, I'm a dad, 5 kids, 8 grandkids. I'm a funeral director for over 53 years. I take care of people. People think we take care of the dead. No, we take care of families. We walk with them through this adjustment of the end of this life and the transition to whatever's before us. And families need that help, and it's a great mission just to spend your life helping people. And really, that's the connection with my service in the legislature. Thankfully, Elaine came to see me, and I always sit down and say, teach me something, because I don't know everything, even though I'm 70 years old now. And the more I learn, the less I know. The one thing I do know is we have a lot of work to do on mental health. And you're part of that story, and you will help script the future. I'm a big believer in community-based care, that the great ideas come from the ground. They don't come from the top. And then as they begin to develop and learn how to communicate with that model, then you see public policy shift. And this is the path that I would like to see you be a part of, because your life experience with these attributes that you're going to discuss today could shape where we're going and what some of the right answers could be. Obviously, government's usually behind the 8 ball. Usually we're talking to people about what was instead of what will be. But it's up to you to communicate, put together, get together. I hope together you will form a vision of where mental health could go. I have a strong personal interest, too, because my oldest son is a psychiatrist. And he practices in Ocala and at the Villages. And he has brought a lot of openness to my world to understand how much variation there really is. And I am a man of faith. The only reason I go to where I go is because God sent me. And my own sense of awareness of Christ in my life has shaped and given me a center point to go to when I'm confusing myself about what this life is about. And so my daily prayer is get up every morning and say, "You're God, I'm not, what are we doing?" and then wait expectantly for the next appointment that's going to come through my office or across my desk that will raise a new question. One thing that I'm very excited about, there's been a lot of progress that we're not very good about taking credit for progress. And one thing that's encouraged me is that more and more people are coming to me and saying, "You have no idea how much your son has changed my family's life." Because he is one of those that deals with the whole person concept. And he did an extra fellowship in geriatrics. So when you're 70, you like to have, now the problem is I have another one that was a deputy sheriff for 16 years and became a lawyer. So if you have two smart sons like that, and one's a psychiatrist and one's a police officer, you can get Baker acted pretty fast. So I'm always careful how I talk with them, but we have a very open family, and they're all still in the area, which means I got to do the funnest job in life, and that was to be granddad. I tell you those things so you realize we're not made out of anything different. We're just people trying to find the path with you at your side. And sometimes it takes longer than we appreciate. I will tell you that there is hope for change, and there are many reasons that's going to happen. I think the biggest one is the connection for some people with mental health issues back to trying to self-medicate with drugs. And we are in a biggest fentanyl war you've ever seen. This is deadly. And people are trying to treat whatever the disruption is in their life, and they walk into this arena, and all of a sudden it takes grip over their life. These are things that are killing people. Our fentanyl death, particularly in the 18 to 35 range, is off the charts. It is the biggest cause of death. That's directly tied back to mental health and wholeness as a person. That's why I will sit down and spend an hour listening to Elaine with some of her vision of how we could have some different pathways. I hope out of coming together, what will happen is you will really look outward and learn how to share what you know about some of these trails that could change how we're approaching wellness in the mental health arena. It's often looked at as the soft side, but one of the things that became very evident during Micah's training, he did an extra fellowship in geriatric illness, as I mentioned. And the key is, what he revealed is what goes on with the brain. A lot of it has to do with the medications we take. And many times we're getting medications from several different sources, and all the time pharmacology is changing. And we don't keep up with what the interrelationship of all these different medications is when they get in your body. So that's part of this story, is how do we fit the medical model and the mental health wellness model together in this picture of wholeness. That's a challenge that you can bring light and you can bring awareness to that could be very meaningful. And sometimes people just need time to recenter. Where do they go? How do they keep operating? How do they function during that time of transition in their lives? It may be finding their faith walk. It may be finding where all this came from and all the inputs to your life: family, faith, family, freedom, opportunity that is all around you, and how that's interfacing with who you are. And I'm not trying to prescribe that for you, because I'm on the same journey. And that's what you should realize too. Nobody has it all together. Everyone is on life's journey of finding their pathway and trying to fulfill that purpose for which they were placed on this earth. I think that can happen. But it starts here. It starts in community at the ground level. And that's what I hope will happen for you today, and as this idea progresses of how do we create such a place to reach out to people who need a place to recenter. So I thank you for letting me serve. I am trying to go back another term right now, so I'm working on campaigning and versus legislating are very different experiences, but isn't that the way life is? It's made up of all these different experiences. And it's not all going to fit together perfectly. And accepting that the world doesn't have to be perfect for you to be effective. That's an important discovery. And I hope that you not only find that in your own journey, but that you communicate that to other people. They don't have to be perfect. And it's not that some people are well and some people are sick. We're all in some transition with different approaches to our health, whether it's our brain or some other part of our body. So if we could just look more openly at that viewpoint and say, how do I travel from here? And sometimes you'll be like your senator. You'll be in that corner where you just get up and say, I don't know what to do about all this. I'm not an expert at everything. But you can listen to many people who have walked many trails, and they will bring light and ideas and solutions. I wish for all of you the opportunity to keep moving forward, wherever you are in your health transition, whatever part of your body it is. And I pray that we would find a way to move the system to be more responsive to those needs and how to get there. There's huge implications in our society. I look at the expansion of crime. What makes a person do certain things versus another person? What is the role of family and history and abuse? These are all parts of that puzzle that make us who we are as individuals. My prayer for you is that you find that path and that you help other people find that path. And you don't all have to agree about everything to find some great solutions. Oftentimes, the bills we do are a mishmash of different viewpoints. You've got people from all over the world, all over the country that come before it. They bring things. They bring good things. They bring challenging things. They're just people trying to find their way forward. And when you get refocused that it's not all about me, it's about how I'm applied to be useful in whatever way the Creator has designed me. And that He can use it, whatever it is. You can be an addition to someone's life because of your life experience. I think one of the greatest promises of Scripture is, I will be with you always. I will be with you always. The greatest promise is, you're never alone. You think you're alone. You think you're the only one. You're not. Many people are on the journey. They need your help, and you need theirs. And to be an encourager and turning yourself around to where it's not all about me, but it's how I'm going to use even my faults, even my inadequacies, even my shortcomings, even my illness. How will I use it for good? How will I use it for good? For the benefit of others. There's a piece of that for you. And it's one of the most organizing, wonderful experiences to find that God's placed you in that spot. And you discover that you can be a part of what He's doing. Thank you for letting me come and share a few minutes with you and letting me learn. Elaine is a great teacher. She's opened a lot of doors for me on different windows of this arena of thought and how do we cope with it, how do we provide the right kind of help. And then communicate that to the people who serve you. Because pretty much what legislators do are not experts on any one area. What they do is hear from different people who touch this mass of an issue and try to figure out which of those pieces need to be changed and adjusted in how we touch the healthcare system. Healthcare and education are the two biggest expenditures we make of your money. And Florida is on a good track right now. I think we're stable, much more stable than much of the country and much of the world. But it's imperfect. We'll have a hurricane. But we're not going to worry our way there. We're going to prepare our way there. And that's the way we do with all the hurricanes of our life, is how do we best succeed under these present conditions and with the talents, skills, and knowledge that I do have, And how can I put them to work for someone else so that it's not about me? That's what kids really teach you. Dad was my favorite word till I heard granddad. In those 5 kids, we have 2 adopted children. The last 2. The big 3 guys, they're our natural children. But we did some foster found up. When we got Jeff, he was a victim of child shaken baby syndrome. This was a result in both brain damage that resulted in blindness and issues in trying to operate his brain. Actually, family, because he showed me a whole world. You can do that for people. He's now 35. When he started with us at 8 months of age, he looked like a 3-month-old. And he was a victim of our society. If you go back to that home, it's alcoholism, it's drug abuse, and we discovered Huntington's disease was in that family. It's an inherited disease. Jeff doesn't have it, but his little sister does, who is with us. Doctor called me one day. Well, actually, it was a judge. The judge called me that worked this case, and he said, look, the natural parents are out of prison. They've had another pregnancy. They're expecting a baby. Any day, a little girl. And we've examined this home, and there's just no way she would be safe there. How would you like to have a little girl? And so I saw Jeanette's eyes brighten up as I'm having this phone conversation. I said, well, after 4 boys, it's about time we had a little girl around here. And Renee came to our lives. Jeff and Renee are siblings, and it helped keep some stability together for them to be adopted to the same home. They have another brother that we stay in touch with who's dying of Huntington's disease. He's much farther along. And Renee realizes that she has a terminal illness. She's 31 now. She's been with us since she was 6 days old. But you know what? We've accommodated the issues in her life and our life because we believe we all owe each other an opportunity to be the best we can be in whatever arena God places us. These kids taught me a lot and opened a lot of doors of policy windows that relate to damaged families, damaged children. We have 50% divorce rate now. Families are fragile in the modern society, and maybe always have been. But there's so many things we can do to make a difference. Mental health is very much related to the criminal justice system. Eventually, people that are not operating well are going to break a law, and they're going to wind up getting arrested, and they wind up in the criminal justice system. Some of you may have schizophrenic members of your family. I have some friends that have that. And I said, I didn't realize how every challenge they have is your challenge as their parent until I got a little farther along. But I can tell you, we can make a lot of difference in just the circle of people that touch our lives. We need to ask more questions and make fewer statements. And when we do see something, we need to share it, particularly if it's a solution. And sometimes it's going for the tiny thing. It's step by step. Since Jeff came out of high school, he has been working at Kenny's place. It's a nursery that grows plants. Everybody that works there, just about, there's like 10 or 12 people that work there that are all adult disabled, and as our society describes it. They have something that holds them up from being successful in the general population. He loves Kenny's place. He's learned everything about growing plants and selling plants, and he's very outgoing. He's learned to put that to work. And though he can't see with his eyes, he sees with his ears and his hands. There's still a lot to see without what we view as vision. He has vision. He doesn't do it the same way I do. And what I've learned from these kids is that everybody has something to contribute that's important. I want you to find that. I want you to get busy investing it in someone else. Believe in yourself and believe what a difference you can make in the people around you. We spend a lot of time thinking we're alone, when a lot of times we just need to say, "You're God, I'm not. What are we doing?" God bless you. Thank you.
So thank you, Senator Baxley. Yeah, it is all about the one. You are the one that can make a difference. Next speaker that you're going to hear from is somebody that's really special to me. It's my husband. So the purpose of the Speak Out event and why this is different than some other storytelling events on mental illness and living with a mental condition is, first, it's because it's about the brain. But secondly, the people who actually are the ones living with the condition, the ones that are attempting suicide, they actually get all the attention. And the family members and friends are there also. Don't you find it amazing that if you have somebody who's a friend or a family member and they are diagnosed with cancer, the whole community comes around them to help that family. And yet somebody who has attempted suicide, a family member of them, somebody who has somebody living with a mental condition, where's the help for them? Who comes around them? Where's the Sunday pot roast meals that people take for when somebody dies? I want family members and friends to speak out from their point of view as well, of what it's like for them, because they are as much part of it as the person. So it's my great honor to introduce you to my husband, Kevin. Kevin!
Hello?
And Kevin, thank you so much for everything.
You're welcome.
He's truly amazing.
Well, I had a speech and I had to send it to someone for them to critique it because it wouldn't upset Elaine. I didn't send it. So, obviously, Kevin, Elaine's husband. I'm trying to talk a little bit about the challenges of living with someone with a mental health problem. I'll tell a little bit about Elaine, a bit more about Elaine's story, how it, started off, how we didn't think it was a mental illness anyway, but it's pretty traumatic. Elaine was under stress at work. She wasn't in a good place, but seemed to be handling okay. In the morning, she would wake up, but she'd be balking as if she was going to throw up or trying to throw up because she had that horrible feeling in the gut, the pressure of going to work and, having to do the job that she was supposed to do. And she keeps saying, in the morning, I can't do this. And I'd encourage her and love her. And she'd put on that brave face like a lot of people do that have mental problems and put on a big smile and off she'd go to work. And then we had this, as later on we sort of realised there was a challenge between medication and faith, and her friends at church would be telling her, you just need to pray harder. And we were strong Christians, so we did, but it doesn't change anything. If God wants you to, he will do it, but obviously put you in a situation with that. So I actually speaking with I used to be part of a pro soccer team in North Carolina. I was assistant coach, and I was talking to the head coach, and he was telling me about his situation. He has to take medication for stress, and he started feeling really good taking it. So he said, I think I'm going to come off it. So he came off it, and then one day he's driving to work and he got so stressed he couldn't go, he couldn't drive the car. His wife had to come and pick him up and take him home, and he realized, I can't do this without the medication. And that's when I was trying to convince Elaine, not that I'm a specialist, that we need to see someone about this. And who wants to say to your wife, look, I think you need to see a psychiatrist? So Elaine doesn't want to see a psychiatrist. She doesn't like to take medication. So I'm fighting a battle that's pretty difficult. So eventually we get her to a psychiatrist, but I'm practically dragging her in by her hair and sitting down, and I'm probably answering more questions than she is. She doesn't want to answer them, and he says, okay, we'll put you on this medication, and it doesn't work after a week, so she wants it changed. But mental health stuff, medication for your mental health, it takes 6 to 8 weeks to kick in. We didn't realize that, though. We just thought it was like an aspirin or Advil or ibuprofen, where you take it and 30 minutes later, it's I start feeling better. But it doesn't work like that. So she's changed the medication twice in probably the first month, but it still wasn't making any changes. So we still had that challenge every morning, not feeling good and wanting to go and not wanting to go to work, but went to work and carried on. But the stress of the person at work that she was working with didn't help. Let me just catch up so I can remember where I'm going. And then it came to, it was a Sunday evening. I was doing I used to be a soccer coach. I was doing a coaching clinic for a lot of my coaches in North Carolina. And I texted Elaine just to say, I'm on my way home. I got home, and Elaine recalls the story, totally different to me. She's like, and I was being so nice and smiling, and I walk in, and there's a look on her face, I'm like, oh, you're in the doghouse now. I didn't know what was going on. She thought she was being really nice and polite. We'd gone to our neighbour's house for Sunday dinner. We're sitting there, we come back, see something wasn't right. And then the next morning, we wake up, and she's screaming, and she's like, I want to kill myself, I want to kill myself. I'm like, wow, where's this come from? I started laughing. She's like, I'm going downstairs to get a knife and kill myself. I'm sort of like, what? I was like, no, you're not. So then I'm fighting with her to keep her in the bedroom. I call her friend, who was her prayer partner, and she came over and tried to restrain her while I spoke to her psychiatrist, and he said, oh, just take her to this emergency unit and she'll be okay. So I'm fighting with her to get her dressed, get her in the car, off we go. And we go to this emergency unit. I just thought it was a regular ER. And we go in, the door opens, closes behind you, you empty everything out of your pockets, you go through another door, Elaine gets taken off somewhere else, and we're asked a lot of questions and make sure we've got nothing harmful on us or anything like that. And Elaine comes out in scrubs. She changed all her clothes, and they'd made sure, practically strip searched her to make sure she didn't think it was going to harm her. This was all like totally a shock to me. I'm thinking, this is just an emergency unit where they're just going to give us something to calm her down. But she was getting a psychiatric evaluation, and the next thing is, like, sorry, Mr. Sefton, we're going to have to commit your wife. I'm like, what? I'm like, this is not what I expected. I just thought, nowadays they just fix it. Just give her something and she's better. So that was when it really hit home, and I'm crying. And she's crying, saying, don't do this. And I'm like, what do you do? You've got to. It's what's best for her. So anyway, she gets into the car that's taking her off to the psychiatric unit, which I didn't really think that much of a psychiatric unit as well. I didn't know it was. They said it's a bit like a hospital. It's like a nice hotel. It's lovely. So anyway, she gets into this car. It's like a police car with the screens to separate you from the driver so you can't harm him. And she's turning around as I'm following her, and she's looking at me crying and saying, I don't want to go. Don't do this. It's like breaking my heart. We pull up to the hotel, as they called it, and the roller shutter door opens. She drives in the car. It closes after her, and then we don't see it again for another hour. We go round the front, empty everything out of our pockets, put it into a lockbox, come in, and then they've done an evaluation. She's in different clothes again, and then she's in there for 5 days. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Well, they say we have a really good record between 5 and 7 days and our patients are out. And I'm thinking, well, that sounds great. It's a long time, but a week's okay. So we go to visit in the evenings, and it was a bit like a halfway house for anybody. It wasn't the best place. There was all sorts of different people in there with different problems. Elaine was now, as you could see, she was in a worse state than she was before. She was shaking a lot, and she was very nervous, anxious a lot of the time. And she kept telling me, I still have these thoughts, and they think I'm crazy because they ask me, do you talk to people? She says, I talk to God all the time. And they're like, oh, okay, check. And then they say to me, because I said, how is she? I asked them, how's she doing? She said, oh, well, she's doing pretty well. I think she'll be out the next day. Probably tomorrow we'll let her out. And I'm like, seriously? She keeps telling me she still wants to kill herself. She's having these thoughts of killing herself. And they're like, oh, well, she's telling us she's doing great and she's feeling fine because she's a really good liar. The men that are in here will probably understand that. She's lying. She's lying to them, saying, "Oh no, it's great, it's working well." So they reevaluate and keep her in for another, I think, 3 or 4 days, and then they're out. But this is all part of Elaine's plan as well. Elaine's plan was, I do what they want. I go through the outpatients, and then I'll go on. We had planned to go and see our daughter who was working on a cruise, see her, say goodbye to her, and then I can do it properly. But we didn't know any of that. We just thought, Elaine just putting on a brave face and just keeps going. On the cruise, it was totally different than anything we'd done before. And this is when Elaine said to me, she said, I don't think I've ever loved you. And I'm like, wow. But that was just, I think she was just trying to push me away. And as the week went on, she started realizing a little bit more. And this is it's probably 7 weeks into started medication. And I think the medication starts to kick in. And she says, I think I could probably go back to work. I could do something. I could maybe be, work on the checkout at Publix or be a greeter somewhere, just so, because I'm getting comfortable around people, and that's what she wasn't like before. And she's always been a people person. I'm trying to do the spotlight, and she's marching up and down the stage here before, trying to follow her. It's not easy. She loves to speak. And, so it was sort of, hit home a little bit that things were starting to happen. And that's when, through the experience, I start to realize it's not an instant change, and it will take time. 6 to 8 weeks for the medication to kick in. But that's a long time. If you're in that position, that's a long time for you to try and understand, or you feel like nothing's happening. And these people don't say you're getting better. So, but then obviously we've got 6 years between the first episode and the second. But I think I've told her a few times, and she keeps saying to me, well, you don't think like that. But I'm constantly worried that something I'll say and do will trigger something that may just tip her over the edge again. And she wants to, not wants to, but she feels that she needs to end her life or take her life. So that's, it's a daily challenge. Second attempt, same sort of situation, but as someone that's looking after someone that's sick, if they break their leg or something, you say, oh, come on, let's go to the hospital, or you're not really bad and I can't do anything, let's go to the hospital. She's in a situation where she's struggling with her emotions. Obviously there's a mental problem. I think, my expertise on this, the medication's not working the same, and she's struggling again. Stress at work comes up again. Obviously, second dog has to be put down. So there's a couple of triggers. And we sell our house. We had a beautiful house on the lake. We sell our house and we move into an apartment that was subletting off someone for a short period of time. And it was just a very dark place. COVID hits, so she's not traveling to work. She's not around people. So all these things combined come up. We end up renting another property, which is much nicer, and that's what she was talking about on her message. We're renting this facility, this property, but that's a different story. It's a really nice house. But anyway, but then she was on her own all the time in the daytime as well. And I'm going to work. I don't know. I don't want to be the one that's saying, hey, I think we need to commit you to an asylum again. And, psychiatric unit, sorry, not asylum. And, then I get a text message. I'd gone to lunch and left my phone on the job, and I never do that. And then all these people are calling me, trying to say, have you spoken to Elaine? No, I'm just trying to call her now. And it was a text message, hey, no need to worry, I'm okay. I've just taken all my pills, because that's it, I've had enough. But you don't need to come home, just come home after you finish work. So I jump in the car, go home, take her to ER. We put her on a saline drip, and she's obviously, I can see she's not any better, and taking all the medication hasn't helped anyway. When she's in the hospital, I have to, she's Baker active, and our fear is, because we're not citizens, we're on green cards, this could go against us when we want to renew our green card, whatever. So I do a deal with the psychiatrist. When she's released, I take her straight to a facility and get a treatment. He'll take her off being Baker acted. So he did that, and Elaine saw he was off Baker acted. So she thought she was getting better. I come to pick her up. She's, happy. And then I'm saying, well, I've got to take you to a facility. He said, okay, well, let me go home and get changed. I'll get some clothes. I said, no, I've got you a suitcase. We're going straight there now. And she's fighting it. And same again, tears and the sorrow look on her face. And I'm really struggling to take her. But I know that's what I've got to do. This is what she needs. So we get there. As I'm driving, I say to her, do you know what? I can understand how people get divorced because of this thing. It's so challenging. You've got to do all these difficult things to someone you love, and that person doesn't really appreciate it at the time because they're not in a good place. So it's definitely very challenging. And then we get there, and she's got to share a room with someone, so she's kicking off about that. I've got to share a room with someone. I want a bed on my own. I want to be on my own in a room on my own. Oh. So she's in that. This time, for a lot longer, I kept calling and saying, how long, how's she doing? Because COVID's in, I couldn't go and visit her. So that was challenging as well. And then I just kept calling, how much longer? Because I wanted her home. It was getting expensive for one. But I wanted her home. And then 75 days, I think it was. She got out just before Christmas. But if you know my wife, she's in learning and development most of her life and teaching people how to do things. So all these people were teaching her how she would teach other people to do things, and she's like, it's not right. It's not the way you should do it. These people are terrible. I'm like, oh my goodness, you've got a mental problem, and you're telling these people who are the experts have got a degree in all this stuff that they're doing it wrong. So we get out, and then we go off for Christmas. We go off to the beach for a week just to get away. Still very challenging. She's still not 100%. But then she's in outpatients for a while. And you can see the change growing. But this time, the inpatients did a lot better job. She was ready to come out. Although I was pushing it, they knew she wasn't ready. She thought she was ready, but she wasn't. So still today, it's still very challenging. I worry that I'm going to say something that's going to tip her over the edge, or something that's going to really piss her off, and she wants to she's going to be in that place again in her life where she's struggling. This has been a stressful few weeks for me. I think for her, but it's a good stress. It's a worthwhile cause. So, I think that's me done. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want it?
Thank you so much. I give him a hard time, and I know I often say, Kevin, you just do my head in. Oh my goodness. But really, without him and being there by my side, it's amazing. Next, we have Reverend Dr. Isaac Diaz. He actually has an endowment for people with mental illness and help give free counseling. And the counselor is Dr. Deese. And I was able to meet with him, and he was able to share his story. And here we are. Dr. Deese, welcome. Yay!
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody, or good morning. Blessed to be here, thankful to be here, and just want to give you a little bit of my story and also why I do what I do. I'm a licensed mental health therapist here in Florida. I've been in private practice for 20 years. I'm also a pastor. I have a church up in the Villages called New Bethel Community Church. First coming here to Florida, I worked for LifeStreams for 7 years. I was a therapist at LifeStreams, and I left LifeStreams and I went to hospice. I worked with hospice as a chaplain, Cornerstone Hospice, for 19 years, and then I moved on to my own practice. But why do I do what I do? One, because I love people. That is why I do what I do. A lot of people say, well, you know, you've been through drugs and whatever, so you must have come from a dysfunctional family. That's not the case. I had 2 loving parents, working parents, no drugs, no alcohol, no abuse. My dad told me 2 things. Son, you don't go on welfare, you don't take handouts, you get a job and do what you have to do, get your education. My mom, being the mom that she is, she said, son, always treat a woman the way you want to see a man treat me. Second thing she told me, don't depend on a woman to do something for you that you can do for yourself. So that's that cooking, sewing, I got that down. When I was married, I did the cooking, I did the cleaning, so I loved all of that. I'm a New Yorker by trade, and maybe some of my words, you may hear that New York thing come out, but younger years, my parents both were academians. And I'm not patting myself on the back, and I'm not saying this to say, oh, look at you, but there's a point to it. My parents are both academians. My dad built houses, and he also ran 2 clubs at Yale University. He had a club called the Yale Graduate Center, and there was another one called Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones was the elite of the elite. That's where the Bushes went. That's where the Kennedys went. That's where a lot of our politicians went. And we used to have them in our house when they were students. So I've met the Kennedys, I've met the Bushes, I've met a lot of politicians that are now in office or retired because my dad would bring them home. He would just say, these young boys are tired and they're hungry. So he would just call my mother and say, fix some food because I'm bringing them home. But they always told me to get your education. Son, get your education. And I did. My dad, like I said, my dad built houses, and I have 2 older brothers, older sister, I'm the baby. But he would take me and my brothers out to help him build these houses. And he looked at me one day, he said, son, you're not good at this. You better go to school. I went to school. So I do. I have a bachelor's. I have 3 masters. I have a doctorate. I went to law school, then I went to seminary. So I took him serious. But during that time, I was halfway through my doctorates, and for whatever reason, I don't know what the reason was, still can't figure it out, but I want to try crack, but it wasn't called crack then, it was called freebasing. I just want to try it and see what it was like, and the crazy thing about it is there was nothing going wrong. There was no pressure, there was no nothing. From the time I was 22 until I was 33, my salary was over $100,000. I was the first African-American supervisor for the juvenile courts for the state of Connecticut. I'm in the history books. And not only did I do that, I went over to New York after that, and I worked with the gang task force. The Bloods, the Crips, the Folk Nation, the Latin Kings, Latin Queens. And I'm not talking about these little play pretender ones. I'm talking about the original, what they call OGs. I was their supervisor. So I've seen murders. I've seen people get beat down. I know why people do certain things. But as I say, I tried to crack, freebasing. And the one thing about me, I'm an extremist. If I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. If I'm not, I'm not. I had no desire to stay in that. I just wanted to try it and see what the hype was all about. But when I tried it, I liked it. And when I like something, I like it. So when I started using, I would buy it $500 at a time because my salary allowed me to do that. And when that $500 went out, I would just take another $500 out the bank and we just buy $500 more. However, my ex-wife didn't know what I was doing. She thought I had another woman because I wouldn't come home at night. The reason I didn't come home at night is crack won't let you sleep. So I would just stay out until she went to work. When she went to work, then I'd come home and sleep. Needless to say, I lost my job. Needless to say, she took the kids and left. I lived 4 doors down from my parents, and when I lost my job and my wife moved out and I lost my house, I was going to go stay with my parents. But my parents believe in tough love. They said, son, we love you, but you're not coming here. Understand, I had a 9-room house. My ex-wife and I, we had a jacuzzi in our bedroom. We can get out of our bed and go into a jacuzzi, and I can make our ceiling go halfway back. I built the house the way I wanted it to be built. Lost it. And I went from that $100,000 job, 2 kids, house, wife, everything else, to absolutely nothing. I have lived on the streets of New York, and I'm not talking about in a rehab center or an apartment. I lived on the streets. The bums that I used to walk by, I was living with them. People don't know it. We have two train stations in New York, Grand Central, Penn Central. There are whole communities that live underneath the ground. I mean whole communities, kids, everything. They decorate the trains, the abandoned trains, they put curtains in and they live on the train. People like me, you just find a warm spot over in the corner. They're called the mole people, M-O-L-E. I live with the mole people. And let me tell you what tough love is. My mom, my sister, my ex-wife put me in jail. I was never arrested for anything, but they found out what I was doing. They knew a judge. They knew a prosecutor. They put me in Rikers Island for 6 months. Was I afraid? No. Was I a little nervous? Yeah. But I tell you what, going to jail is like anything else. You're there for a week. You know how to play the game. You play the game. When I came out, I had made friends with the drug pushers. I knew where to go and where to do, who to ask for when I got out. So that was an educational process. Did I sell drugs on the street? Yes, I did. I had to supply my habits. The blessings of God, I never got caught. Romans 7:15. The things I wish to do, I do not. The things I know I should do, I do not. It's not me, it's the sin that lives in me. Why do I do what I do? Because I've seen what happened to young girls when they run away from home. I've seen how the streets absorb them. I've seen how they become beautiful, young cheerleader-type young ladies to no teeth in their mouth, to getting abused on a daily basis. I don't want that for them. I've seen it. I've been a part of it. I work with women who have been abused, and the only love they know is love-making sex. And to them, that's love. That is not love. But they don't know what love is. Are they bad people? No. They just know what they know. like I say, I've been in private practice. My specialties are substance abuse and sexual evaluations and counseling, as well as anger management, couples, and what have you. The good thing about it is the blessing of God. I don't have to work for a paycheck. As I say, I've worked for hospice for 19 years. They paid me well. I had enough sense to invest money. Am I rich? No. Am I comfortable? Yes, I am. I'm the pastor of a church. And the amazing thing about it is my church is up in the villages. Out of 120 people, there's only 5 people that look like me. All the rest don't. And they pay me pretty handsomely as well. So the beautiful thing is I don't have to do what I do for a paycheck. I do it because I love people. I have people that come to me and say, Dr. Dees, you know, I really don't have it. I need the help, but I don't have it. My thing is, come on in, let's get this done. I thank God for people like Joe Zeiler, who knows my heart, and he helps me to supplement the people who can't pay for themselves. But even if he didn't, and even before he started working with me, I love people. I am concerned about people. I don't do it for a paycheck. But the one thing that I do know about addictions and about mental health problems, it starts with the mind. You have to want it. I went to 3 rehab programs and jail. Why didn't it stick? Because I wasn't ready for it. Why doesn't these programs work a lot of times with our young people now? Because they don't really want to. Let me tell you one thing. Right here in Lake County, and Sumter, there are young people right now. I have some clients right now that are making, listen to me, $1,300 in a half an hour 3 times a week. My job is to convince them that's wrong. You need to be at McDonald's making $15 or $18 an hour. They look at me in my face and say, Dr. Dees, do you really think I'm going to stop? And I know that they're not. Think about that. I have clients that are paying their parents' rent and bills. They are paying it, and they're 16 and 17. This is what I work with on an everyday basis. I work with women who have been abused from childhood. Their dad slept with them. Their uncle slept with them. Their brothers slept with them. Their self-worth is at 0. But I tell them, I don't care where you come from, it's where you're going to end up. I want women to know that they're queens. You're a queen. You're a gift. And we men, we have the whole thing backwards because we think that we're a gift. We are not the gift. We receive the gift. And I always tell men, if you treat a queen like a queen, she'll act like a queen. But I have to try to convince that woman and help that woman to understand you're a gift. And what happened to you, you was a victim. I have to try to get into the mindset of a person who can look at his child and say, okay, you're sexually turning me on. I can't get into that mindset, but I don't want to keep going on, so I have to work with that perpetrator. Because if I don't, it goes on. My fight, my struggle, I want people to love themselves, not for somebody else. Love yourself. It begins with a mindset. So we have to understand that in mental health, the hardest thing to break is a habit. When you're used to doing something, to undo that, it's difficult. The thing that scares me now with these young teenagers, they are smoking marijuana now that's odorless and smokeless. Hear me, odorless and smokeless. They call it dapping, and there's a dap that they're using. And when I told you that one of my little clients is making $1,300 a week, there's a cartridge that goes in the dap pen. I don't know how he did it, but he got a company to believe that he's a company. And they're sending him a box of these cartridges that are 89% pure marijuana, liquid, odorless, smokeless. He got this company to believe that he's a business. They're sending him a box of 48 cartridges that cost individually $8.99, but he could take them to school and sell it from $25 to $40. So he's making $1,300 in a half an hour. The scary thing for me is you have kids out there that can afford this price every day. The scary thing to me is not only are they doing it, they can sit right in class and do it. They can sit right in front of you as a parent. You wouldn't even know they were doing it because they can hold it in the palm of their hand and get high all day. They can get high right here in this auditorium, and you would never know it. The scary part about it is they have monies to buy that. The scary part is there's 30 or 40 kids that are doing it. The scary part is after school, now they're driving on the road with you and I, stoned out of their mind. But I don't tell them that they're bad people. I tell them you're making bad choices. I never tell my clients you're bad people. You're making bad choices. Same thing God tells us. God says, I love the sinner. I hate the sin. That's what I tell my clients. I love you as a person. I may not like what you're doing. How do you make a woman have self-esteem? I'm not a woman, so how do I know? I know how to treat one. But I think that if we understand the whole psychological, people say, well, you're a product of your environment. Maybe, maybe not. Do I think it's true? Yes. Do I think it's always true? No. I think it's the choices that we make. I always tell my clients, especially the younger ones, we are the product of your 5 best friends. The 5 people you surround yourself with, that's who you are too. And it's your choice who you want to surround yourself with. I never tell my clients to stop doing things. I know the boys selling drugs. I know they're doing this. I never tell them to stop. I tell them consequences. So right now, the drug is the big thing. So what do I tell them? What's the consequences? Well, I've been in the drug game, and I know what the consequences are. There's only 3 things that's going to happen when you're in that game. Either you're going to stop doing it, you're going to go to jail, or you're going to die. There are no other possibilities. One of those 3 things are going to happen. Before they started the COVID, when it came out, I used to take 15, 20 kids, 30 kids on a jail tour. Right to the very jail. I took them on a jail tour every month. And I love to take the big, tough, rough, you ain't going to tell me what to do, you ain't going to, oh, they're talking so much junk. But then when they come out, they're crying. Oh, Dr. Dees, why you take me in there? Oh, you so tough on the street. What's up now? And I try to make them understand is that this are going to be your roommates. And if you can't hold your ground in there, guess who's going to be a girl in there if them boys wake up in the morning and they feel a little sexual? And if they want your food, if you can't defend yourself, what's going to happen? You better appreciate home. You better appreciate I can always tell these young people, your best friends you're living with them is your mama and your daddy. Now, what about if that mom and dad don't like themselves? How can you pass on what you don't have? So when I work with kids, I work with the whole family. If you're not going to come in, I'm not going to work with your child because you may undo what I'm trying to do. So the mental health, first understand what the problem is. Understand what caused that problem. Then we can start working. What do you have to do? You have to get that person to trust you. They have to trust you. Adult, child, they have to trust you because people lie. Sometimes people are in denial. I was in denial. My mom used to ask me before I got my mind back, Isaac, are you getting high? Nope. When Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so said they thought, are they wrong? They're wrong. I was high when I was talking to my mom. She didn't know what to say. But you know what turned me around? 1, my faith in the Lord. 2, when I finally admitted it because I was in denial, I was the supervisor of probation before I got fired. I take that back. I didn't get fired. They gave me an option. They said, we're going to fire you or you can leave on your own with your benefits. Might have been an addict, but I wasn't stupid. I left with my benefits. However, when I finally did admit it to my mom and dad, my dad, man, he just got up, walked out the room. He was just very angry. My mom, there was a look that she gave me. It wasn't an angry look. It was a disappointment look. It's like, son, how could you do this? I would have had my mother slap me in my face rather than look like that. And my last rehab program was down here in Florida, and what kept going through my mind is, I never want to be the one to make my mother look like that again. So my fight is holistic. I try to work with the whole family. I want men to understand this woman is not your possession. She's your gift from God. I try to tell men, you are not the king of the house. You're the prince of the house. For a king is to be served, but a prince serves. So the better you serve your woman, the more she'll treat you like a king. And if we can get that concept, if I can get these men that concept, treat that queen like a queen, that she'll treat you like a king, then you have a good representative of what to show your children. Because children imitate what they see and repeat what they hear. I'm going to stay to my time limits. I got 3 minutes, so let me just leave with this. When I say children repeat what they hear, imitate what they see, let me just give you a quick example. A mother came to me with her child. He was about 8 years old. He was sitting outside. I brought her in my office first. He was out in the waiting room. I said, well, what's going on? Well, he's getting in fights in school, and he's not listening to the teachers, and he's just being bad. I bring him in my office. Little old boy, his feet didn't even reach the floor. Their feet just dangling. I said, listen, your mom says you're arguing, you're getting in fights. What's going on in school? What's going on with you? Them niggas are making me mad. Now, I've been in the game long enough, I don't react. I said, what? He said, them niggas are making me mad. What's a nigga? I don't know. Are you a nigga? I don't know. I said, am I a nigga? He didn't even know what a nigga was. But when his mama came back in that room, I looked at her. I said, I see what the problem is. It ain't him, it's you. Because he's repeating what he heard in that house. So I have to work with things like that. Do I think it's wrong? No, some people were raised thinking like that. But I want people to know your choices have consequences. And how you want to deal with them is how you want to deal with them. But first, be truthful to yourself. Be truthful to yourself. I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to condemn you. I'm here to help you get over this hurdle. But you know, the one thing that I really admire that I can do, because God has provided it, I don't have to work for a paycheck. I could close my office down at any time and I'm fine financially. My house is paid for, my cars are paid for, my credit cards are at zero, and I'm not bragging. To God be the glory. I do it because I love people. I'm on the sheriff's committee. I work with the sheriff. I'm on the board at Lake Sumter. I'm on the board at Lake Tech. I go into schools. I go into organizations. I do team building, all kind of things, because I want this to be a good community. I used to live in Harlem when Harlem was very safe. And now people are afraid to even walk out their door in Harlem. I don't want that to happen here. I slowly see it starting to happen here, but I feel if I can change one person, then they can convince somebody else, and that person can convince somebody else, and the cycle goes on. So I thank you for having me. I try to be obedient with my time. So God bless you. Have a blessed day.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Deese. And yeah, he doesn't need a paycheck. Rest and Renew does need donations. So I am like, I don't like to ask for money. But I actually have found that I have become God confident. And so there will be opportunities to donate to the Rest and Renew Foundation with the goal of creating places here in Lake County, and you'll hear a bit more about that after lunch. And this girl was in her car singing, and she's singing, I'm watching a video, and she's singing, "The Battle Belongs to the Lord." So you know me, I am like a Jesus freak, and so I'm just like, yeah, the battle belongs to the Lord. I get in my car, and I sit, and I'm like, I need to speak to this lady. So I get out my car, and I'm like, hey, so how often do you come to a random car park or parking lot, and actually say, and like watch a video and sing? And she's like, oh, I've just been to therapy, and I'm reviewing myself. I said, oh, like, I'm in the worship team. Like, oh, what worship team? Journey Church. Oh, my goodness, Journey Church. I just did mental health first aid training for the pastors at Journey Church. Oh, my goodness, small world, right? I said, hey, I'm doing this show in September. Do you want to speak at it? So here she is. Leah Hall is going to speak out. Yay! And she's going to sing. And she's going to sing. Woohoo!
That light's super bright. Hi, everybody. I'm Leah, and part of my mental health condition is that I am like very anxious. I can sing in front of a whole audience of people, but this is a different level of vulnerability for me. It's getting real honest, I feel like, and it's allowing people to see a version of me that I don't think that I always project into the outside world, right? Because there's just a lot of fear in that. There's a lot of judgment from people when you get vulnerable and honest. Yeah. But in saying that, like, it's not really about me, you know. I'm gonna speak out my story and how God restored me and where I come from, but at the same time, this isn't about me. The purpose for this entire event is greater than myself. I'm a firm believer in God, and I believe that this is His purpose, you know, for His will. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my childhood and where I come from, and I was a victim of childhood sexual abuse, and it was probably the most vivid and earliest memory of mine. That experience in itself taught me at a very young age that the world wasn't a safe place, and that I needed to go into self-preservation very early on. You add that in combination to, I had a father who was an alcoholic, a severe alcoholic, and a drug abuser. And so that environment was always chaos. We used to drive places drunk. He'd, smoke another substance in front of me. No seatbelts, no care, no safety. There was also a huge lack of discipline in that, children thrive on that. You need to know that your parents love and protect you, and they're going to keep you safe. My mom as well, both of her parents died before she was 15 years old. And because of that, she didn't have any idea either of how to be a parent, So she was seeking love in bars and in men and whatever she could do to make herself feel loved and safe. It wasn't until, I got older that I could really comprehend what she was doing and learn to find some, honest forgiveness in that, Understanding for both of them. My dad, too, his mom was a paranoid schizophrenic. She walked around the house all the time, tapping things and talking to herself. His dad was a 25-year Army vet, and so the mentality with that, it wasn't as nurturing, I don't think, for my dad. So anyway, we fast forward a little bit, and, excuse me, I have to look at my notes a little bit, let's see. So again, that led me to this place of not feeling safe. When you don't feel safe, and you don't feel loved, and you don't feel like you're, something's wrong with me, let me just say. I felt like something was wrong with me. Why didn't my parents take care of me? Why didn't my parents protect me? Both of my parents were ones to give me drugs and alcohol at a very early age. So to me, like, that lifestyle was normal. That's how we handled stuff. That's how we had fun, you know? And that carried on to my adult life. But again, so being molested at a young age, I've been sexually assaulted many different times following that, but that very young age, and then I didn't tell anybody for almost 20 years about what happened to me. So you have a child that is hiding something pretty big, in accumulation with, of course, like the neglect and all those other things that happen. And so I immediately like tried to self-medicate in all different ways. And that looked like many different things, not just drugs and alcohol, but it looked like codependency. It looked like, oh God. I tried to fit in with other people, right? I always wanted to be somebody else. I didn't want to be me because being me was pain. Being me was never good enough, so I wanted to fit in with other people, whatever that looked like. So by the age of 16, I had my first suicide attempt. I think, to be honest, it was more of a cry for help and attention than it was actually wanting to die. But I wanted my parents to like want to be with me. I wanted my mom to stay home at night with me. I wanted my dad not to be drunk and disorderly at a cheerleading practice. So my second attempt at suicide was when I was 18. I was diagnosed as being depressed and having anxiety. I went on to take a slew of different medications. If it's an antidepressant, you name it, I took it. And then I found this particular prescription that like numbed the pain. And I didn't have to feel anything anymore. And it made me feel like a superwoman. And I have scoliosis in my back, and I had a bad kidney and stuff, and so they prescribed me pain medication. And in theory, like, you think it's just doing something for the physical pain, but in fact, it was numbing this insanity I had up here. This stuff right here that I had no control over anymore. And the only thing I knew was to numb it. I didn't want to feel anything anymore. So I started to take prescriptions more often. I got pregnant very early. I wanted to be loved, have something to love me unconditionally. And I lost my first child. He was a stillborn, which was devastating, of course. And then I had another son right after that within 3 months because I thought that was going to fill a void, you know. I think all that early childhood stuff, too, it led me to make poor decisions in relationships. I didn't know what a healthy relationship looked like, so I just wanted to be loved, just to be accepted, and whatever that looked like. And what that looked like was probably one of the most abusive relationships for 14 years. Both parties were abusive, though. I'm not just a victim, I'm a victimizer as well. You hurt me, I hurt you, and it's a back and forth battle. That relationship, we produced 2 children who suffered a lot by watching all of that. And, of course, my addiction to opioids became much worse. I then introduced that with a lot of alcohol, and it led me to some of the darkest times in my life. I won't go into details because I don't feel that that's necessary. That almost brings in a sense of just shaming myself for the things that happened in those moments. And I'm not in that business today, and I don't believe my God is either. But they're a good remembrance of where I come from, right? Let me see. All right. So, and eventually one time during all my addiction and stuff, I did overdose. And at the time of my overdose, it didn't even faze me. It didn't faze me. I really didn't care if I lived or died anyway. So what was the point? I didn't feel at that time. Nobody cared, you know. But there was many people that really cared. That was just my distorted view of reality and what life really was, you know. Anyhow, years of that, and then all of a sudden, when I was still in active addiction, there was this spiritual presence with me, and I can't define it at the time. It just felt loving. It felt like it was guiding me to greater things, right? And it was a love like I had never felt in my life. I had never felt that loved ever in my life. And it was hard, though, because my self-will and my selfishness at that time, I didn't want to get better. I didn't care. You know, I still had this deep-rooted sense that something was wrong with me. I'm a shameful human being, and I don't deserve to be here. In my active addiction as well, I had at one time been diagnosed as being bipolar. I don't know if that was like drug-induced or not, but anyhow, I felt God, and he started to move me, and in the ways that he moved me, I ended up in, I've had several Baker Acts, a Marchman Act, and if y'all don't know what that is, that's where they bring you in and they put you on like either a 72-hour hold, or a Marchman Act is where they make you go to rehab. And I did. I went to rehab one time, and then the day that I got, 45 days in fact, and the day I got out, I used again. See, the stronghold that was on me was greater than I could do on my own. It was greater than I could do on my own, and I had to have a power greater than myself to restore me. Oh. But that was not easy. In and out of rehab, and eventually I ended up in jail. But that's what ultimately, like, saved my life. It forced me to sit still with myself. It made me, I couldn't use drugs anymore. I couldn't run from myself. I was there with myself in a locked cell. You know, I got really close to the Lord, and I read my Bible front to back, and I fasted, and I did all these things, like, more so, though, I think, to prove to God that I was worthy, you know. I still I never feel worthy enough to be where I am today, because there's a lot of people out there still struggling with the disease of addiction, which is a mental health condition. It is an obsessive and compulsive behavior that starts right here. That can be food, that can be gambling, that can be sex, it can be anything that we can find to use to not feel. We want to numb ourselves. So let's get to the good part, right? So I get out of jail, and I have all these consequences that I have to do, and by the grace of God, thank God, because I can't tell you that without those consequences, I would have stayed clean. Because again, my will said, I'm not worthy, I shouldn't be here, and God's like, I'm sorry about your luck, but you have to stay here. And you have a purpose that's greater than your own mind can ever imagine. And I believe like this today is some of that, you know. I got out, I had no job skills really, I had no like life skills, I didn't know how to be a productive member of society, because when I was with my kid's dad, like, I didn't work, I had to beg for money, basic needs, like it was pretty bad, you know, a lot of domestic violence between the two of us, and so I had to learn like how to be a normal, productive human being. That means getting a job, that means paying my bills all by myself. So when I got out of jail, I worked at McDonald's making minimum wage. That was only like 6 years ago. And I started at minimum wage, and within 3 months, I had become a manager. And I felt so undeserving of that even, you know, like, I can't tell y'all how bad an addict feels enough about themselves. Like, you can't make them feel any worse than they already feel. I promise you. They already feel like scum of the earth, you know? So just that little bit of reassurance and affirmation that, like, you're doing a good job, it meant the world to me. Today, I just recently picked up 6 years clean and sober. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, I get to be a worship leader at Journey Christian Church, which is, that, again, I never feel worthy enough of that. And I don't think I'm necessarily supposed to. That keeps me humble, right? I need God. I didn't get clean on my own. I didn't become this person on my own, and I owe it all to God. I wouldn't be here today without him. So I get to do that. I've been doing that for about 4 years. I now work as an admissions coordinator for mental health in a substance abuse facility. I've had the privilege to mentor many young women through recovery support groups. And, you know, I just show up today. I'm accountable. I'm a great mom today. By making living amends to my children and my family and my community, that's really all I can do. Just keep doing the next right thing, you know? There was something, so I do therapy. Thank God for that. I do therapy, and there's something that she had said, and there's power in the word "and," right? Power in the "and," and I had this written down, but maybe not. Anyways, power in the word "and." So there's two truths. There is the Leah that has been traumatized as a child. She suffered, a lot. There's the Leah that also became the abuser. There's the Leah that was in active addiction. And there's this woman of God. There's this recovered woman. There's this light. And I'm a good mom. And I'm a good daughter. And both are true. And that brought me to self-acceptance. It made me stop hating myself so much and realizing I'm just a human being. I'm neither too good, I'm neither too bad. I'm just human. And I'll end with, there's something super powerful about a person's story. And I honestly believe that each one of our stories, that's our superpower. That's my superpower. It doesn't look good. It doesn't always feel good. It's not all rainbows and butterflies, but it's mine. It's my story. That's my superpower. I get to touch people, and people touch me because I've been in these places that are really dark. I've seen the light, and then I get to help others, with that same blessing. And if you're struggling today and you feel hopeless, or you feel like you're not worthy, or life's just not worth it, if I can convince you that I believe, if you can just believe that I believe, then that might be the little bit of hope that you need to keep going. Thank you. And if y'all will let me, I'm going to sing for you. After all. Oh, God. Okay, take your time. Oh, boy. I just want to speak the name of Jesus over every heart and every mind. I know there is peace within your presence. I speak Jesus. And I just want to speak the name of Jesus till every dark addiction starts to break, declaring there is hope and there is freedom. I speak Jesus, 'cause your name is power, your name is healing, your name is life. Break every stronghold, shine through the shadows, burn like a fire. And I just want to speak the name of Jesus over fear and all anxiety.
streets. Come on. Jesus in the darkness over every enemy. Jesus for my family, I speak the holy name. Jesus. Just want to speak the name of Jesus over every heart and every mind. 'Cause I know there is peace within your presence. I speak Jesus.
That was wonderful. All right. So we're actually not going to take a break. We're going to keep going. But if anybody needs a break, please go ahead and take one. And they wanted me to mention to you, very important, that there is a donation jar in the back if you want to contribute to Rest and Renew and the programs, to continue programs like this. Please do that. Hey, Elaine, are you back there? I am. Turn your mic on. Did you... Are you good? Are you good? No. Oh, there you go. I think I hear you. Well, I have a joke for you. Did you, let's see. My sister sends me these dad jokes every morning. She sends it to the whole family. So here's this morning's joke. Why is Humpty Dumpty looking forward to autumn this year? Because last year he had a great fall. And I thought that was appropriate because I do believe that all the king's horses and all the king's men have been called upon to help all of us here in this room. All right, we're going to go on. You're doing the next introduction.
Yeah, I am. Okay, so the next speaker, and remember, if you want to leave and take a break, do whatever you need to do. You're not being held hostage, as a good friend would say. So the next speaker is, actually, I met her the first time today, in person. We have been communicating over just the last couple of weeks through email. I don't even think we had a phone call. And so Kelly, we did. Okay, we did. So Kelly is a licensed mental health therapist, and she has her own story to share. And so Kelly, come on up. Hello. Oh, she's brought her bag. You're on. This is on? Okay. Okay.
I'm Kelly, and I have baggage. Don't we all? I'm a therapist, but I'm also someone who deals with generalized anxiety disorder every day. I wanted to come here today and share about the events of my story. And my mom is here, and I know she's probably more nervous than I am right now, so I love you. But I wanted to share my story of what happened 6 years ago and how I was really forced to come face to face with my own issues and work through them. So at the time, I think it was 2016, way pre-COVID and all that good stuff, I had just dealt with the loss of a friend. Our friendship ended, and we had done a lot of life together, so that was a big loss for me. In addition, I had moved back in home with my parents and my youngest brother, and my youngest brother was dealing with his own mental health issues at the time, so home life was stressful. No offense. But I was also I was a case manager for people with developmental disabilities, and case management is stressful, so life in general was just kind of a little bit crazy. So I was dealing with all my own emotions, anxiety, codependency, insecurity. Well, one day at church, I was introduced to a new friend, and we just became very quick friends, and I thought that she was kind of everything my life had been missing. She was fun, she was funny, she liked dogs, I love dogs, and we just hit it off. And I was like, this is what my life needs, more fun and excitement and, some good stuff. Well, just about as quickly as we became friends, I soon realized she was a severe alcoholic. Most people would take this as kind of a sign to, maybe set up some boundaries and, take a step back and realize kind of how they wanted to handle this. No. At the time, due to my own insecurities, I thought the red flags were a carnival. So I jumped in, hook, line, sinker, head first, and I was determined that I was going to save her from her addiction. Let me just give you a look forward and tell you that did not work. Anyway, my whole life over that next year was complete chaos. I took her to detox, she relapsed, took her to detox again, rehab, in and out. Every single major holiday that year was ruined and I used to say due to her choices, but truthfully, it was my choice that led to having her in my life. I remember that year at Christmas, all my family was in town, my brothers were in from out of state, and instead of spending the last night with my family looking at Mount Dora's Christmas lights, I was pulling my drunk friend off the dock. I kind of wanted to throw her in the water at that point, but I didn't. So anyway, skip to that April, and I realized that I couldn't save her. She had to go to long-term rehab, and I was forced to deal with my baggage. I didn't have any of my excuses anymore. I didn't have anybody else to save. I had to deal with my own stuff. I thought that was the hardest thing that I've ever dealt with, but the truth is, and it was, but it was also the best. Because I made the choice, due to God's grace, the support of wonderful friends and family, and definitely therapy, I was forced to deal with my own stuff. I had to come face to face with that codependency, the insecurity, the anxiety, and I had to look at it and deal with it. And I didn't like what came out of my suitcase. But I can tell you that I found more hope and healing than I ever thought possible. It wasn't easy, but it was so worth it. I know in today's world we have so many different roles, and you could be a mom and a wife and an employee or a business owner, a pastor. We have so many different roles. I always remind myself and my clients, though, that our ultimate responsibility is to ourselves. It's to really take ourselves by the hand, give ourselves the support, and work through that stuff because you're so worth it. I wanted to end this by reading one of my favorite poems. It's by Mary Oliver, and it's called The Journey. And it says, one day you finally knew what you had to do and began. Though the voices around you kept shouting their bad advice, though the whole house began to tremble and you felt the old tug at your ankles. Mend my life, each voice cried, but you didn't stop. You knew what you had to do. Though the wind pried its stiff fingers at the very foundations, though their melancholy was terrible, it was already late enough and a wild night, and the road full of fallen branches and stones. But little by little, as you left their voice behind, the stars began to burn through the sheets of clouds, and there was a new voice, which you slowly recognized as your own, that kept you company as you strode deeper and deeper into the world. Determined to do the only thing you could do. Determined to save the only life that you could save. And when I finally made that choice to not just work on saving everybody else, but saving myself from my own issues, that's when I truly found hope and healing. About a year after I had been through all of that, I had always thought that I wanted to go back to school to be a therapist. And when I was going through all that with my friend, I thought I was going to go back to school to help people like her, people caught up in addictions and drug and alcohol abuse. The truth is, when I truly got into school and into doing the work, I realized that my calling was to help people like myself, people with codependency, people who really needed to own their own junk and work through their issues, just like I had worked through mine. And now it's the privilege of my life to get to live in my calling. And it's all because of God's faithfulness and because I have taken the time to really do my own work. We're all still a work in process, and I do my work each and every day, and sometimes some weeks are harder than others. But if I want to encourage you all to really take the time, face your mental health, get the support you need, and you'll find more hope and healing that you ever thought possible. I know I have. Thank you all so much.
So Sarah, I met first of all at Real Life Church, Mount Dora campus, where I used to go. And Sarah and I immediately connected because we are both authors. And we write stories. And so Sarah actually came to one of my Christmas parties, and she handed me a leaflet. And the leaflet was to Word Weavers International. It's actually a writing critique group in Lake County. It's run by Michael Anderson and Kevin, can't remember his last name. And we meet in Leesburg Library the third Saturday morning of every month. And Sarah actually is writing a book, and she gave it to me to just review and edit. And I know that she also has a really powerful story, and I'm really thankful that Sarah has chosen to be part of this inaugural Speak Out event where we end the stigma of mental health and we change the conversation to brain health. So Sarah, that's my phone. That's my phone, sorry.
Okay, am I on?
You are.
Oh, and the light's bright.
Nope, that's me, sorry.
What did I do? Okay. Okay, I'm going to start with a pop quiz. So just raise your hand if you find your answer, okay? So how do you fall asleep at night? Do you read books? Do you maybe play on your phone? Do you watch a movie? Or are you kind of old-fashioned and count sheep? When I was a child, I used to like to tell myself stories to fall asleep. Now, I had to be very quiet because my sisters were in the other room and they didn't like to be woken up. So I would start the stories at first in my head. But as the stories got more exciting and my characters did all these wonderful things, my voice would get a little louder and I would whisper. Then it would get a little louder and a little louder until I heard, "Be quiet, shut up." So I put the story back in my head. But then, you guessed it, it would get more exciting. The characters would do all these wonderful things. And so I'd start to whisper, and then louder and louder and louder until, "Be quiet." So I love stories, and I love this event because I love listening to everyone's stories. I like to tell stories. I like to write stories. In 2017, I thought that was the year that I was going to start working towards getting my book published. And I thought this was going to be the year of Sarah. This was going to be the year, 2017, the year. Something wonderful was going to happen. I felt God was telling me that. It was great. That was in July of 2017. In September of 2017, if some of you remember, we had a little thing here called Irma. And I thought, okay, so it derailed me for a little bit. But I thought, we live in Florida. Hurricanes are to be expected we can go on. But before Irma even hit Central Florida, I get a call in the middle of the night, and it's my dad. My brother has died by suicide. My life I was devastated. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. This wasn't the year of Sarah. It wasn't an awesome thing. It wasn't in my plans. I didn't know why this had happened. I didn't understand it. And I was engulfed in my grief. I would cry every day, and for months and months, it was hard to get through the day. And finally, my husband said to me, something's got to change. And I said, you're right, something has to change. And so I started going to a grief group at our church. And it really helped me to process through a lot of the trauma and a lot of the pain. But what helped the most was one Sunday in church, we were taking communion. It was before COVID, so we had the old-style communion cups and the wafer separate. And I was looking at that glass of grape juice. And you see, at our church, we take communion to remember Jesus' death. We take it to give Jesus' death meaning. And as I'm looking at that, I'm reminded of my brother and his death. And I'm thinking that his death has no meaning. When someone takes their own life, they leave behind a trail of hurt and pain. There's no meaning, no purpose. That's what I thought. But as I'm looking at that glass, I think if I tell his story and I tell my story, I can give his death meaning. I can make it matter. You see, we grew up in the same house, so there's a lot of similarities between my story and his story, but there's also some differences. On the surface, our family looked great. My dad was a pastor, and he was really involved in the community. He was a nice guy, and we had a wonderful mom, great siblings, and everything seemed wonderful on the outside. But when we went home, my dad would verbally abuse my siblings and I and my mom. It wasn't an easy place to grow up. There was a lot of chaos, a lot of drama, and it was really hard. I thought that when I went to college, that was going to be my fresh start. That was going to be when I could start living my story, start pursuing my dreams. And at first, it was. It was awesome. I was away from my parents, away from my family. My brother did go to school, but that was okay at first, and everything was great. But then my brother comes to me and tells me that he has something he wants to discuss with me. He says that when he was a child, a cousin sexually molested him. I was shocked. I had no idea that it happened. And I didn't know what to say to him. I said, I'm sorry that happened. And he said that there was something else he wanted to discuss with me. There was something more he wanted to say. I didn't know what it could be after that big bombshell. He said, he asked me, did I ever do anything like that to you? And I give him a confused look because, no, what do you mean? He's my brother, my older brother. I idolized him. We were best friends. He protected me. He was the one I went to when my dad would yell, and he would stick up for me. He knew what it was like to live in that house. And he's asking me, did I ever sexually abuse you? No, he couldn't have. Not my older brother, not my hero. He couldn't have, no. So I go back to my dorm room after I've told him no, and I begin to see images in my mind. No one else can see them, just me. And they're flashbacks from memories I had repressed years ago. My brother had sexually molested me. My life was a nightmare. I didn't know how to deal with it. I had all these emotions, and I couldn't stuff them back in. It was as if I was dealing with the pain once again. The pain that I hadn't let myself deal with, it was fresh, and the memories in my mind wouldn't go back in. I couldn't stuff them back in. They were out. And I was in a pit. If you remember in the 80s, if you can remember that far back, or if you were alive then, there was a story about baby Jessica. Baby Jessica got lost in a well. She fell in a well. She couldn't get out. And I'm assuming there were no handholds for her to climb out, but she was just a baby, so she couldn't have anyway. And they had to mount this huge rescue operation. That was me. I was in a pit. There was no way out, and no one was going to come rescue me. I needed a ladder, a way to get out, and I didn't see anyone to bring me bring me that ladder. Fortunately, I was able to get out. But I have to tell you, I'm still climbing. I still deal with depression. I still deal with anxiety. I still deal with effects of childhood trauma. But I'm still climbing out of that pit. It's a process. But the rungs on the ladder that helped me to get out of the pit, I have 6 of them, and I want to share them with you today. The first one is exercising. When I wanted to stay in bed, I didn't. I got out, and I started moving, and I exercised. It helped me to work through a lot of my anger. The second rung on my ladder was journaling. I wrote my feelings down. And it was really hard because sometimes my feelings were, and how do you write that down? So I would scribble. And I actually started scribbling with my non-dominant hand, which is a technique that I learned in my self-help books, which is a third step. A lot of self-help books really spoke truth into my life. And it was before I could even go to counseling because I didn't want to talk to someone about what had happened because I'd kept the memories inside so long. I'd kept everything a secret for so long that it was hard to speak those words out loud. I was very ashamed. But the self-help books helped because I could read those without having to tell anyone. The 5th rung on my ladder was my faith. I clung to my faith in Jesus Christ. He gave me something to hope for. And the last rung that I want to talk about is my counseling. There is no shame in going to counseling. There's no shame in reaching out. Sometimes you need professional help, and that's okay. I needed professional help. I needed a counselor. It was really hard for me to make that appointment to the college counseling center. It was hard to climb those stairs. In fact, the first time counselor I went to, I left. I started talking, and I just walked out of the room, but I came back. If you've had a similar experience, keep going back. So the greatest breakthrough happened in counseling one day when I wanted to share a particular experience with my counselor. It was a horrific flashback that I had been having. And I couldn't say the words out loud. I was too ashamed. It seemed too horrible to say out loud. And he said, "That's okay. I want you to picture a safe place away from all that pain." And it was hard, but I did. I pictured soft green grass, and I sunk down into that grass, and then there was a tree, and I leaned back against the tree, and there was water, and it was so peaceful, so relaxing. Then he said, "I want you to picture God next to you." And I said, "No, I don't want God next to me," because he was up in heaven saying, "Ha ha, you got what you deserved." At least that's what I thought he had been saying. And he said, "No, can you picture God next to you?" And I said, "Okay." Reluctantly, I did. I pictured God next to me. And then he said, "I want you to journey to the memory." And so I did, but as soon as I was in that memory, I had to open up my eyes, and I said, "I can't do this." He said, "It's okay, go back to your safe place." I did, and then I tried to journey to the memory again. It took a few times until I was able to go back into that memory and stay with those emotions. And when I was there, he asked me, "Where is God?" And I looked around, and I could only see hurt and pain, and I saw what had happened, and I wanted to leave, and he said, "Where is God?" And I said, "He's not here." He said, "No, look again. Where is God?" And I looked, and I saw him. He was there. He was holding my hand, and he was crying. If you've been abused, it's not your fault. No matter what you're struggling with today, you're not alone. You're brave for being here. You're brave for putting one foot in front of another. As I told you, my brother and I, our stories are very similar, but they also have a difference. The difference is the ending. And you get to choose today. So many things were done to me, and so many things may have been done to you that you can't control. But you get to control today how your story is going to end. Are you going to continue to be brave?
Whew. The power of speaking out. That took a lot, right? For every speaker, It's taken a lot. So here's my God story around our next speaker. So Robin, I know Robin as Robin Jonah. I met Robin in North Carolina. We worked for the same company. We worked on the same team. And then life events happen. I was in North Carolina from 2001 to 2015. I didn't see Robin until this year. It'd been 20 years since I'd seen Robin. And through what some would say are like randomness, which I don't believe in, Robin and I ended up having coffee at Cannon Coffee Shop in Apopka. And as a result of that conversation, Robin is here today to share her story. She is also somebody who wants to speak out and share her story about what it's like to live with a mental illness, to live in shame, but she's also someone who wants to speak out as well. So Robin, are you here? Come on over. Yay!
Hello, my dear.
Hi, my friend.
I'm so glad to be here.
I mean, also. Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, you're ready.
It was 2001, and baby made 4. I had just given birth to my second child. She had the most beautiful, big brown eyes. They were her daddy's eyes. And a head full of curly hair, just like her older brother. And she was so tiny, 6 pounds, 9 ounces. The most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. We called her Ladybug. It was a beautiful, wonderful time in our family. My son was so excited about baby sister, and my husband had his girl. It was difficult for me, however, to find joy in this new moment. I struggled a moment. I felt overwhelmed. I had a kindergartner and a newborn. It was a lot. And after a few weeks, I remember calling my doctor and I said, something's wrong. I'm not happy. Shouldn't I be overjoyed? Shouldn't I be screaming from the rooftops how happy I am? And she says, not necessarily. I think what you might have is baby blues. But don't worry, it will pass and you'll feel better. Weeks later, after feeling relieved, things got worse. I don't know if you've ever heard of colic. My daughter developed colic. It's a very traumatic situation. 7 or 8 hours of the day, she was great. And then at 6 o'clock, between 6 and 8, every day, she would cry. There was this impulse that was triggering her to be uncomfortable and inconsolable. And for 2 hours, she would cry, and then she'd cry. And this went on for a couple of weeks. And then I began to cry with her every day from 6 to 8. My saving grace was my husband. He'd come home from a long day of work. He'd place Ladybug in her car seat, and he'd drive her around until he returned with a silent baby. One day in our crying, I called my doctor. I said, I can't do this. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm anxious. I'm overwhelmed. I'm tired. And all I want to do is sleep. and that makes me feel guilty. She says, come in, let's talk about it. So I go to her office, and the moment she walks in the door, I see in her eyes what I know she sees in me. Something's not right. We sit down and we have a nice long conversation. And towards the end of the conversation, she says, in the sweetest bedside manner she could muster, sweetie, I think you're suffering from postpartum depression. I didn't understand what that was, and so I said, what do I do? She offered me medication, and I declined because I said to her, I have a kindergartner and a newborn. I can't take any medication. What else is there? She asked me the most profound question I'd never been asked before, and it was the biggest shift that my life could take in that moment. She said, tell me, what is it that you do to take care of yourself? And I pondered, and I could not answer. She said, I think this is where we need to start. So, like so many of you, I went home, and I joined the Y. And every day after dropping our son from at school, my daughter and I would get in the car and we'd go over to the Y. And I chose all kinds of workouts. I ran, I jumped, I swam, I did everything. And over time, I began to feel better. Over time, making myself a priority boosted my confidence. Over time, the feeling of overwhelm and anxiety began to wane. And I realized, ask for what you need. Self-care is not selfish. It feeds you because you cannot give from an empty cup. So as time went on, I recognized that other people need to understand how important self-care is. You need to know that you can make yourself a priority. And so I began to teach women that taking care of yourself is one of the most important gifts that you can give, not just to yourself, but to your family. And as time went on, I began to feel more joy in becoming a mother. I began to feel more joy in giving myself, my time, to my family. That began my journey of self-care. In everything that I do, I consider, how am I going to take care of myself first so that I can give at the most optimal level? So in closing, I want to leave you with a couple of takeaways about my journey of postpartum. Trouble doesn't last always. We've learned that this too shall pass. Stay strong, stay connected to your source, and stay in the fight. Self-care is not selfish. We are the only source that we have of giving to ourselves what it is that we need. Make yourself a priority in your life so that you can give of yourself to others. And finally, in all things, give thanks. I believe that every part of our journey is designed divinely to serve us in the next part of our journey. My name is Robin Joyner. It has been my delight to share my story with you. Be well. Thank you for having me.
Okay. So we're getting ready to hear our speaker before lunch. So Laurel, wow. Laurel, I met Laurel several years ago at Real Life Church. And Laurel and I immediately connected. Laurel was one of the main reasons why I'm standing here today. And you'll hear her story as a friend who really is faithful and who never gives up on someone. So Laurel, welcome. Friend. That's what friends are for. No singing, I can't sing.
Is it on? Okay, good. All right, I am not a professional public speaker, so I will probably be reading a lot of notes, but I am the only person standing between you and lunch, so you'll be here. I'm going to tell you my story being Elaine's friend. So 2 years ago, I was in Orlando at a business meeting, sitting with colleagues discussing live virtual training. How were we going to get our message out in the world of COVID? When my phone rang, I looked at my phone and saw that it was a dear friend, and she never called me during the middle of the day because we both had high-stress jobs. So I answered the phone, and I said, "Hey." And she said, "Laurel, Elaine has just texted me, and Elaine is trying to kill herself." She said, "I'm trying to reach Kevin, but he's not answering his phone." My heart sank. 1,000 thoughts were running through my head. I knew Elaine was really close to a breaking point. So let me tell you as her friend what I noticed in the months and weeks before that. Elaine was working in a successful career. She was traveling every week from Florida to Washington State. I'd say, "Elaine, are you okay?" She goes, "I'm great." It was evident the spiral was beginning to happen. Kevin and Elaine lived in a beautiful home on a lake. They loved to entertain, and whether it was an impromptu planned gathering or one that had been planned weeks in advance, their house was always welcoming and always a fun place to be, and we had many, many happy times there. But then, in a matter of what I believed to be weeks, Elaine quit her job without notice to anyone. They sold their house, and life was moving faster than anyone could keep up. And although I am not a mental health professional, I could see the spiral happening right before my eyes. I was feeling helpless, but I knew I had to stay in her life. I remember one day going over to help her pack. They were moving in just a few weeks, and they hadn't even begun the process of packing. I got there, and Elaine looked disheveled. She didn't look like she had showered. She didn't look like she had slept. And within an hour, she had had enough of the packing, and we weren't going to do it anymore. Moving was really hard on Elaine. She was leaving a house that she loved and a place that she had many, many memories. They moved, and they eventually ended up in a rental house. And that's when Elaine was so deep in depression that she could barely put one foot in front of the other. To watch a friend that you love in this state is so incredibly hard. I knew that she needed me, but I had no idea how to help her. The darkness around her was almost visible to the naked eye. We have a very strong network of Christian friends, Elaine and I. And those friends believe in the power of prayer. And we prayed. We prayed for Elaine, and we prayed for her healing. Several of us calling her every day, insisting that she get out of her house, taking her to lunch, taking her to dinner, making sure that she knew that she was loved. So back to the phone call. My mind went into overdrive. I was in Orlando. I couldn't get to her. My daughter was working with me at the time and immediately called her husband and said, "Go over to Elaine's and please make sure she's okay." I got on the phone and I called Elaine. "Elaine, what have you done?" Laurel, I'm fine. I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. Don't worry. Elaine, are you trying to kill yourself? Yes, but I'm fine. Just leave me alone. I'm calling 911. No, Laurel, please. Please don't call 911. I'm fine. Just let me be. Elaine, are you trying to harm yourself? Yes. Then Elaine, I'm calling 911. Elaine, please, please be okay. We need you. While on the phone, Kevin arrived home, took her to the ER. Such a feeling of helplessness. And the question kept popping in my mind, why? Why would Elaine want to leave her husband and her daughter and her son-in-law? Why was life this hard? What could we have done different as her friends? Should we have done more? What would cause someone to cause so much sadness within the people that they love? Someone very close to me who suffered from depression once told me that it really has nothing to do with anybody else. It's not that you're selfish. It's just that the darkness is so real, you just want it to stop. He described it as being in a deep hole, surrounded by darkness, and there's nowhere to climb. So it's not that you can't think about anybody else. You really just can't see anybody else. It's nothing to do with them or anybody else. It's just they want to get rid of this feeling. Elaine spent several weeks away from all of us and started the healing process, and it was a process. We, her friends, prayed for her, and we prayed for her healing. When she came home, we were so happy to see her, but the healing was far from over. Weeks into months before we saw our Elaine, before we got to enjoy her laughter and her spontaneous, vibrant self, and I missed that Elaine so much. I'm so thankful that she's here with us today. I hope she's always able to see the light through the darkness, but when the darkness is going to take hold, that she'll seek help immediately. What I've learned from Elaine, from relatives who've suffered from mental illness, from my daughter who's been a foster mom for several years, is that trauma, especially childhood trauma, does so much damage and sometimes manifests itself into our adult life. And we need to recognize it to get the help we need and not to hide from it. And so many times as Christians, and when we pray to God to help us, and he opens many doors for us to get professional help, to get the medication and the things that we need, and we turn our backs on the help that we have, but that itself may be an answer to prayer. I believe 100% that Elaine's faith is what kept her going, that the prayers of her friends and her family were heard, that God is using her and her experience to help others, revealing to them that getting help is not a bad thing, but it can be life-saving and a joyful finding experience. So I'll leave you with this. Romans 8:6. For to set your mind on the flesh is death, but to set your mind on the Spirit is life and peace. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, everyone. We are going to take lunch. I'm going to just do a quick little 2-minute read of one of my blogs before I set you free. And I think we'll just go till the time is scheduled, which is 1:15, right? Yeah, we'll just go ahead and keep, where I know we got behind, but we'll catch up with a shorter lunch, all right? And it's all set up for you next door, so please go enjoy and have a conversation. All right, this is one of my memes. Again, we're back in COVID. For those of you who can't read that, it says, hugs will be considered on a case-by-case basis. All right. Well, I finished my vacation home while I was in quarantine. Here it is. This is from my blog. I'm going to read this. This is from my blog. And if you're interested in my blog, pattyhope.com, please follow me, and you'll get emails or notices whenever I blog. All this pandemic stuff abruptly brought the curtain down on my budding career as a stand-up comedian. It also marked the end of hosting out-of-town guests in my home. So like many others, I was productive during that time, learning new skills, writing, repurposing my space, and finishing up projects, except when I wasn't. I was a latecomer to Legos. I discovered them in 2013 when a farmer and his family came to live with me in my little farmette in New Jersey. Here I am with the boys. There were cats, there were chickens. It was crazy. Way too many cats. The first week there, we were sitting around the dinner table, and little Desmond, the one with the Angry Birds t-shirt on, announced, "Dad, I want to build a Death Star." Sorry, another science fiction reference. And I thought, yikes! The farmer reassured me that the youngster was not evil. He was talking about Legos. That's right, Star Wars-themed Legos. Oh my God, I was hooked. So we didn't build a Death Star, we built some sort of spaceship, but anyway. For those of you who have never done Legos, anybody here who knows what I'm talking about with Legos? A few of you, oh, okay. If you just do the Lego set that you buy, there's no creativity involved. It's like a 3D puzzle with picture instructions. You assemble the predetermined object, whether it's a vehicle or a scene or a building, and voila, Death Star. A certain level of concentration is involved, and it's actually very meditative, and I find it actually very soothing to do Legos. I buy them and do them all the time. In fact, I've represented them in the stores as a brand ambassador. In some ways, Legos are very similar to recipes. Someone who knows what they're doing has figured it all out in advance for you. Just follow the instructions in a specific order, and the outcome will be exactly what is pictured. Isn't there something comforting in that? Wouldn't it be wonderful if life worked that way? Who has the instructions on how to live? Some think it's God, some think it's Buddha, some just love what the mailman has to tell them. All of us have mental pictures of future outcomes, whether it's a home, a relationship, a job. We work our plans and bring that image into reality. But there's stress and disappointment and finally a realization that we've settled for something less, or at least different, than our dreams. Perhaps life is more an art than a precise discipline, like Legos. Despite our best efforts to find the instructions, reality never really matches exactly what's on the box. Knowing this now, I'm learning not to stress too much about the process, enjoy the ride, and make the best of the adjustment that inevitably follows, except when I don't. All right, so enjoy your lunch. Oh, here, back to being Delta Dawn. I just want to mention, too, Brene Brown, if you're interested in learning more about her, books, podcasts, all that kind of stuff, mostly free. She's got a lot of neat stuff. This is another guy I follow a lot. Again, looking for those instructions. His name's Gary John Bishop. He's done several New York Times bestsellers, and I just really love his very upfront, stop being a jerk, fix your life stuff. And I've heard him speak. He lives here in Central Florida, actually, and he has a podcast also. Two people I follow a lot. All right, go to lunch.
This is the inaugural event. Remember, I told you this is the anniversary. This day, I tried to kill myself. This day, 75 days inpatient. So I want to just share a little bit. I'm going to take 5 minutes before our next speaker. And I am going to share the vision of rest and renew. So if we can play the video without any music. Okay. So this is Honey Lake Clinic, and here's how I found out about Honey Lake Clinic. So remember, every meeting, every person that comes into your path, I believe, is a God appointment. So my God appointment with Honey Lake Clinic. April 2021, I surrendered completely to the Lord and said, okay, Lord, I got it. I can't do it. You can do it. Whatever, I stepped out in obedience. I said, whatever you want me to do, you just lead the way. And I stepped out in obedience. Jeremiah 17:7, God confident. So in September of 2021, I went to the American Association for Christian Counselors Conference, AACC. I didn't even remember signing up for that conference. So I went to the conference. And you know, I'm a very shy person. And so I wanted to meet every speaker at that conference. And I met Dr. Amen, who is the brain health guy, the guy that I got my specs from. And I became a licensed brain health coach and trainer. At that conference also, I met Jennifer Cisney-Ellis. And she's been really helpful to me. And I was telling her about what I wanted to do. And she's like, oh my goodness, you need to meet Dr. Carl Benzio. Dr. Carl Benzio actually has Honey Lake Clinic. He is the medical director for Honey Lake Clinic. So I was kind of like, oh my goodness, Dr. Carl Benzio. Yeah, let's speak. So I spoke to him. Finally got to speak to him. Well, in October-ish of 2021, I'm driving along an interstate, your mind's all over the place, and I got a reminder of Patch Adams. Anybody know the movie Patch Adams? Robin Williams, Patch Adams? And basically, Robin Williams, remember, he died from suicide in 2014 when I was in my first inpatient unit. And I was like, Patch Adams. Patch Adams said, you know what? I'm just going to create my own hospital. So I was like, why not? I don't live in corporate America anymore. I am just accountable to my Lord. I got this vision for Rest and Renew. I have a passion for Lake County, Florida. Little old Lake County, Florida, right? So I know Lake County is on the map, because it's on the map. But I actually want to put Lake County on the map as the place to go to for whole person healing. And as I was thinking about Rest and Renew, I was kind of like, oh my goodness, why not? Why can't we have something like this in Lake County, Florida? Because when I had to go and get help, I went to Orange County, because that's like where I could go to get help. Why couldn't I go to Lake County? Because we didn't know what was in Lake County. And you know what? Since I've been doing my research, there are resources in Lake County. And there is actually, I don't know if you know it, there is a resource guide. It's on Be Free Lake's website. Be Free Lake is a coalition for substance abuse and mental illness. It's big in prevention. And I'm actually one of the trainers for a program that we do in the high schools called You're Not Alone. I said I never work with children, but here I am. I love youth, so tomorrow we actually have a whole event. You've heard stories today from adults. Tomorrow afternoon between 2 and 6, there's a same event, but with youth sharing their stories. And every time I talk to my friends, I'm like, oh my goodness, I've been given this vision for Rest and Renew. We're going to build a ranch in Lake County. We created the Rest and Renew Foundation with Mount Dora Community Trust. And people would say to me, oh, I'm going to have your first bed. And I'd be like, well, you have to be diagnosed with a mental health condition in order to get a bed. And I was like, you know, I want to educate people. I want to be able to help people prevent from getting to the ranch. And so here's how the vision has blossomed. So there are going to be 2 ranches. There are going to be 2 buildings. Who knows? I don't even know if it's going to look like this. I've heard of this whole new thing now called barn dominiums. I don't know. It might be 2 barns. I don't know. I am boldly, God confident, saying if you are in Lake County, you have a passion for Lake County, you want to put Lake County on the map, you actually want to help create Rest and Renew Foundation. I know Lake County has got a ton of land. It's Lake County. I really prefer North Lake County, because I think South Lake County, but like you're close to Orange County and you get everything. Poor Lake County in the north, so please, if you know anybody that has land, if you know anybody who wants to invest, if you know anybody who has bond dominions, please, please reach out, because together we're on a mission. And so the first ranch is going to be for prevention. So who wouldn't want to go away in Lake County for a weekend just to rest and renew, to have retreats? It's going to be a place where there's going to be horses and a garden and a pool, and it's whole person just rest and renew. So that hopefully you're preventing actually getting to the intervention ranch. The intervention ranch is going to be the same. Horses, pools, gardens. Look, why can't we have this in Lake County? So I am looking for people to partner with Rest and Renew Foundation. I am looking for people, let's be honest, who have money. I am looking for people who want to make a difference. And I will keep doing these events every single year, even when the ranchers are here, because I believe that everybody has a story and needs to hear this story. I believe that people need to speak out. I believe that we need to stop talking about it's okay from here to here, but it's not okay to talk from here to here. It's not mental health, it's brain health. It's not a sin issue, it's not a faith issue. You can't pray anymore, you can't have any more faith. You need to go and see a professional. So we have professional therapists here, we have different resources offered. Did you know, actually in Mount Dora, there's kind of like a NAMI group, but it's not NAMI. And Logan Hines runs a mental health support group of Lake County, Sunday at 4 o'clock in the Simpson farmhouse next to the Mount Dora Library every Sunday at 4 o'clock. And it's for people who live with a mental condition and for people who actually are family members and friends. And Logan is actually a NAMI certified facilitator. These are outside on a table. So with that then, we're going to move to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Joe Zyler. Our next speaker, every connection's a God connection, so when I was sharing with a friend that I needed to do this show, originally the show was going to be done with an organization called This Is My Brave. They are an amazing organization. They do a storytelling event also about people being brave to share their stories. And I was like, I want to bring that event to Lake County. Okay, Elaine, you can do that, but you have to raise $10,000 for the license. I was like, okay, if I'm supposed to do it, I'm going to go out and do it. And so I started to speak to people in the community. Now, I remember I came from corporate America. I left every Monday on a plane to go somewhere else and come home on a Thursday. I didn't really know anybody in my community. This is April 2021. Didn't really know anybody. And so through the power of community, through the power of networking, somebody suggested I speak to Joe Zyler. Joe Zyler has money, let's face it. And also, Joe Zyler is going to share his story, which is really impactful as well as a family member. And so I reached out to Joe. I had an appointment with him. And I can still see it sitting across the conference table in his office. And I said, I just need to raise $10,000. And he goes, Elaine, that's a lot of money. I was like, well, you know, coming from corporate America, it's kind of like, yeah, it is, but I get it. You got to raise money for a license. He said, why don't you do your own event? I was like, why don't I do my own event? Because having a licensed event, you have to follow certain rules, and I didn't want to follow rules. And so I was like, I could do my own events. I'm used to putting on events. I'm used to doing this kind of stuff. And so Joe Zyler, come on in, is going to share his story as a family member and friend. Woo! Joe Zyler. Thank you.
First off, thank you very much for having me here. Steve Jobs, founder of Apple, has many very profound quotes. One that means a lot to me and is we can't connect the dots looking forward. We can only connect them looking back. And I think most everyone can relate to that because at some point in your life, things happen and you don't know why. And for a long period of time after, sometimes you don't know why. And you look back and it starts to make sense. And interestingly enough, at your get-together last night, somebody brought up the word empathy. And it triggered something in me. And these dots continue to go back more and more and more in the past. That trigger took me back to 8th grade of all places, where I had an English teacher that taught us, not that type of English, who taught us the word empathy. And she said, this is going to be one of the most, this word will mean the most to you in your life if you learn it and you truly believe in it and you understand it. And last night when we were at the get-together and the word empathy was brought up, I thought, wow, there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, you remember little nuggets of things throughout your life that mean something like that. And that word empathy and really understanding where others are coming from and walking in their shoes has a lot of meaning in this community with mental health. A year later, I wasn't connecting the dots this far back until last night of all things. A year later, I ended up in special reading class in 9th grade because I had the comprehension of a 3rd grader. And it's because I never took the test seriously. I'm dead serious. I used to fill in the dots. And I wanted to be the first one done. So my dad in the school put me in special reading of all things. And in 9th grade, I had this special reading class, but they taught comprehension through music. And this was 40 years ago. And I don't remember, this is 9 weeks of school. I remember one of the songs, but it's a song by James Taylor. It's called Fire and Rain. Many of you are familiar with it. And Fire and Rain is about 3 different things, but one of the verses is actually about suicide. He had a childhood friend that died. Her name was Suzanne, died from suicide. And the verse goes something like, I've seen fire, I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times where I could not find a friend, but I always thought that I'd see you again. And that song has stuck with me over the years, only because it was the one in that 9-week period that I paid so much attention to. And to this day, that was hard for me to say, the last sentence of that verse. I always thought I'd see you again. And I lost my brother almost 10 years ago to suicide. But the story doesn't really start with that event. It starts 10 years ago last month, Friday, August 10th. I was in downtown Mount Dora. So many of us frequent local businesses, and there's a police officer sitting there of all things. No, it's fine. I had 2.5 glasses of wine, minding my own business. Thank God I had stopped drinking an hour earlier, and driving home. Right about on 19, where the VFW and the Big Dog Saloon is, 2 guys ran across the road in front of me at an angle. And if anybody's been on that road at night, it's pitch black. I locked eyes with it. That's how close they were. I locked eyes with the 2 guys running. They were looking over their shoulder. I thought they were looking at me because I could literally see their eyes. Right about then, out of my peripheral vision, a 3rd guy appeared in the center of the hood of my pickup truck. I hit him. I could still, see him looking at me. I hit him. He went over the hood of my truck, down the side. I understand completely why people say they leave the scene. Thankfully for me, I pulled over, I turned around, and I went back. I rolled down my window, and the kids said, "You hit him, I think he's dead." Mount Dora police showed up. Thankfully, the fire department is literally right around the corner. And of all police officers, I get a police officer that said, "Look, I was in a similar accident a year ago. I hit a pedestrian, I killed him. Probably in shock right now. Take a deep breath." And he started his investigation that lasted almost 2 hours. In the middle of that investigation, after many interactions with him, the helicopter was there, everything, he said, "Did you have anything to drink?" I said, "Yeah, I had almost 3 glasses of wine." And you could tell he was just exasperated because he was shocked, I think, even then, because he didn't even realize it. So everybody had gone except the police officers, and he said, "I need to have somebody come back and draw your blood. Do you consent to that?" And I said, "Yeah, absolutely." They came back, they drew my blood, and let me drive home. That next Monday, I'm doing things I never thought I would do in my life. I'm looking for a criminal defense attorney. I'm talking to friends that I know that are judges saying, "Hey, look, what am I in for here?" And they're telling me, "Well, if the guy dies, it could be this. If your blood alcohol is 0.05 or greater, it could be this." And it was devastating. The third thing that Monday that I started to seek out was a counselor. And that counselor ended up being Isaac Dees, who spoke earlier today. Isaac and I, that 10 years ago, formed a friendship over these years. But as an incredible counselor, I wanted a Christian counselor at the time. And I'd never met Isaac. I had heard things about him. I'd seen him at events. And he became my counselor. During this, my brother, Mike, who has since passed away, I'm talking to him about it. And I'm telling him, I'm like, "Mike, I'm having like PTSD. If I go to sleep at night, these dreams wake me up. I see this guy over and over in accidents, And he's like, "Oh, PTSD, there's no such thing. Man up, you're a wuss." So I was pretty upset with him. Didn't speak to him for about a month. I'm at breakfast one morning, I get a text from my brother Mike, and he says, "Hey, maybe PTSD is real. I need to talk to you." So with my sarcasm, my first text back was, "What, did you read a book?" So I called him back, literally stepped outside, and he said, "I see Becky everywhere I go." Now, Becky was Mike's fiance that passed away from cancer February of that year. So 7 months earlier, she had passed away of cancer. And he said, "Joe, if I'm driving down the road, she's sitting next to me in the truck. If I walk downstairs, she's laying on the couch. When I roll over, she's laying next to me in bed." And at first, I didn't know what to say. But I realized he was in a bad place with this. And tried to get him counseling, and he just wouldn't go. His solution was to go to a medical doctor because he couldn't sleep. So those doctors gave him Ambien. And Ambien for my brother was a horrible mix because my brother was an alcoholic. So he mixed a lot of alcohol with Ambien, and it just perpetuated this cycle that he was in. Being a person like I am, where I try to figure out, a way to fix it quick, he lived in Wisconsin. I wanted him to move here. "Hey, Mike, I have a place for you. Move to Florida. You can come to work for me." He was an intelligent guy, business-minded. "You come to work for me. You come to work for me. I'll make a position for you. I have a place for you to live." That's a great idea. This went on for months. And in March, first off, in my accident, the guy lived. He sued me for $2 million. It went through, ended up being settled, but it was a nightmare with the insurance company. But that's the end of that chapter of it. Yeah, so, pardon me? The attorney asked him that, actually, in one of the depositions. He had had quite a bit to drink. Had been drinking since 3 o'clock that day. So, but that's the way the insurance system works with ambulance chasers. So in March of that year, I was in a meeting in downtown Eustis. This after months of going to therapy with Isaac, and I was in a meeting. My phone was in my truck. I left the meeting. I'm driving up Bay Street, and I have a bunch of missed calls, 6 or 7 if I remember right, and none of which I recognize, but I recognize the area code. So I picked the first one, and missed calls today versus 10 years ago are a little different. Now it's like, you don't ever call them back, you don't answer them, Called one of them back, and it was a detective. He was in my brother's house. This was a Thursday. And he said, I'm at your brother's house. And before he could even get the words out of his mouth, I said to him, did my brother take his own life? He said, why do you ask? And I said, well, and I told him the story with Becky and some things that I'd been experiencing with him. But I have to tell you, I never saw it coming. I just didn't realize that it was to that extreme. I just talked to him 3 days earlier about moving to Florida. I had talked to him via text the night before about buying his daughter a car for graduation here locally because she was getting ready to go to college. So to think that, I never saw it coming. This was a Thursday. He'd been dead since Tuesday morning. My brother shot himself with a 30-06 in the head, of all things. That morning, he apparently got up. I had his phone that I got back from the police department. He got up, he called all of his work contacts and rescheduled appointments with them for the next week. Guys that he was supposed to go fishing with on Friday, he said, hey, I'm busy this weekend. Let's go next weekend instead. A trip he was supposed to go on to Texas, I saw him text somebody, said, hey, I can't come there in 2 weeks. I'm thinking maybe next month now. Somewhere between 8 o'clock that morning and then 10:30, those texts stopped about 10 o'clock. So in that next hour window, he shot himself. But he was that methodical in planning and diverting other people to do so right before he did it. And to this day, that's just an unknown. He lived in a 2-story home with a basement, and I know where the gun cabinet was. So at some point, he got a gun cabinet out upstairs, laid the case on the bed where it was, and walked down 2 flights of steps to shoot himself. And those are the things that haunt you because you never know what was going through their mind at the time. But I remember my next session with Isaac, I go in, and Isaac, like any counselor, kind of recap where you were, where you're at. And I said, I'm not here to talk about that. My brother shot himself. And the look on the guy's face was, and that began a journey for me that has now lasted 9.5 years. I will say that the first 5 years of that were pure hell. I had nightmares at least once a week. I had faceless characters that would speak to me where I couldn't wake myself up out of the nightmare, where he was standing next to my bed trying to tell me something and I couldn't wake up from it. I've been woken up from my sleep from having these horrible nightmares where I would scream in my sleep. I had many, many sleepless nights over it. And then it slowly starts to ease. Right after that, I got involved with a local organization, did a lot of their fundraising and their local galas. If anybody that's been in this network knows any of who Kevin Hines is, Kevin Hines jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge and lived, and he's a national speaker. Had him here locally 3 years ago. He spoke at the Livestream Gala. It was the largest gala they ever had. They raised over $100,000 that year with Kevin here as the speaker, as the headliner. But the angst I always had was I never knew where the money was going. I raised money and I donated money, and my friends donated money, and businesses associated with my company donated money. But I never could account. I wanted this one-to-one accountability with money to where I wanted to know that it was truly going for awareness and prevention and helping people, and wanted to be able to see what it was doing to help people. So I ended up severing ties with that organization and kind of wandered aimlessly for a couple of years, not doing anything. And if anybody remembers, I don't remember them as much in Florida because at the time I traveled with my job, and I remember seeing them a lot in Georgia and Tennessee. But if you remember the billboards where it would be some saying and it would say, God, on the billboard. And I got this idea driving one day. I thought, I'm going to take all my company billboards, it was one October, I'm going to change them all over to a message for mental health. So I changed one, the one that got the attention of the media, was one over by Gator Harley, and I changed it, but it had a picture of my brother Mike and his daughter Kara walking down a fishing pier when she was younger. And I can't remember if they're holding hands or if one has a fishing pole, one has a tackle box, but it's just the back of them. And it said across the top of the billboards, "You thought I'd be better off without you. I'm not. Your daughter, Kara Jo." And that billboard got a lot of attention locally. And it became the catalyst for me to say, okay, I need to do something else. Because I realized there's a true need here. West 2 News came to my office. They wanted to talk to me about the billboard. The guy happened to be up here on another news story and saw the billboard and called the office wanting to know the backstory of it. And I decided to start the Mike Endowment. So the acronym, Mike, which was my brother's name, stands for Mental Illness and Kindness Endowment. And when I originally started the endowment, I kicked it off funding it with my own money, like I do with most things. And then when I wrote the documents, I wrote that I would just do it to support like-minded organizations around the area. I'm always kind of a behind-the-scenes guy. I don't do much of this. I donate. The treasure of what I've been able to do personally is, build my own personal wealth to the point where I realized that, instead of donating a lot of money to a few organizations, you can make a huge difference in a community by donating a little bit to change somebody's life, whether it's a $50 to a homeless person or $500 or $1,000 to an organization. It's life-changing to a lot of organizations, and you lose touch with that as wealth grows around you sometimes, and I've tried to stay very grounded with that. So in the beginning, I was taking in the money, and I didn't really have any like-minded organizations that I could find to donate the money to at the time. And then COVID hit, 6 months after I started the Mike Endowment. And I'm driving down the road, and I keep getting people reach out to me for counseling. And I didn't want to provide them with Livestream because, to me, Livestream was a little polarizing within the community. It's more associated, at least from my perspective, although I'd done a lot with them, with people didn't want to go there. So I wanted a place to be able to help people, and they wanted to go back. And after dozens of folks would reach out to me, I'm driving and I thought, well, who better to do this than the guy that helped me? So I remember where I was. I was outside of a restaurant here in Eustis, 6 o'clock on a Friday evening, and I texted Isaac Dees and said, hey, give me a call. I have an idea. Calls me up, and I said, here's the idea I've got. I've got to walk through it a little bit, work through it, but I want to offer free counseling. And I don't mean you do it for free, but I'll reimburse you for it. But I just need somebody that I have the confidence in to where we can put people in front of you and we can help them. And we can get them back on the right track, whether it's pointing them to other resources or just giving them the ability to speak to someone that has empathy and understands and cares and is compassionate about people to the point where they want to see them move past where they are right now. And to date, our Mike Endowment and my partnership with Isaac, and this has been 2 years next month that we've done it, has helped over 550 people here just in Lake County with free mental health counseling. And, we don't kind of silo ourselves just into the mental health quite frankly, if people reach out and they have other needs, you know, he'll reach out and say, hey, I've got this person. Do you know, I give you an example. And most people know it that live in the area. There was a horrible murder in Mount Dora of the folks that owned the Vietnamese market in Mount Dora, and it left behind 2 sons. And those boys, one was a little older and one was maybe 13, 14, I can't remember exactly. The older son saw his father shot in the hospital, called me, and described it to me. I talked to him for about an hour on the phone one night, and that kid, as traumatic as it was for him, said, I don't need help, but I need my little brother to get some help. So those 2 kids have a blank check. They go whenever they need to go to Isaac, and I don't care how many sessions it is. They're in, you know, that it's just been horrible, and it's never been solved. You know, I reach out to them every once in a while, and, you know, it's a very unfortunate situation, very unfortunate situation. So, you know, there's multiple, you know, mental health can be intertwined in so many things, whether it's domestic violence, sex abuse, divorce, you know, can trigger so many different things. So, you know, I don't want it to just be, I'm suicidal, okay, here, go see Isaac. If they need help, we don't want to turn them away, because we don't want to turn people away. But 550 people is just unbelievable to me in the last 2 years. So the partnerships that we form within our communities, I think sometimes, this goes back to connecting those dots. It's just amazing to me when I look back and realize then that the next dot, you know, was Elaine a year ago. You know, we meet over coffee. My memory's horrible anymore. Oh, that's right, we met in my office, okay, that's right. Yeah, we met in my office because we went over coffee one other time. So met in my office, and I did. I remember challenging her because I thought, my gosh, you know, $10,000, it reminded me of, you know, some of the other talks where you've got to do a license and things like that, and do your own. Don't take this $10,000 and use it for something else, and I'll help you get there. So that's how we ended up, you know, to a degree where she took that from that and ended up where we are today. And, you know, 2 years from now, you're going to be able to look back and see other dots that have connected. And it is amazing how, again, people of empathy all come together and really unite when it comes to helping others. You know, I truly believe, as divisive as this world is anymore, that there's truly more good in this world than there is bad. You know, unfortunately, we all hear about the bad, and the bad is just so much more loud than the good is, because the good are in rooms like this helping people. We're the silent ones. But I'll leave you with this, and was off the cuff in an interview one time on a video for the Mike Endowment. Someone asked me, I don't even remember the question, but I said, if you have the ability to make a difference, you have an obligation to make a difference. And that doesn't have to be what I typically do, which is monetary. You know, it could be, you know, holding a door for somebody, you know, smiling at somebody can change their trajectory in life. The way that we treat others, the time that we give, an ear that we give, a hug that we give, all of those things, we all have those abilities within ourselves to make a difference. So I leave you with that we all go out from here to make a difference in the community. So thank you. Thank you, lady.
Thank you so much. I was told that, so here's, you know, when you get a vision, you just walk out in obedience to, like, make that vision happen. And PJ, the owner of this theater, was so gracious to donate the theater. Thank you so much, PJ. So I know that this theater holds 500 seats. So I am like, oh my goodness, how are we going to feed 500 people? And I told you the story about getting the food. And I was down to like 385. Like 385 heads I have food for. And then somebody said to me, you know what, Elaine, forget about the food.
forget about the food. It's not about the food. If 500 people turn up, we'll deal with it, right? So it's like, okay, great. So the food that is left over, first of all, 2 o'clock, there has been organized for the food to be donated to the local community. If you personally want to go and get some food before 2 o'clock, I don't know who you are. I know some of you. I don't know all of you. Some of you may be here today, and that extra meal would be great. Maybe you have a friend who needs help. If there's anything that you know about me, about Rest and Renew, about my family and friends, we do not judge. People come to my house is a mess. And I'm like, I don't care. If you care about what my house looks like, I don't need you to be my friend because you're coming to see me, right? So I've just given you like a 10-minute warning. We are going to go on to the next speaker, but if anybody needs to go and get food, no judgment. It could be for yourself, it could be family, friends, whoever, just go because it's going at 2 o'clock. So you've had your warning. Next up, okay. This is another, actually, Joe, this is a connecting the dot moment. Because when I met with Joe and then continued to connect with Joe, he's like, hey, you need to connect with the guy from One Fire Church in Eustis. His name is John Tompkins. So I go to meet John, who, like, this guy is, like, bigger than life. And he is doing his part in the community to make a difference. So he is making a difference. And so I'm going to introduce you to John Tompkins. John, if you would like to come on stage, that would be awesome.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, friend. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good. 15 minutes? Good luck. My name's John Tompkins. Hi, Joe, that was a great speech you gave there. Thank you for sharing your heart with that stuff. I'm 49 years old, 48 years old. I was born in New Jersey. Parents are still married today. I have a sister, had a great life, moved to Altamont Springs in 1986 or 1987, went to Lake Brownie High School, graduated, and my parents, I was 17 years old, they set me up and went right into the military. I got sent to, I was in the Air Force, I went to Okinawa, Japan. My first year in Okinawa, Japan, I was fresh, I was young, I was green. You know, I hadn't really lived a worldly life. Everything was provided for me. We had a comfortable family situation, comfortable house, never went without anything. So I don't know if there's a lot of people. I was a 90s kid, like a real 90s kid. So 18 years old in the 90s, punk rock, grunge, surfing, skating. Nothing compares to the 90s as it done. They can imitate, they can copy it, but I think that created a lot of stuff of today. And I was all into that. I go into the military. I'm in Okinawa, Japan, 18 years old, and I met like-minded people while I was there, and we connected right off the bat. We're away from home. We're in the military. We're starting a new life, a new career. And there was no drinking age in the military at that time, at that base. And as soon as I got off the plane, they handed you a beer. At the bar, which was also a casino. You go outside the base, and it's all strip clubs and prostitutes. And it was just, if you go left, that's what's over there. If you go right, there's more bars over there. And it was known. It was this is where they took you. So real quick, I got into this lifestyle of drinking, fighting, partying, but it was in the military. So what's wrong with this? About a year after being there, I got involved not involved, but a situation took place where my roommate in our barracks was drugged and raped by a sergeant that we had. Long story short, I ended up finding the guy. I threw him off a balcony. A whole investigation broke out. People started killing themselves. Names started getting dropped. High-ranking officials started disappearing. It was what had unraveled was a giant predator sex scandal that had been going on for years in the military. And it kind of just kept getting pushed under the rug. This was in 1992, Okinawa, Japan. I witnessed this. I saw this. I was a part of this. And I questioned every single thing from that day, from that moment, from those 6 months of sitting in court, sitting in jail, getting questioned, getting accused of all these crazy things, talking to psychiatrists, getting admitted to the hospitals, because I'm lashing out, I'm saying things, I'm accusing people of stuff, and what do you think they're telling me? You're crazy. You're nuts. There's something wrong with you. So they're drugging me. They're counseling me. They're telling me what I'm saying is not true, but I was there. I witnessed it. 18 years old, I'm being molded. My mind's being molded. They end up sick of me, ship me to another place, totally new job assignment, everything, like it's going to just go away. And as I'm there, I don't believe anybody. I don't trust anybody. Everybody's a liar. Everybody who is not on my mindset is the enemy. They're involved with what's going on with these predators. So with that came self-medication. So I'm drinking, I'm fighting. I fell off an airplane. I broke my legs. They give you pain medication. And that was a whole new ball game for me. I learned how to crush my pills. I learned how to snort my pills. I learned how to mix pills. I'm right around 20 years old, and I'm full-blown alcoholic, drug addict, addicted to pornography, addicted to gambling. I will fight anybody. I will fight any amount of people. I've lost more fights than I have won fights. I've lost teeth. I've got stitches. I've got scars. I'm an active duty military member. I'm representing this country. I get out. I got honorable discharge. I continue to go to the VA. They're sending me for mental health. They're trying to give me counseling. They're still not recognizing the issue. I'm saying, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm telling you why I'm acting the way I am. I'm telling you why I'm doing the things I'm doing. I'm telling you why I'm saying and seeing the things that I'm doing. It's because of this. Because this is what happened. And it was like talking to a blank wall. So they continued. They've diagnosed me with every single mental health issue you can imagine. And they've medicated me for the list of medications that the VA had put me on. This is 30 years later, 25 years later, my attorney laughs at it. Because they give you something, and then if that doesn't work, what do? They give you something else. That doesn't work, they give you something else. But at the same time, I'm self-medicating. I'm drinking on top of all this. And then whatever over-the-counter stuff, those White Cross was a big thing. You used to get them at the gas station. Mini Thins, Speed. Take that. We didn't sleep. We'd laugh. We'd joke. We didn't sleep for days. It's all over the counter. Speed. I got into 1996. I got out of the military. I went to Daytona Beach, became a bouncer at a bar. I couldn't get a job anywhere. I was very violent. I was very aggressive. I ended up partnering with a guy, biker, tattoo artist, and we started a tattoo shop in Daytona Beach. It was called Lucky Devil Tattoos. I did that from 1997 to 2003. Daytona Beach, it was running and gunning wide open. It was spring break every day. Every bar, every club, every strip club, any place I went to, I was recognized for my bad behavior, and I was glorified for my behavior then. Cops didn't even arrest me anymore. Cops would say, listen, take off. We'll see you tomorrow. Why would I think I was doing something wrong? I could outdrink anybody. I could outfight anybody. I had money in my pocket. I had a car, a house, a motorcycle, a girlfriend, a group of people that were around me constantly. Why would I think I was in a bad position? I was making money at the tattoo shop every day, legally. I wasn't doing anything illegal. My friend who got raped in the military ended up getting out of the military and moving in with me. We had two roommates, drinking, partying, living this lifestyle. He comes to me one day, starts telling me he's using heroin. I was like, man, we don't use drugs like this. He's like, I don't know what else to do. I don't know how else to deal with the stuff I'm dealing with. I told him go to VA. That's what I'm doing. They give you a bunch of drugs. So he goes to the VA. He ends up getting his disability. He ends up getting 90% disability for what had happened to him. He gets a check for $60,000. He gets $2,000 a month. Within a month, he overdosed and died. Our other roommate got depressed, hung himself. I found him in the garage hanging off the balcony. Our other friend shot himself in the head. We had to go clean that up. There was just death, chaos, destruction in my life. It was chaos. It was everywhere. And I'm looking to the places that I knew where to go. I'm looking at the bars, the strip clubs. I married a stripper out of the strip club. I had a kid with a girl from the strip club. I mean, this was my life. Why am I don't know anything else. And I'm getting glorified for this. It's like pushing me forward. People are like, man, you're awesome. You're the coolest. But in my head, I was dying. I was dying. I look at it now, I'm covered from head to toe in tattoos. Nobody in their normal mind does that. It was part of the self-mutilation. It was part of punishing myself. It was a release. We talk about what is suicidal? What does that mean? Mental health, what does that mean? What does that look like? I don't think that there's anybody that's lived life that's not had a suicidal thought. I don't think that there's anybody that doesn't live with some type of mental health issue, of whatever you want to diagnose it with. Everybody deals with it. But what's the issue is how to respond and how to react, and what are you supposed to do with these things? And that's where I was lost. So I packed everything up, I sold everything that I didn't want, and I moved to California, and I started another tattoo shop in California. And what do you think happens? Within 3 months, I'm right back in the same exact place I was. And I'm like, now I'm 29 years old. I'm like, I'm having a baby with a stripper. Well, she wasn't a stripper. She was an escort. Drugs, that's all our life was about. I had gone through this period of where I was clean. I was trying to stop drinking. I was trying to get my mind straight. I went to the VA and I said, I'm homeless in California. I got $10,000 in my pocket. I can't get a place to stay. No one knows who I am. I'm paying $300 a night in a hotel room. I was like, what do I do? He gives me an option. He gives me a list of government jobs. He goes, because you're a disabled veteran, I can get you a job at one of these places. So I ended up getting a job. I went from living that lifestyle to within a year, I was a federal officer. 2004, I got hired on in California at the Federal Bureau of Prisons. I had no felonies, and I could pass a urine test and a mental health test. Imagine that. I start my career. and I got, it was the best place for someone like me to hide out. Because the more I was violent, the more I was aggressive, the more I was hypervigilant, the more I felt that everybody was guilty, the more I could respond like that to situations there, man, it was like, who's this? This guy's a super cop. This guy, he knows where all the bad stuff is. He knows what everybody's doing. He knows if a guy's high or drunk. And I was like, yeah, I was just one of these guys not too long ago. And the inmates knew it. They're like, I don't know who you bribed to get in this place. And I lived life like that. But you know what? You can't live like that. You can't live at home like that. You can't raise a family. You can't be a husband. You can't be a father like that. And I learned that. And what starts to happen is you start this cycle of insanity. You're trying to do something different, and it's still the same. You're getting the same outcomes. And you're doing the same thing, looking for for a different outcome. So long story short, I end up transferring back here to Florida. I'm here. I'm working out at Coleman. This is 10 years ago. And I get arrested for the 5th time for fighting with officers. Because my kid's mom, again, called the cops, said, oh, he's belligerent, he's this, he's that, he's calling me names. The cops would come. I was like, when is it illegal to call someone names? Show me where it's illegal to be mean to somebody. I was mean. I was a mean person. Where is it illegal to be mean? I tell them, F you, get off my property, leave my house. I would be horrible to the police officers. And what do you think they do? They're like, you might beat the charge, but you ain't beating the ride. They take me to jail. I was sitting in this jail 10 years ago, in Tavares jail, and I said, I'm done. I put a sheet around my neck, I tied it at the ends of the bed, and I sat down, and I tried to hang myself. And I remember this guy banging on the window, and it was probably the most embarrassing feeling I've ever had in my life, and I looked up, and I knew the guy. He goes, what are you doing? I stopped. He goes, why is he here? He was young. They had me in the holding cell because they kept telling me you can't go to population because you're an officer and you'll get hurt. I kept laughing. I'm like, please, put me in there, please, please. I didn't care. I didn't care. The next day, they met me in my house. The officers gave me my charges. I called my job. I said, I'm ready. I can't live like this. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. They took me to LifeStream. I walked out of LifeStream. I went to some counseling center here, family counseling center in Tavares. I went in there for my employee systems program. The doctor called the cops on me. He's like, this guy's got too many problems. We can't help him. He's already been here 10 times. There's nothing we could do for him. I said, if I leave, this place is not going to be good. The cops made me leave. I got my car. I got a gun. I was going to kill myself. I was driving around. I said, you know what? I'm not going to do this by myself. I said, I'm going to go kill some people first. As I was driving to a place to go kill some people, this voice shouted out to me, everything you know about me is a lie. And I was like, I didn't know if I was high. I didn't know what was going on. And I stopped. I was crying. I was a mess. Everything you know about me is a lie. And all of a sudden, I start seeing these visions of what God would look like. And this voice told me to go find somebody and said, I want you to go find this man. And I didn't know who this man was. His name was Moses. And then all of a sudden, this picture pops up, and I was like, that's the guy who keeps trying to invite me to church all the time. So I knew he was a pastor somewhere, but I didn't know where. I'd never been to church. So I started driving from Leesburg to Tavares, stopping at every church I saw, asking if Moses was there. Do you know I didn't know Moses was a person from the Bible? So they're looking at me like I'm really crazy. Finally, it was the 4th church I got to. And this little old lady comes out, and she hands me a phone. And I take the phone, and this dude's like, this is Moses. I was waiting for you to call me. Now I'm tripping, really. I'm like, what is going on? He's like, I'll meet you at your house. And he knew where I lived. He came to my house. He brought a Bible. He says, you ready to give your life to the Lord? I said, I don't know what you're talking about. Who's the Lord? Give my life to what? I don't know what you're talking about. So we talked. He says, this is what I want you to read. 2 days I spent reading the Bible, studying it, kind of not sure about it. And I started reading stuff that I've never heard before. I started getting into things that I didn't know I could do or I was allowed to do. And the first thing I saw was forgiveness, that I was allowed to forgive. And I was like, no one ever told me I was allowed to forgive. Within 10 days, I went to court for all the stuff I was in jail for. They dismissed it all. The judge looked at me and said, you need to do something different with your life. You need to change your life. I went back to work. I got my job back. They didn't fire me. I ended up getting custody of my kid back. They didn't take my son away from me. And the judge said to me, you got to start a new life. Within 3 weeks, I was on street corners preaching, telling people about Jesus. I went back to my work, and I said, how come none of you told me about Jesus Christ? Who believes in Jesus here? And they're all raising their hands. I go, you all suck at this. They're like, we were scared to tell you about Jesus. We were scared because we didn't know what you were going to do to us if we told you what you were doing was wrong. That's how, and it registers now because I had built this wall, I had built this persona, I had built this monster to keep people out and away from me. Well, that's what I do now. So we have One Fire Church. I also, if you guys are familiar with, I just got done with the Spirit of Life Recovery Center. It's called City of Refuge out in Mount Dora. And I minister to the ones that the world is too scared to minister to. I minister to the ones that a lot of churches are like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, come back another time. And you're going to tell me, no, that's crazy. But no, I've witnessed it. I've seen it. I've been told my whole life you're going to burn in hell. I was like, great. I get told things that if you don't change your ways, it's not going to be good when you die. But no one told me why. No one gave me a reason. No one gave me the answer. If someone would have came up to me and said, hey, Jesus loves you exactly how you are now and where you are, things might have been different. So that whole day I was running around looking before I tried to kill myself. All I wanted to do was talk to somebody. All I needed to do was communicate. All I needed to do was talk. And I had no place to talk. So I'm trying to wrap this up. So my wife and I's mission for the past 8 years now has to have a church that's open 24/7. To have an open sign literally on the church, on the front, that says open. And make a place available for people that are running around, that are on the streets, that are looking for something, that don't have an answer, that are confused, that have sucked up and tried everything the world has to offer, and we're available to those people. I'm not a doctor. I don't have a license to do anything, but what I know is that we build a foundation on sand. And what happens is every time a storm comes, that foundation collapses. And what do we do after that? We build back up again, and then a storm comes and it collapses again. So the Bible talks about building on a foundation of rock. That's the word of Jesus Christ. And that's what I offer, is that when these guys come in, these women come into our church, when they come into our program, I give them the word of God. And I tell them, listen, this book has every answer to every situation, every solution. I don't even try to push Jesus down their throat. I just give them an answer to what they got going on. And then I let them build their own relationship with Jesus Christ. I still deal with PTSD. I still deal with anxiety. I still deal with depression. But I don't claim it. I don't take it. And I take every thought captive, and I beat it into submission to the Word of God. It's Scripture. The Bible says to do that. I'm rough around the edges. People look at me like, you're a pastor? And I said, I'm a pastor to the ones that would never talk to a pastor. I'm a person that, because I know the pain that they're dealing with, I know what their brain, what their head feels like right now, and it needs to be released. They need to express it, and I'm there. You can yell at me, you can shout at me, you can curse at me, you can break things in front of me, because I know exactly what's going on with your head. I got kicked out of every mental health place in this town. Every single psychiatrist and this doctor in this town wants nothing to do with me because they couldn't handle what I had to say. And I'm telling you, yes, I was rough. Yes, I was mean. But I wasn't abusive. I was just lost. I was hurt. I'm reacting and responding out of pain. And I don't know what else to do. And now, after my wife and I are doing this, man, we are not alone in this. There is a community of people that have chose drugs, alcohol, sex, violence, because they're looking for an outlet. They're plugged into what the world's offering and what they know. And all we need to do is get them to unplug and plug into something else. And I'm not trying to take away anything from medication. I'm not trying to take anything away from counseling. It's all good. I think there's a plus to that. But it's a management. And it's something that when I'm at home and I'm laying in bed and I'm dealing with something that's going on, I need something now that's going to help this. And when I call out to Jesus for help, when I open my Bible and I can read Scripture and it starts to slow down what my mind's doing, I know that this is all real. I know this is the answer. But we've got to be in a place where we're ready to accept that and to receive it and to believe it. And I'm not trying to sound morbid, but God wants us to be in a place where we're done with our lives. He wanted me to be in a place where I was ready to kill myself and be done, and knowing that I can't do this on my own anymore. So when people come in and they tell me, hey, I want to kill myself, I tell them, perfect. Let's go talk. Let's have a conversation about this. Because if you're done with your life, I know someone that wants to take your life over if you're ready to give it away. And he's got something new to offer you. So that's my story. Sticking to it. Thank you for having me out here. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Appreciate it.
So John introduced me to Chris. And he's like, you need to speak to this guy. He needs to speak in your show. And Chris, you'll have to forgive me for saying this, Chris, but Chris was in and out of this. It's not a show. It's an event. It's a speak out. We're not on show. We are standing proud and speaking out. And so, Chris, I am super excited that you actually were courageous enough to speak out. Come on in.
Thank you. All right. Sorry. So, how do I follow that guy? John's my pastor. John's one of my best friends, and I love him a lot. My story is similar. It started a lot earlier in life. I lost my mind when I was 15 years old, between head injuries, drugs, traumatic events. I lost grip on reality, and I thought that the apocalypse had come and I got left behind. I thought that everyone that was left was a clone or a witch or a devil or someone out to get my soul. And I went on a 3 or 4 day fast. I wouldn't eat, I wouldn't sleep, I wouldn't drink. I was afraid they were going to get me if I fell asleep. They were going to drug me if I drank the water or ate the food. Ended up in live stream for 72 hours, diagnosed me as bipolar, manic, crazy. They put me on Wellbutrin and Zyprexa, and I slept for probably 30 days afterwards. Those paranoid thoughts plagued me for the next 15 to 21. Wow, another 6 years. I still, in the back of my mind, even though I came back into myself, I still had these paranoid thoughts that I was all alone and that everyone was out to get me. When I turned 21 years old, I was schizophrenic, paranoid, out of my mind, wandering the streets of Leesburg with a purple mohawk and a sweater in July, just freaking crazy. And a friend of mine invited me to a church where God was. I was raised in the church. I was Episcopalian and Baptist, got baptized, got saved. But I went to this church and God was there.
I had never experienced God before. I'd never had an encounter with God before. I was lost and dying and on my way to jail or hell or back to live stream, you know. And I heard the preacher preaching that you have to be born again to enter into the kingdom of heaven. It's John 3. It's Jesus' conversation with Nicodemus. Nicodemus was a rabbi, came to Jesus at night and said, "How do I get to heaven?" And Jesus said, "You're a rabbi. This is the one thing you're supposed to know. You got to be born again, enter into heaven. You have to be born again to even see the kingdom of heaven." And at that point in time, it was the only thing that made sense. My life was wasted. I was dead inside. I was crazy. The only solution for my problem was a brand new life. So I'm sitting here asking myself, how do I get born again? And the pastor said, just ask God to make you born again. And I did. And like that, I was made a new creation. I was still demonized. I was still, not possessed, but indwelt by more than myself. So although I had asked to be born again, I was a new creation. God had some house cleaning to do. So I came back to church later that night and started worshiping God with my hands in the air for the first time ever. I finally understood why my mom did it. And next thing I know, I'm on the ground, rolling around, screaming, manifesting demons. And this was normal. They knew exactly what to do. They took me in the back. They covered me with holy oil from head to toe. They bound all the demons up in Jesus' name, and they threatened to call the cops. So at that point, I shut up and went home, and these demons that had been, driving me crazy for years were on me. I mean, louder than ever. You can't go back to that church. You're crazy. You can't, they're going to kick you out. You can't go back to that church, And I fought with them for 3 days. And then Wednesday night was prayer night. When I got to church and I stepped out of my car, I was late, and I stepped into the parking lot and goosebumps shot up my leg. So I'm like, that's weird. And then I walked into the sanctuary, and it was very trippy. It was very surreal. They were still worshiping, but it was over, so people were kind of hanging out. And the weirdest thing that I never expected was that they loved me. They smiled at me. They hugged me. They said, "Welcome back. It's good to see you." And I'm like, wow, these people are crazy. This is weird. So then the next thing I noticed was this sweet, sweet, smoky smell. And I'm like, man, I've never smelled that before in my life. I'm like, it smells like some kind of wood burning, some kind of incense. And so I walked into the sanctuary, and I went to the front of the church, and here I go worshiping God with my hands in the air again. And this time, this kid comes up to me and puts his finger in my throat and says, "Do you smoke?" And I got born again that Sunday before. I quit smoking, drinking, cussing, everything. I was a new creation. But it was like God was asking me a rhetorical question through this kid. And I started to cough and choke, and this kid says, "Into the throat and out of the mouth." And sure enough, I coughed up a black ball of tar. When I saw that ball of tar in my hand, I erupted in laughter. And almost everyone I could see that was left in the sanctuary, we all erupted in laughter and hit the ground. And I was down there vibrating and laughing for what felt like forever. And, some people call it holy rolling, holy laughter, whatever. It was the baptism of the Holy Spirit. It was my deliverance. It was the Most High. You know, Corinthians 4:20 says that God is the Most High. He was showing me that He is the Most High. And that's when He filled me up with His Spirit. And by the end of it, everyone was gone. And I just remember thinking to myself, I'm like, Lord, I've got to drive home. And as soon as I thought that, His presence started to lift up, and I experienced peace for the first time in my adult life, kind of like this room right now. All the voices were gone. The insanity was gone. The addiction was gone. The tar was gone from my lungs. I was healed miraculously from 12 years of smoking, 9 years of smoking. For the next, year or so, all I did was work, pray, go to church, and I was completely healed and delivered of bipolar, manic, schizophrenia, addiction, you name it. And I'm here to tell you that it's not the end of my story. That's really just the beginning. But there are a couple verses that I want to share with you. First is 2 Corinthians 5:17. Therefore, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. He's a new creature. Old things are passed away. Behold, all things are become new. That says that we can become new. That says that if we're in Christ, we are a new creation. That says that I no longer have to live with the stigma or the label or the diagnosis of bipolar. The Word says that you can be a new creation. The Word also says to 2 Corinthians 5:17. The Word also says, and be renewed in the spirit of your mind. So I know that dealing with mental health, Elaine talks about it's your brain health. Well, what is your brain? Your brain is your mind. Well, your mind is part of your soul. It's your mind, your will, and your emotions is your soul. So the Bible says that you can be renewed in the spirit of your mind. And then Romans 1:22 says, be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is that good and perfect will of the Lord. So it's a process, Every day I have to wake up and ask God to make me a new creation. Every day I fight with the same old demons that are trying to get back in, that are trying to drive me crazy, that are trying to kill me. But every day I have a faithful God whose word is true, and He loves me, and He heals me, and He cares for me. He's given me more than I could ever imagine. He gave me a place on the stage today. I should not be up here. I don't deserve to be here. I fought with myself on whether or not I was going to do this, and that's really all I have to say. Mental health is it's not just physical. It's emotional, and it's spiritual. I believe that everything that we deal with in the physical world is predetermined by the spiritual. So like John said, you got to take all your thoughts captive. You got to make them obedient to Christ. And you got to stay close to Jesus. You got to read the Bible. You got to be in church. You got to be in fellowship. You got to be in prayer. And there is light at the end of the tunnel. There is freedom. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. I had no idea what I was going to say when I got up here today. I had no clue that I was going to be preaching or sharing or get up here and talk about my mental health. Well, I've told you guys some of the probably craziest stuff you'll ever hear, and that's really just the peak of the iceberg. So just want to thank Elaine for the opportunity to get up here and share. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I still don't believe that beard's red. So thank you for being bold and courageous. And I do want to just speak to something that he said in terms of like mental health, brain health, the brain, the mind. So remember that we are all, like, we're all connected. And it's like your entire being. And we hear a lot about mind, body, soul, right? People say mind, body, spirit, and what is it? I don't know if you remember, well, you might not have even been here this morning, and if you haven't, that's okay. It's just for the one. And it's going to be available on recording. Dr. Amen, remember the psychiatrist who questioned why don't psychiatrists actually get to look at the organ that is sick? Like a cardiologist gets to look at the heart, but the psychiatrist doesn't. Dr. Amen, if you recall the circle of like saying I'm a Dr. Amen licensed trainer, brain health trainer, there are 4 circles. And the 4 circles are biological, psychological, social, and spiritual. So if you think about those 4 circles like the wheels of a car, you really need your wheels to be all performing fully. So we need to be performing biologically, psychologically, socially, and spiritually. Now, for myself and for many of the speakers that you've heard so far today, the spiritual side is Jesus. Like, he's one of our wheels. He's actually the entire car. But that, you know what? If you don't know Jesus, that's kind of not okay, but it's okay, because we're not here. Like, I didn't expect or intend this to be anything about preaching about Jesus. I was just being obedient in putting on this show. But I just know that, you know, the 4th wheel, which is the spiritual, it's like, what is your purpose? It's like knowing that there's more to life than just you. You are here for a reason. So you can call that Jesus, you can call it whatever. I know for anybody who's gone to AA, they talk about the 12 steps and they call it your higher power. Your higher power could be a table, a chair, whatever. It's more than you. So yeah, it is biological, it is psychological, it's social, it's spiritual. And just a slight correction, Chris, I hope you don't mind me correcting you. But the brain and the mind are actually 2 totally different things. The brain is a physical structure. The brain is housed in your skull. Your mind is your will, your emotions. Your mind is something also that you have to control, but for the grace of God. Okay, next up, so here's the connection to Raphael. So I got the vision to put on the Speak Out show last year. I spoke to PJ. PJ's like, you can have the theater for free. I'm like, fantastic. I'm like, I've never produced a show before. Like, how do I do that? And I actually said to PJ, I do not want you to do that, because if any of you know PJ, he likes to do it all. Because like he really wants to see this theater to succeed. And he introduced me to K&D, Unique Entertainment, Kathy and Donna. And Kathy and Donna have put on a ton of shows here. And there's a playbill, and there's lots of material around to talk about the shows. So Kathy actually tells me about Raphael and Raphael's story. I was like, oh, come on then, why not? Let's have Raphael share his story. So Raphael, over to you. Yeah, you're on.
Are we good?
You're on. Do you want this up now? Shall I just put it in front?
Yeah, put it on here.
There you go.
Wow. Well, I am not a professional speaker, but somehow.
Oh, hold on. I can't.
Are we good? Are we good?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Like most of you, I am not a professional speaker, but some do say that I am a professional justice seeker. My story goes back in 2010. We lost our 19-year-old son. That's Alex. Alex was a college student here in the Orlando area, Orange County, which happens to be here. And my background is Disney. I retired in 2009. And I lived in Japan for 30 years, working at Hong Kong and in Tokyo Disneyland. And we brought the kids back, and they wanted to attend college here, and they had a connection to the Orlando area. And on September 10th of 2012, our son was executed in a home invasion case. Now, what happened was, in our case, they were living in a college house 5-10 minutes from us, and they were there on one afternoon, and two guys knocked on the door, kicked in the door, and then they robbed them. They were apprehended, and they were charged. The kids were going to go and testify against them. At the time, the case was handled by the Orlando Police Department. John Mina, which is the sheriff now in Orange County. And it was a very complex case. The two individuals were apprehended. They were facing life in prison because of their priors. One got out. We didn't know what was going on with these people, but we assumed always that they were in jail, waiting for their trials. And one happened to make bail, and the girlfriend put the bond up, which is about $67,000, and he was able to get out. On September 10th, he came back with a group. There was 10 family members involved in my son's execution. 5:30 in the morning, they broke in. They put all the kids on the floor. And my son was facing 2 or 3 of them. They were all together. And they shot him to the back of the neck. And one shot to the side of the face. The projectile came out of his front face. Alex was 6'2". He was highly educated. He spoke 3 languages. And it's hard for me to do this because I've never done it. I am good with the media and seeking justice and talking a lot, but it's very difficult for me because I'm still going through it. Anyhow, as the case progressed, we found out that this individual was let out on an ankle monitor. And we found out that he wasn't being monitored. He broke confinement 110 times, and he was not violated. So basically, he was thugging around the streets in Orlando, Pine Hills, wherever, and he was planning the execution of our kids because he wanted to silence witnesses. And that's what he did. He came in the home, and he started shooting them all one by one. Every single one of them. He shot 2 of them in the head, 2 of his friends. They survived. Alex did not make it. They were a pool of blood running out the back door. They made it. Alex, there was no miracle for our son, Alex. Here we are 10 years later, and we are still dealing with our case. Every single one of them went to prison. Some have life, some have received 3, some 10. The 3 that were in the home received life in prison. The one who killed her son, he received the death penalty. We worked very closely with law enforcement and the area, Ashley Moody, Pat Bundy, the governors, Ron DeSantis. We also worked with Rick Scott when he was governor, and they're all familiar with my case because I never stopped fighting for my son. And the only thing I seek in my son's death is the execution of Bestman Okafor. He's the one who masterminded everything, which led to our son's death. He never hurt anybody, hardworking. He wanted to be a businessman. He wanted to do what I did. Now, I do have another son, and he just recently graduated from UCF. He's got a forensic science degree, criminal justice, and now he wants to be a prosecutor. So he's in law school, and he will finish next year. It was very difficult for him. So 10 years later, we're back fighting justice for my son. We go to trial next month, believe it or not. Again, this is a resentencing hearing because in 2002, the Florida Supreme Court and then the SCOTUS, everything was changed. So all the cases from 2002 to 2015, any death penalty case that was not unanimous had to be brought back for resentencing. So can you imagine that? His case was 11-1. So all we needed is one vote, one jury vote, and everything would end. And it hasn't ended. So we're going back October 10th. We're going back to trial to make sure that this individual, we put him back on death row. And that's all I want from him. I don't care if they execute him or not. I want him in a box, in a 6x9 box. And so he can think about my son for the rest of his natural life. Eventually, we may get there, maybe not. So that's where we're all today. We're actually over 100 cases were sent back to the state of Florida. And 29 cases were from Orange County. Death penalty cases that had to be retried by prosecutor Ryan Williams. Some of you may know him, some law enforcement folks may know him. But anybody who crosses his path usually ends up in death row. So he retired. He's working for, he's in the civil practice now, but the state of Florida and Governor Ron DeSantis and Ashley Moody allowed him to prosecute one last case. And this is our case. And I'm thankful that because he knows he's been dealing with us for 10 years. So he would be prosecuting that case. So what I do now, I had a lot of other dreams after my retirement. I retired very young, at 47. So I wanted to do other things. I wanted to maybe do a restaurant, maybe get involved in other things. You know, I had many connections, and I said, oh, yeah, maybe I'll do something else. And then our son was killed, and that was, you know, I can't focus. I can't work for anybody. I can't put 100% into a company. I can't dedicate myself. I can't do it. Yeah, some people say, maybe you have PTSD. What I heard tonight, I probably have it. You know, there's some serious stuff up here. You know, I haven't been there, but it did cross my mind. I have to be honest with you. It did cross my mind once or twice because I felt at the time that I failed my son. I should have been there. You know, I had no idea. You know, I was always involved with some legal things, and I know the law very well. I'm connected with law enforcement. You know, these Mina, Grady Judge, for crying out loud, I live in his county. He knows where I live. So I really can't do anything bad, you know. Marco Lopez, Osceola County Sheriff's Office, they all know me. They know I'm always fighting, not only for law enforcement officers, but for victims. And what happens is, after my case went out there, in all the media and all the attention, you know, we started our little website and stuff, and I learned that people were reaching out to me. And these are other families, mothers, fathers, that their kids have been shot and killed. I know the case here. Very case to a Vietnamese family that were shot. I know that case hasn't been resolved, but someday it will. But family mothers started reaching out to me. Rafael, I lost my daughter. She was shot in a drive-by. Rafael, I lost my son in Colorado. And I can't seem to get any justice. Nobody's even paying attention. They shot him, and they left him on the street. And that's where I get into them. You know, I tried to help them. how to seek that justice. I go out, I call the police department in Colorado Springs. I go, what's going on here? I call the media, and I put them on notice. And I teach these families how to get there. And Lord and behold, several cases have been solved. They have been arrested, especially in Colorado. I told her, put a big billboard sign. I want justice for my son. And boom, people came forward, and they got the justice. He was arrested. He got life in prison. And it happens a lot. And you know, that's what keeps me sane. I think if it wasn't for them, sadly, I don't know where I would be. It's very difficult for me. My family I have great support. My fiance, great friends. You know, Alex's mother is devastated, of course, but she's strong. You know, we're going back to court for another 3 weeks. We're going to have to see this guy again. I hate looking at this guy. He makes me sick. I wish I can jump over the counter and do what I can take care of the business, but I can't because there's a law enforcement officer there, and he's just one. I got 15 of these guys, one beside me, one here, one there, one there. It's impossible, you know, but I thought about it many times. They even asked me, Rafael, are you going to jump today? I said, no, not today, maybe tomorrow. He says, okay, we'll keep an eye on you, you know, but I want to tell you that if you're in that kind of situation, there is hope. My kind of therapy is not going out and seeking it maybe in church, maybe not going to a doctor, taking medication. That I can't do that. I went to one of these meetings, it made me worse. You know, but it's good for some people, and maybe it's not good for you, like it's especially for me. I go out and I want to help people. People who have been victimized. Rapist girl, I helped one girl who got raped. The guy was about to get out. I went to the judge. I wrote the judge. 1,000 people made calls to that judge. Do not let this guy out on an ankle monitor. He did not. He ended up getting 55 years in prison. So he wanted to be out doing his thing. But anyhow, that's pretty much it. I'd like to thank, I can't believe she brought me out here as crazy as I am, because I told her, you should look at my clips in the news. I don't think this is the type of person you want up here. And she goes, no, I think you should come. And Kathy up to, no, he's good. He's going to behave. He's going to behave. But I wanted to thank everybody who came out here to listen to our story. And there's some really, those stories up there, they just set me back. You know, they just put me in that mode. But, you know, I'm glad they're all doing well and they changed their lives. And, you know, that's pretty much it. Thank you so much. Oh, yes. Let's not forget Alex.
Let's not forget Alex. I'm next. Are you next? I am. What do we want to do about the break?
Are you supposed to be next? Oh, you are.
Just skip the break again. Same thing. All right. Hi, everybody. I'm back. We are going to go ahead and skip over the break just because we got a little bit behind again. But I did want to just do some shameless self-promotion while I have a minute. I'm a widow, and it's taken me a long time to work through the loss. I'm very grateful for all my friends and family who have supported me through this very difficult transition in my life. They would have all come out, you know, here to support me and Elaine in this event, but they're all at the funeral. No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. That's a street joke. You've probably heard that before. It's usually like the guy at the softball game or the woman at the Broadway show, right? And I actually use that joke in my act. And I've been doing comedy for 5 years now, and I've become and I have had a house in Lake County for almost 20 years now. So I, like Elaine, am very passionate about Lake County. I think it's a wonderful place. So I've written a sitcom based on my story, loosely based on my story, and based on my TED Talk about a young widow who moves to Florida to turn her aunt's house that's all in disrepair into an Airbnb-like guest house. And it's going to take place and be filmed here in Lake County. I'm casting right now, and I'm looking for a lot of help with production because I have no idea what I'm doing. And this is the teaser that my nephew has developed for me, produced. We filmed it together. He helped produce it, hopefully, if it'll run, the video. Yeah, let's roll it. 1 minute.
The bell clock tolls, the soul's awake. I feed on dreams and tea and cake. I rub my eyes, I pinch myself. Perchance I could be someone else. Appears the door within my grasp, and never before was it unclasped. And through it lies a glimpse to see the change that's taken over me.
Actually, that's not the final version, but anyway, you get the idea. It's called Here's Hope, and I would love to, if anybody's interested in helping with the production, or is interested in talking to me about casting or assisting me. Elaine has done the same thing I'm doing, putting her passion out there, and all these people just come out of the woodwork. It's amazing.
Yes.
I would love to have you do that. So we're going to go on to the next speaker.
We are going to go on to the next speaker. Yes, thank you, Patty. Okay, so the next speaker is Eric. Eric, actually, I've known for about a month. Remember the connecting dots. So Eric, I heard about Eric and the work that he's doing in the community from a friend. Shall I call him a friend? He's the guy that wrapped my car. So as part of my story is in 2014, after my first suicide attempt in North Carolina, September 2014, I heard God say to me, mental health advocacy. And I said, no, I'm not going to do that. No, not at all. I said, I'm not going to live in shame. I'll live in light. I'll wear yellow. I said, but I am not going to speak about mental health advocacy because of the stigma. I didn't want people to think I'm crazy. And hey, at that time, I worked for the #1 management consulting firm in the world. And I didn't want to compromise that brand. So I call that, anybody's familiar with the Bible, you've heard the story, and even if you're not, you've probably heard the story of Jonah and the whale, right? So Jonah is told to go to Nineveh, whatever that place was, and by God, and Jonah said, no. So Jonah ends up in a whale for 3 days, and then decides to be obedient and go and do whatever he did. So I say I went into the corporate America whale for 6 years. So 2014 to 2020. 2020 being my second suicide attempt, this day, 2020. And now, in April of 2021, I literally sat there and I was like, God, I have no idea what I'm doing, but if you want me to do mental health advocacy, okay. All the experience and the training and everything that I've had has led up to this moment. I actually call myself, I probably have a ton of letters after my name, but it means nothing at the end of the day. It's not about titles. But I am proud of a title that I heard of in England, and the title is EBE. EBE stands for Expert by Experience. So I've had all the education. I've also had the experience. And you've heard from many speakers today. You heard Joe Zeiler talk about empathy. Empathy being like what it's like to walk in a person's shoes. Remember I shared the story about having my brain scan results? Just September 14th, I think it was. You saw pictures of my brain scan results. Remember I told you that I spent 90 minutes. I actually spent 90 minutes with a psychiatrist going through my results. Unheard of, because I had to pay for it myself, right? Wasn't covered by insurance. So at the end of that conversation with the psychiatrist, I said, Dr. Johnson, can I just ask you a question? And he's like, absolutely, yeah. I said, will you come and speak in my show next year? And he's like, maybe. I'll check my schedule. I said, I have another question. I said, Dr. Johnson, have you ever tried to kill yourself? And he said, no. So I'm an expert by experience, not medically licensed or anything. But I know the stories that you've heard today from people who know what it feels like to be in the deepest, darkest pit where you can't crawl out. I know what it feels like when really all that's going through your head is you just don't know how to live anymore and you just want to end the pain. You've heard from people today who are family members, who are friends, who know what it's like to be on the other side. Because when you're in it, you don't think about anybody else. And I hate it when I hear of somebody who has taken their own life, because I don't know exactly what was going on in their heads at the time. I know how they felt. I told you Hurricane Irma 2017, I slipped, broke my arm. The first thing I did was go to hospital to get fixed. Did you know the statistics tells us that people who have onset of mental illness, who may need to go and see a counselor, it's not always about medication, who may need to just talk to a friend. Do you know the statistics tell us it takes 11 years for them to get help? Imagine a 16-year-old. 11 years after 16 is 27. 16, going through high school, going through college, getting a job. Why is it that we struggle to speak out? And I know that part of the issue is the system is broken. I know when I was reaching out for help, they told me, oh, you have to wait 6 months for an appointment. I'm like, I'm ready to kill myself. Oh, well, if something goes wrong, you'll end up in the ER. The system is broken. But you've heard today from lots of people. And I will tell you, there are hundreds more people out there, millions of people. Because I heard one of the speakers say today, you know, we've all got an issue. We all have. Even though the statistics tell us 1 in 4 Americans live with a mental illness, that's the reported statistics. You can't tell me that there's not one person alive that hasn't had a bad day. And do you know that if you have a bad day consistently for 2 weeks, and it means that you are like struggling to get out of bed, it means that you don't want to get a shower, you don't want to eat, or you're going to overeat, that's 2 weeks. 2 weeks, that's all you have to feel like your quality of life has been impacted. You need to go and seek help. The statistics are horrible. But you know what? I was actually at a meeting yesterday. Is today Saturday? I've lost track of all my days. Yesterday I was in a meeting, and it was a non-profit meeting. And I technically am not a fully non-profit, because I am a subtrust, I being Rest and Renew, a subtrust under Mount Dora Community Trust. And I have people coming up to me and they're saying, oh, I want to know what Rest and Renew does. I want another option in Lake County. And I'm like, well, wait a little bit. There'll be something in the future. But I am on a mission to educate and help people. And also, I will say that one person said to me, you know, I said, it's just me. And they said, that's how everything starts. So I want everybody to make that difference. So we're going to speak to Eric, because Eric is making a difference in the community. And I said all that because, do you know the reason why I said all that, which I didn't plan to say, Eric, is because I met you through Lloyd.
You did.
I remember in 2014, I heard Mental Health Advocacy, and I said no. And now I drive around with a car with Rest to Renew and Crisis Suicide Line. Yes. And Lloyd from Rap Master said, you need to speak to Eric. And so here's Eric.
Thank you.
Yeah, are you
Thank
on?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm
you
good.
are. Okay.
Thanks for having me today. My name's Eric Bowringer. I'm 57 years old. One of the things I'd like to start with is if nobody told you I love you today, God does, and so do I. I'm a grateful recovering addict. I've got 24 years clean today. And it's not because I didn't put work into it, but because I've just done everything I can to learn about my addiction. And yes, everyone's mentioned it today. It's a threefold disease. It's mental, it's physical, and spiritual. There's been 3 points in my life when I've thought about suicide. You know, my active addiction, I thought about it many times, but never really tried to go through with it. Another time was when I got out of prison back in 2007. I came to Lake County. I grew up over in Castleberry, but I came to Lake County after doing 8 years in prison for pawning some stuff at a pawn shop that was stolen. But it saved my life. In 2007, I got out and I moved in with my mom and dad. And I had nothing. Before I went to prison, I had a business with the Orlando Magic and the NBA. I was making a lot of money, but I was blowing it all on strippers and cocaine. Thinking I was living the right way. I wasn't. And in 2007, I moved to Lake County. I bought a car. I was working, doing lawns, cutting lakes at Leesburg over here in Leesburg, behind Home Depot. I was on the maintenance crew there. And I grabbed my car to follow a girl out to Fruitland Park. And on the way back, coming off one of the side roads, right by Tally Road and 441, a big truck was in front of me, and I went to go around it, and right in front of me was a man in a little hover round. And I hit my brakes, but I hit him. The man died a week later. I just got out of prison. I just got my license. I just got my car. I just got everything going, and I thought this was it. I didn't kill him. He didn't die right away, but they told me he was one of the Lake County's only recipients of the Purple Heart. I didn't know how to take it. I didn't know what to do. I've been in the military. I was in the military from 84 to 88. I got a lot of respect for those that serve. I contemplated ending it all because they were going to send me back to prison. I knew it, but they couldn't find anything wrong with my car. They said that this man had been doing this, going out in front of traffic for years, and they knew it was inevitable. I kept going to Narcotics Anonymous meetings, kept going to church. I went to counseling for it because I know my mind was messed up. I know that I needed to fix what was here and here. I became an addiction counselor in 2010 with Western Judicial here in Severus. And because I'm a recovering addict, I can spot everything. You know, I kept a pile of lotto tickets, blank lotto tickets that you fill out. I kept them on my desk. And when I do an evaluation and the client would sit there and tell me all the stories I used to tell, I'd hand them a ticket. I'd tell them, try lotto, don't try me. Because I knew it all. I told the same stories, the same lies. really rigorous and honest with myself. In 2009, I got married. I had our daughter in 2009. I met my ex-wife. Met her in 2008. And it was the greatest time of my life. Having a baby, 30-something, 40 years old, and having a kid. I was 43 years old when I got married. First time I've ever been married. Having a kid and wondering how I was going to support her and everything else. And I had a son, because she had a son from a previous relationship, and I raised him like my own. He's 23 now. My daughter's 13. Back in November, I handed her divorce paperwork because I couldn't go on, because I couldn't put 50% into everything. I put my heart and soul into everything I do. And if I don't get anything in return, it's not worth it. My mom and dad were married for 65 years before he died the day after I served divorce. Last month he died, but I had to take him to an assisted living facility. My father, he was an engineer with Siemens Strummer Carlson for 42 years. I learned a lot from the man. I hated a lot about him because he used to be really hard on me. That's when I did something wrong. I got spanked for it. It wasn't just a spanking, I got a whooping. Now they call it child abuse. But I had to put my dad into an assisted living facility because he had dementia. He was leaving the stove on with the gas and everything in the house. He was threatening his life and my mom's life. So I had to put him in an assisted living facility because his mind was gone. I watched over him for 9 months until August 17th. God took him home. And I always had that void right here that I never did enough. I didn't do enough to help. But I started getting letters from all my relatives telling me how much my dad appreciated me. He used to call my relatives and tell them how much he appreciates me being there for him and my mom. I just put my mom into an assisted living facility back in June. It's difficult to watch. They're no longer taking care of me, I'm taking care of them. But it's because of this journey that I'm on, that we're all on, that puts us where we are. I always used to ask God, why me? Why not me? I've got the tools to get through this. Going through all the programs I went through to learn about my addiction, my craziness. That mental health hits each and every one of us a different way. And the worst place for me to be when I'm having an episode about thinking is by myself. I need to have someone to talk to. I need to have someone just to listen. You don't have to fix me, just listen to me. And if you've got the experience, please share it with me. I don't need anyone dictating my life. I need you to share what you've been through. I need you to share with me to let me learn. As long as I'm learning, I'm going to continue to grow. The rooms of Narcotics Anonymous, they told me that I should be progressive, I shouldn't think about perfection, because it's not about perfection in this world. It's about being just progressing, getting better, one day at a time. I tell people that's how I do it, is one day at a time. I give it all to God. The name God is an acronym in my life. It stands for good, orderly direction. And that's what I needed in my life. And when I start having the thoughts in my head, I pick up the phone and I call somebody and I talk to them. I've known John Tompkins for 7 years now. I remember when he first started and he met Moses. I remember that. And I remember John starting his ministry. And I was passionate about attending. I'm passionate about finding a place where it fills that void in my life. Because we all have a void that we try to fill. Sometimes the material things just aren't enough. We need to hear the people that have been through it and gotten through it. Because I've lost a lot of friends because they just couldn't go on anymore. But now they're not here to let me ask them what was wrong. And I wasn't there because my 8 years in prison, I lost 4 or 5 friends, really close friends. They killed themselves. And I was never there to be there for them, to ask them, what's wrong? Talk to me. Let's talk about this. Sometimes it's all I need, someone to talk to. And having the doors open, just someone there to listen. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here to share a little bit of my story with y'all. There's a poem that I read when I was in Fort Campbell. It's called "The Man in the Glass." I don't know who wrote it, but it means a lot to me, and I want to share it with you. It goes like this: when you get what you want in your struggle for self, and the world makes you king for a day, just go to that mirror and look at yourself and see what that man has to say. For it isn't your mother or father or spouse whose judgments upon you must pass. The person whose verdict counts most in your life is that man staring back from the glass. Some people may say you're a wonderful man and call you a straight-shooting guy, but the man in the glass says you're only a bum if you can't look him square in the eye. You can fool the whole world down the pathway of life and get pats on your back as you pass, but your final reward will be heartache and tears if you've cheated that man in the glass. Thank you.
That kind of reminds me of a Michael Jackson song, "Man in the Mirror," right? Change begins with you. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate you. Okay, so we have 2 more speakers before we have some entertainment, because who wants to end on like a fun, like energizing moment? I'm not going to sing now. I sing "I Will Survive." Ironically, that's like my karaoke song. So our next speaker is Danielle, and this is how I met Danielle, because connections, right? And she'll share her story. And one of the things that we want to make sure that we do is for everybody who is listening to this, wherever you are in the world, I often hear people like sharing their stories with me, because now I'm very open about, remember, I don't live with major depressive disorder or generalized anxiety disorder. I live with an overactive cingulate gyrus. That's what my brain scan told me. And people want to share their stories, and they'll tell me about their family member and their friends who committed suicide. And I hear them, and I listen to them. And then I say, I want you to be part of the change. I want to educate you so that you can educate others. So do you know what? It's one simple word. We don't say that somebody commits suicide. Because what does the word commit actually, if I was to say commit, what does commit mean to you? People commit a crime. They commit a sin. When you hear of people who have, I'm probably going to upset probably more than one person now, but you know what? I want to speak the truth. So please don't send me hate mail. So why is it that if somebody takes their own life because of a mental illness, we say they committed suicide? When somebody dies, so my father died, I'll actually make this personal so that you don't like get upset by the example that I'm going to use. So my father died at the age of 58 as an alcoholic and from cancer. He smoked cigarettes since the age of 7. He got fired from a job when he was young, never worked a day in his life since. and he always drank. The thing about my dad, though, he wasn't even a high-functioning alcoholic, because the thing about my dad was that he would only drink when he got his, welfare check. We called it the dole in England. And he would come home, he'd beat my mom, and he'd beat me up. 'Cause I was the eldest of 5. I am the eldest of 5. So do you know what my dad did? My dad committed suicide. But you know why my dad committed suicide? Because he didn't take care of himself. But you don't say that. You don't say that my dad committed suicide. My dad, God rest his soul, and it's taken me a long time, but I've forgiven him for everything. Because as you heard one of the speakers say today, forgiveness is actually for you. I have released myself from my dad. I've forgiven him. I don't want to live with that. But I say that my dad died from lung cancer. One could argue that my dad killed himself because actually, my dad didn't know how to look after himself. But how many of us actually go to the doctors and the doctor tells us, here's a pill for your diabetes, here's a pill. Go and take your pill. And then you take your pill, and then you're like, oh, I can eat what I want. I can do what I want. I can drink what I want because I'm taking my pill. The pill is not the magic pill. So I just want to challenge you. People don't commit suicide. People die by suicide. Whoever's phone that was. So people die by suicide. They kill themselves. So please be part of the change as we help to end the stigma and change the conversation. So I met Danielle, I think it was just a year ago, because, April 2021, I'm like, yay, I'm going to talk about suicide and mental health. And there was a mental health suicide event in Farron Park, Eustace. And that's where I met Danielle. She's going to share her story. Danielle. Danielle. Danielle.
Sorry, I was trying to turn my mic on. I don't know if,
there you go.
Hello? 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 Oh, it worked again. Okay. Sorry, trying to be silly. So I had this whole speech planned. I've actually given this one before, but today I feel like squirreling it a little bit. Yeah, so off the cuff, So I am the bus driver. If you've seen the bus outside, it's big and huge. Can't miss it. It says worth it on it. Share a little bit of my story. I grew up a relatively normal childhood. I was the youngest of 3 siblings. I have 2 older brothers. And of course, that made me a lot stronger because they were older than me. They always used to, hide things from me, lock me in my room, all of that kind of stuff. So helped a little bit growing up. My father worked for CSX Railroad, so we traveled around a lot when I was younger, but we always ended up back in Florida. So the last time that we came back to Florida, it got a little tough because my dad went to a master's degree program, so he was working full-time and going to the master's degree program. And then my mom started working as well. There was a little bit of tension that started there because they're both from South Carolina, so they had that traditional marriage thinking where the father should provide and the mom stays home and takes care of the kids. But at that time, it was quite necessary that my mom did go to work because of financial reasons and such. And I mean, the woman, she can do what she wants, right? So she started working, and so he was going to school full-time, working full-time, and me and my brothers just had free reign to basically do whatever we wanted to do. My middle brother took over advantage of that situation because he would do everything in his power to be a rebel, and he succeeded tremendously at it. So while that friction was heating up, the tension started between my parents, and suddenly, I was 15 years old at the time, my father passed away of an aneurysm. So there was no real closure there at all because it was sudden. And then the relationship between my parents was a little bit strained. So there was a lot going on. And being 15, I didn't really know how to process that at all. There was no direction for me. I completely lost hope. I started spiraling, got into drugs, got into alcohol. I didn't care about myself, much like John said earlier, just who cares? I don't care about anything. I just don't want to be here anymore. Went to a family reunion in South Carolina, and I totaled my mom's car. I was 18 years old. Drank, blew a .8, totaled my mom's car. When the cop got there, the engine was basically sitting on my legs. He had to pull me out of the window, and my uncle is actually a U.S. Marshal, so that went over very well. So that was, just part of the downward spiral. I mean, there's so many more things that I could mention, but that was just, one of them. So while that was taking place, and I just didn't care about life. I wanted it over. I didn't want anything to do with it. When you get in that headspace, you're just so far gone that hope is AWOL, and there's no way to really come back from that. So my middle brother, and I were living together. My oldest brother was off at the Marines at the time. So my middle brother and I were living together, and I just lost all hope. I didn't want to see tomorrow. I didn't think there was a tomorrow. So I went into my closet, broke open a razor, and sliced my wrist. He was trained as an EMT at the time, so he knew all the right questions to ask me to get me the help that I needed. So I was put into an institution, started finally realizing, like, this is not good. The way that I'm acting and the way that I'm treating people and the way that I'm treating myself is not good. So I tried to turn myself around, kind of got back on track, went to college, started going to school, working full time. So it got a little better. I kind of got back on track a little bit. So he had saved me, basically. So fast forward a little bit, I leaned on him because I knew that he was always going to be there for me. We became really close best friends. Everything was good. We were happy. He's hilarious. So we would go out. We had the same group of friends. Everything was looking good until October of 2014 when he took his own life. So the one that saved me ended up dying by suicide. So I know that the theme of today, everyone is sharing their stories, and we all have one. And I'm sure that a lot of you in the audience feel very emotional right now, and that's what empathy is. So if you feel emotional and you have that empathy, you're headed in the right direction. Because if you can pull yourself up and listen to people's stories and kind of take that and take ownership of it and take your own accountability, then you can start to move forward and start to heal. The most important point is that we can learn from our past experiences and move forward from them. Just last year, this is a lot. So just last year, my 2-year marriage ended in a 3-year divorce. So you did hear those years correctly. I got 2 master's degrees. My mom and I filed for and got 501c3 status for our nonprofit called Worth It, Suicide Outreach and Support. So that's the bus outside. And then also we went on to doing community events here in Eustis, Tavares, Leesburg. I'm sure I'm forgetting some places. And then also parades and different community events, all while hosting the Mental Health Resource Fair that Elaine had spoken about a minute ago, which I'll mention that also. So after all of these events are happening, or when these events are happening, I go and decide to purchase this school bus, 40-foot school bus. And my mom looked at me like it was absolutely nuts. So got it from an auction. I ended up winning. I have a really good friend that's a lieutenant at the fire company, or fire station. So I planned for him to drive the bus home, but he had a really bad night at work the night before, so he couldn't make it. So I was plan B. So we went to the auction house. I hopped in the bus, and I had to drive the bus from Zellwood, which is a Popka area, all the way through Orlando on 408, all the way to East Orlando. So that was my first time ever driving a school bus, and it was absolutely incredible. All the seats were still intact. Everything was still ready to go, bring all the kiddos to school. So I got it back, and me and my family and friends in tow started ripping out all the seats, started taking everything out of it, and we're like, we're going to make this happen. Because we needed a billboard for people to see that there is help out there. If we drive by and it says Suicide Outreach and Support and let them know that there are phone numbers to call, there are people to talk to, you can come inside the bus, because now it doesn't have the seats in it anymore. It's a motorhome. So you can come inside the bus, have a seat, have a drink, have some coffee. We'll sit, talk about things however long you want to stay. It's a really comfortable atmosphere for anybody to come and talk and get the resources that you need. So that's what Worth It is. So we aim to provide, we're the third-party resource that aims to provide services of any kind that you need. So if that is medical assisted therapy as far as psychotherapy, psychiatrist, psychology, or if it's holistic medicine or equine therapy, canine therapy. So you name what you think you need or what would be most beneficial to you, and we'll help you with those resources. If you're not able to pay for those resources for whatever reason, if you don't have insurance or it's just out of your budget, then we're able to help you pay for those services as well. All right. So this year, in June, I took a traveling job because I don't take a salary from the nonprofit. So I needed a way to travel on the road and then also pay my personal bills. So I took a job. It was a traveling job. So I would be in the state that I needed to be to do speaking engagements or meet with police departments, meet with fire stations, go to schools, do things like that, and then also provide for myself. So I was at this job. I had pre-approval to park on their property. They knew what the bus looked like. They knew that I ran a nonprofit. So I was parked on the property, and about 2.5 weeks into the job, a staff member complained, and they said that my bus was depressing. So I either had to cover all of the writing on the bus, which is on every single side, or I had to leave. So, I just went immediately into shock because not only, that was the first negative reaction pretty much that I had to having the bus. So it was the first time I experienced that. And then secondly, that's completely not the reason for it. The reason for it is to be a positive influence and to help save lives. So I was just flabbergasted. Love that word. So there was nowhere else to park. I was down South Florida. There was nowhere else to go. All of the RV parks were full, and some RV parks don't allow bus conversions because everything obviously is done by yourself or non-licensed contractors. So I searched around for a place to stay, couldn't find anywhere to stay, and I was like, well, I guess I'm going back to Eustis because I just can't, there's nowhere for me to work. So came back to Eustis, and the entire way here, I could not speak. My brain was not functioning. I was just basically just following the lines on the road. I didn't know who to call, if anyone. I didn't know what to do. It was so just out of the norm of all of the positive interaction I had leading up to that moment. And this is relative to the trauma that I experienced in my life. So I lost my father to an aneurysm, which was quick, sudden. So I had no closure with that. I lost my brother to suicide, and there was no closure with that. So I've been dealing with this non-closure issue and this trauma throughout my life, and I don't really have the coping skills to deal with it. So I'm learning now. Thank goodness for my amazing therapist, Jessica Carroll, if you want to know her name. So she's helping me with all of these things. But driving back to Eustis, just hands on the wheel, following the lines, and just, all right, I know where I have to go, so I'm just going to get back and figure it out. Had no job, didn't know what to do. So basically got back here, and I was in shock for maybe 2 months. I didn't know what to do with myself. Just recently actually today lit the fire in me again. And so thank you for everyone being here today, because this amazing conference or inaugural speak out by Elaine, amazing Elaine, has brought everyone together. So even though it sounds like we have similar stories and traumatic experiences, we're trying to bring home the fact that there is a way to get help. There is a way to find something positive in you. And that was the entire reason of founding Worth It. So my brother's last post on Facebook was that he wasn't worth it. So we took that and we said, that's completely false. So we took that, turned it around, and said, you are worth it. Wellness is worth it. So we positively impact your perceptions of self-worth in order to diminish suicide. So the way that you think about yourself, the way that your brain wants to work, there's ways to cope, there's ways to change, there's ways to do all of these positive things so that you feel worth it. You feel like you have a contribution to society, and you do, because you are worth it. So anyways, after all those squirrels, I'm trying to, keep track a little bit, but I get off topic a little bit as well, so I apologize. So I do also have PTSD because I experienced these traumas, and there was no closure for those. PTSD is known as post-traumatic stress disorder. It's a condition where previous trauma comes back as flashbacks, nightmares, intense feelings of anxiety, anger, and depression. So now that we've had a little medical lesson, little knowledge nugget is what I like to call it, I can tell you that I survived all of this. I'm proud that I survived it because I can be here with you today to experience things with you. So I'm here with your story as well. I've survived 100% of my bad days. It's so hard to go through, but it's also so worth it in the end. There's so much knowledge and failure, and there's so much wisdom and pain. My hope for you today is that you have lived vicariously through a few of my experiences, and it might have changed your perception of what mental health is, and that there are ways to get help with that, made it a little bit clearer. I will also just leave you with this, that last year I took a tour in the bus through 13 states in 90 days. So basically, I left Florida, zigzagged up the Mississippi, through Michigan, through the UP, down to Wisconsin, over to Minnesota, and then zigzagged back down to Florida again. And in those 90 days, I met the most amazing people that had the most amazing stories, and the connections that I made throughout the process. And little signs here and there that were given to me. I don't know how, I don't know who, I don't know where. But I ended up in on somebody's property that had just lost a friend to suicide that morning. And I showed up at 12 o'clock. So it was these little things here and there that kind of told me, like, you need to be doing this. As hard as it is, and as many people as you have to talk to, because I have PTSD and anxiety, so it makes it difficult. But I need to be doing this because people need help. So hopefully I can have some kind of influence in helping those individuals. That same location that they had just lost somebody to suicide when I showed up, I looked down on the ground and there was a little green army man. And my brother, one year for Halloween, dressed up as from Toy Story, that little green army man. So when my wheels were like, I don't really know if this is the right path for me, I don't know, if this can continue, I look down and I see this green army man, and that was it. Like, okay, I'm where I'm supposed to be. Even though I thought, like, what am I doing? I'm driving a school bus through the United States? Like, hello? So I look down and find this little green army man, and I was hungry at the time, so I went to Arby's, and when I went through the drive-thru, and I'm not joking, okay, because this sounds crazy, right? So I drive through the drive-thru, and there's a little green army man on the drive-thru window. So I'm like, my brother is giving me all these signs to say, like, you got this, girl. It's all right, So standing backstage, I'm nervous, and I have this whole thing, I'm going to say these things, I'm going to stick to the words, and I look down on the floor, and there's a guitar pick. And so he played guitar. So I'm like, all right, all day I've been feeling this fire in me because I've met so many incredible people today. And so the limbs of the tree just extend out. And I hope that we can all collectively make it a positive impact for our community and outside of that, because there are just so many people in need. So it's good to talk about mental health, but it's even better to do something about it, right? So let's get together, let's be a collective, and all put our resources together and say, you know what, we care about you, you are worth it, you have a purpose in this life, and so let's do it. You are worth it. Oh, sorry, reminder.
Do you want to give a plug for your...
Yep, a quick reminder. So we do have the Mental Health Resource Fair coming up October 15th. So we try to have a fun day. It's called Play for a Day, Mental Health Resource Fair. It's a fun event. There's a cupcake eating contest. There's a cornhole competition. There's live bands, food truck. Over 30 mental health resources are coming. So it's outside. It's an all-day event, pretty much 1 to 6. So we would love to have you, and we can talk about mental health in a setting where we can also still have fun. So even though I have PTSD and anxiety, I'm still going to play cornhole. Okay.
That's awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Danielle, and you have a table out at the back.
Yes, thank you so much.
I'm glad you got that fire. One person, right? Okay, and we are going to have fun. And I don't know if any of you were here this morning and you saw my brain scans and I showed you how I have this overactive cingulate gyrus. And there was a point on the brain scan that the doctor actually used his cursor, and I took a picture of it on this, I have got a picture. And what he said was, if that one little piece was red and white, which shows it's overactive, that would have been evidence that I had PTSD. Because that one little point was not overactive, I have like my anxiety and depression because I have an overactive cingulate gyrus. So, last speaker before we have fun, before we sing and dance, is Corporal Philip Holland, who I have to say has been amazing because he was like here at 7 o'clock in the morning and he's the last person to speak. So how about that for commitment? Woo! Come on, you can come while I talk about you. And so I honestly have never met Corporal Philip Holland before. I had seen on Facebook all the work that Claremont Police Department had been doing, like with Chuck Broadway and all that kind of stuff. And remember, I am now God confident, and I'm like, okay, like, you make a phone call, and if they say yes, great, and if they say no, great, right? You actually don't know the answer until you ask the question. So I went up to Claremont. I think I met one of the marshals, so that might have been his name. And he said, Philip's going to be available. And Philip is going to share like what he does and like what's happening in Lake County. And then after Philip, we are going to have our entertainment and we're going to end with some fun. So over to you, Philip. Thank you.
Hello. There we are. All right. Like Elaine said, my name is Philip Holland. I'm a police corporal with the Claremont Police Department. I'll try not to speak too fast. I am from Jersey, like a lot of people here, apparently. So I do speak a little bit fast, and I'll try to slow down a little bit and enunciate my words. Funny story, I was told that I'm going to be here. I was told that I was going to be attending a conference. I wasn't aware of it up until I was told about 2 weeks ago. And then it finally evolved into, hey, you're going to be speaking. And I was like, okay, I could come up and say a little something. And then I found out that it's an actual presentation, like a TED Talk, which scared me. And I was like, okay, so now I need to create a PowerPoint presentation in 2 weeks that's going to make an impact in 15 minutes. So let's see if I can do this, okay? Is my head shiny enough for everybody? Can everybody see where I am on the stage? I'm going to give you a workout because I'm going to be moving around a lot. So, yeah? Well, there's wigs in the back if you want me to put one on. So, all right. So, like I said, my name is Philip Holland. I'm a police corporal with the Claremont Police Department. Uncanny, looks just like me. These are some of the things I do over in Claremont. I'm in the Community Services Division. Within that division, I'm in the Mobile Crisis Response Unit. So I'm generally partnered with a licensed therapist, and we respond out to calls, and we help individuals who are suffering from crises, and we try to redirect them from arrest or Baker Act, because both are bad, right? So police officers have a habit of asking what's wrong with you rather than what happened to you, right? That's my goal. Aside from this, I'm the hostage negotiations team leader, intelligence liaison officer, so my job is to collect and to disseminate information from around the state, country, and local area to our officers so that we have the best intelligence to be able to solve crime. Also a field training officer, and I'm a part of the FDLE BTAM, which is the Behavioral Threat Assessment Management Team for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. So my job is to get tips from around the state and to identify potential mass shooters before they do anything, intervene, and try to redirect them before it ever happens. Obviously, a big need recently with all of the increase in mass shootings. It's not the only thing I've done in the past. I was a firefighter EMT with the Aberdeen Township Hose and Chemical in Aberdeen, New Jersey. Then I became a police officer with the Savannah-Chatham Metropolitan Police Department, where I served as a robbery special response team officer. So I would ride around the city and respond to only robberies that were occurring at that moment. We would try to catch the bad guys. So this whole thing's about stigma, right? Nobody knows stigma about mental health more than first responders. Why? A lot of reasons. Public stigma. What is the public going to think about me if I come out and say I have a mental illness? Self-stigma. How can I serve people if I have a mental illness or if I'm suffering? Institutional stigma. How is my employer going to react to me if I'm not healthy enough to be able to help others? Right? A little bit of data here. Screen's small, I understand. I just put it there to fill a space. I'm obsessive compulsive. So, some of the statistics. 12th leading cause of death in the United States, suicide. 45,979 deaths by suicide in 2020. Like it says here, deaths by suicide, we don't commit suicide, like Elaine said, just like we don't commit to cancer. This is something that happens to us. It's not who we are, it's what happens to us. 1.2 million attempts, whether they were aborted, interrupted, or failed. I'm not sure if everybody understands the difference between those three. Aborted means that you were going to do it and then you stopped yourself. Interrupted, you were going to and somebody interrupted you. And then failed, you actually attempted, but it did not carry through to death. 93% of American adults feel suicide can be prevented. That's a wild statistic to me because who would have thought? If that many people think that it can be prevented, why do we have 45,979 deaths a year? Because there's a stigma. Little story about a friend of mine, Lieutenant Jeff Olson, with the Savannah-Chatham Metropolitan Police Department. It's going to start off with a little bit of information here. He was lieutenant over the patrol precinct for Savannah. Hostage negotiations team commander with over 20 years of experience. It's a little interview he did.
A cool story today. Obviously, how volatile, scary, tense situations like this can be, and how calm, cool, and collected, even planned out these negotiators must be. The unit itself is made up of 13 highly trained officers. All of them have to be on their game all the time.
Well, I wouldn't consider anything that we do routine. Every situation is different.
And every person they deal with is different. Lieutenant Olson, the commander of the negotiation unit and a vital player in ending that 10-hour standoff last week. Police initially responding to a domestic call. That's when they found Phelan armed with a gun.
A lot of time it is fear. It's confusion. Someone may have made a poor decision in haste, and then it's our job to convince them that it doesn't need to get worse.
The team has to be on point every minute because situations can change just as fast.
You got to know yourself. You got to know when you're reaching that stressful point. That kind of thing. And you've got to maintain control of your own tone, pace, pitch, those types of things. Many times we'll start off with one particular negotiator making an effort, and for some reason or another, that negotiator is just not making the proper connection, and we have to trade out.
SWAT and the bomb squad are always on standby, but the goal is for them to never be used. They will not use force unless they feel it's needed, which means situations like these can last hours, if not days.
Like I said, as long as somebody isn't hurting themselves or hurting someone else, then time is on our side.
These officers have 15 to 20 years of experience. They've gone through hours and hours of training.
There is a compassionate and an empathetic side of negotiating that makes us unique to most major police departments.
And everything is planned, even down to how they communicate.
Our goal is to keep working toward a peaceful resolution.
Okay, Phelan was checked out at the hospital, then he was arrested and charged. The hostage negotiation team, I found out just a few minutes ago, they responded to nearly a dozen different situations like that one in 2015. And I also asked these negotiators if that negotiation works at home with the officers' wives. They told me a resounding no. In the studio, Ben Williamson, WTOC.
Little background story for Lieutenant Olson. 10-hour standoff. That's a lot of stress. Longest one I've ever done was 5 hours, and I needed about 3 weeks to decompress from that. I had to go home, turn the lights off, sit in my room, not say anything. My wife was a little bit scared, and she's a therapist. Takes a lot out of you. Lieutenant Olson took his life on May 31st, 2016. He was about to retire. I'm not going to go into why. He was a good friend of a lot of people, great mentor. You heard in the video that they were saying that people in that position need to be able to keep a cool head, need to be able to manage their own emotions, and we do that very well. But there's an issue because it's only on the surface, which is why my presentation is called False Resilience. We pretend. It's not the only person I've ever lost. That was a friend of mine. Sarah Organ, Conrad Buckley, not all of these are suicides. These are just friends that I've lost personally. And there was Kelvin Ansori, Joseph Lupus, Jeff Olson, and Anthony Christie. I'm not going to say which ones did end their own lives, but some did. Here's a little run that the Claremont Police Department does every year. We just had our second one. The next one is in March of next year. We got a third. And that is a banner that we had made of every single law enforcement officer that passed for just that year. 640 police officers. 640 law enforcement deaths in 2021. 25% of those were self-inflicted. Removing COVID, suicide accounted for 49% of all law enforcement deaths last year. Those who do seek help, they have a 3% chance of survival or actually continuing help. Why? Because they start, they get scared, they back off because of stigma. Life expectancy for a cop is 59 years. When I retire, I'll be 50. That's if I just do 20 years. That means I'll have 9 years of not doing this job before I pass. Compared to the average 79.56 for what we call civilians. It's not a derogatory term, I promise. So, false resilience, and what I call and others call the battle mind. So this is generally a military term, but I think it applies to most first responders also. It's a little small, so I'll read it to you guys. So the battle mind is a learned set of responses that occur in intense environments, thus will be present with the individual to some degree for the rest of their life. The person reacts instead of acts and uses the battle mindset of responses to resolve the crisis. We say that we resort back to our training, and that ends after law enforcement as well. We're struggling, we're in crisis. What do? We use our training to end that struggle. This photo probably hits me a little harder than most people here, just because I've been in situations like this where we continue to do our job despite people pushing back at us. Some of the things that cause stress in a law enforcement officer's life and most first responders, right? So how do we reduce the stigma? How do we get us, police officers and first responders, to seek help? When did we not become important anymore? Talk openly and learn to recognize your feelings. In negotiations, we call that emotional labeling. So it's like, person is in crisis, you sound really angry. You seem sad. And just putting a label on that emotion sometimes gives that person great release. It gives them that somebody gets it moment, right? Educate yourself and others. Education has been shown to decrease stress tremendously. When you understand what's happening to your body and what stress is and how it affects you, you can manage it a lot better. Be conscious of your language, not saying commit suicide, they died by suicide, or completed suicide, or things along the lines of when you're at work, You're not going to say that the person is weak or needs to get their head straight. Watch your language. Encourage equality. This is what Elaine's been saying since the beginning, both physical and mental. Why is there a separation between physical health and mental health? They're the same thing. What happens in your mind can absolutely affect your body. And what a lot of people I heard tonight saying, we're talking about childhood trauma, go ahead and research adverse childhood experiences, ACEs. The 10-question quiz, anything over 4, you have a higher likelihood of having diseases, drug addiction, alcohol, suicide, criminology, all that stuff. Simple things like show compassion. And how about normalized treatment? How about you don't wait until there's a problem to go seek mental help? How about you're required to attend mental health situations consistently throughout your career? And then last, empowerment. Let people know that it is okay to receive mental health help. Another little video for you guys. It's on TikTok. I hate to admit it, but I'm addicted to TikTok too.
What's going on, boss? What's going on?
I'm on the phone with the VA hotline.
Okay.
For suicide.
All right. Hey, I got you, man, all right? What branch you in?
Army.
Army? All right. Hey, my name's Kyle. All right? We'll help you out, all right, bud? I'm here with you. I'm here with you, all right? I'm going to start an ambulance over here to us, okay? All right, bud?
I can afford.
Hey, no. Hey, if I send you, it's nothing on you, okay? State of Connecticut covers that. All right? Can we step out of the car, boss? Just so we can talk? 826. Yeah, come to the front of your truck, bud.
820.
Starting an ambulance to 6-8 off-ramp eastbound. I'm with a vet who's on the suicide hotline.
Here's
Hey.
my ID.
Sorry, man. Hey. You have anything on you?
No.
Okay, is there if I check in? Cool. Any deployments, bud?
One.
One? Well, hey, dude, it's a tough time for everyone in your position, all right? Relax, though. Hey, I'm here with you, okay? I'm here. Come on, yeah.
That one gets me a lot. So, and when I say that a lot of law enforcement and first responders have been in that situation, I'm not talking about the cop situation. I'm talking about the vet that's asking for help, except most of them don't get to the point where somebody shows up for help. So, who am I? Can anybody in here tell me who I am? Right. Anybody else? Awesome human. Thank you. Awesome. I'm not exactly. Nobody knows who I am, right? So I am a husband. This is my beautiful wife, Lindsay, who might be watching from home. I don't know. We'll see. I used to be a baby, right? I'm human. I started somewhere. We like to travel. It's me, out of uniform. My puppies. I got 2 of them. I also have 2 cats. They'll be on the next slide. Spirituality. We're Jewish. I'm a Junicorn in Lake County, one of a few. Junicorn. So I like to say I treat people based on the content of my character, not theirs, right? We don't prejudge individuals. And if we take these words, which are sort of a play off of Martin Luther King's, want to be treated based on the content of my character, right? Not the color of my skin. Take it a little bit further and treat people based on the content of your character, not theirs, okay? And that's where it harkens back to that photo of that girl screaming in the officer's face. He treated her based on the content of his character, held it together, and didn't react. But holding that in is going to cause major issues in the future. Not recognizing that we're human makes us lose our humanity, right? It makes first responders not love humans like others might or like we used to. I've actually said before, I don't like humans, but I love humanity's potential, and all humans have potential. I do have a few resources and my other 2 cats, which is more important. But I know it's hard to read and you don't have time to write all this stuff down. If you want, come up to me afterwards or take a picture. I will be more than happy to give these to you. These are some that we may have not seen or you may not see regularly, except for 988, which is definitely a phone number you should contact if you or somebody else is experiencing crisis where they may end their lives or hurt somebody else. And that's all I have, guys. I really appreciate your time. Thank you, Elaine. Of course.
Thank you.
Everybody.
No, I think what's important is to remember that you're human, right? Of course. Yeah, and remember first responders. Yeah, thank you for all your service. Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you. And oh my goodness, what a day. Whew. I know there's been a lot covered today, and we are going to start. First I was afraid, I was petrified. No, kept thinking I can never live. No, there's going to be a better singer. But I do want to take this opportunity to thank every person that has been involved in putting on the inaugural Speak Out event. Thank you all so much. Volunteers, team, everybody, sponsors, food providers, partners who provided money, Eustis High School, Bay Pharmacy for the production. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And all the partners and all the lunch providers are in the program and they'll be on the website. It's been an amazing day, and I know that this is going to happen the same weekend every year in Lake County. And we are going to finish off with some fun. Are you ready for some fun? So we have two entertainment for you. One of them I'm very familiar with, and the other I am not. And Ella is the person who I am not that familiar with. So Ella, she's in the program, and you'll see her bio, and I love her gold. I love your gold.
Thank you.
So Ella is going to sing a song or few.
Yes.
And then also we're going to have Dave Potter from Smooth Country.
Yes.
So there you go.
All right. How's everybody doing today? I think I have to stay on this side of the stage because everybody's on this side. And you know what? I like to follow officers. All right. Okay, let's start. Come on, let's wake up a bit. How about that? Yes! I think she just took my show. All right, PJ. Pump it up a bit. Come on now. All right, now everybody clap your hands. Pump it up a bit. Can't hear it. All right, yep, come on. Anybody like disco? Yep. If you're thinking you're too cool to boogie, boy, oh boy, have I got news for you. Everybody here tonight was boogie. You are I hope I woke you up. Did I wake you up? All right. I don't know. What's next? What do we got next? Come on, PJ. Get it going. Get it going. Sorry now. Who's sorry now? Whose heart is breaking? Oh, breaking each vow. Who's sad and blue? Who's crying too? Just like I cried over you. Right through the end, just like a friend, I tried to warn you somehow. You had your way, now you must pay. I'm glad that you're sorry now. Do you remember the dance, the old days? Yeah. Right to the end, just like a friend, I tried to warn you somehow. You had your way, now you must take. I'm glad that you're sorry now. I'm glad that you're sorry now. All right. Yes. Okay. Now y'all can sing this with me, right? Y'all know this song. The sun is down, the tower up above the room. When your shoes get so hot, wish your tired feet was by your pool. Under the boardwalk, down by the sea, yeah. The blanket of my baby is where I'll be.
Under the boardwalk,
Out from the sun,
under the boardwalk,
we were having some fun.
under the boardwalk,
People walking above,
under the boardwalk,
we were falling in love.
under the boardwalk,
Boardwalk. Hard to hear the sounds of a carousel. You can almost taste the hot dogs and French fries missing. Under the boardwalk, down by the sea, yeah. On a blanket with my baby is where I'll be.
under the boardwalk,
Out from the sun,
under the boardwalk,
we were having some fun.
under the boardwalk,
People walking above,
under the boardwalk,
we were falling in love.
under the boardwalk,
Boardwalk. Patsy Cline for you. How about that? Sweet dreams of you. Every night I for you. Why can't I forget you and start my life with you instead of having sweet dreams about you? You don't love me, it's plain. I should know I'll never wear your ring. I should hate you the whole night through instead of having sweet dreams about you. Sweet dreams of you. Things I know can't come true. Why can't I forget the past? Start loving someone new instead of having sweet dreams about you. Clap your hands. I don't wanna lose this good thing that I've got. 'Cause if I do, I will surely lose a lot. 'Cause your love is better. Any love I know is like thunder, lightning. The way you love me is frightening. Give it a knock on wood, baby. I'm not superstitious about you, but I can take no chance. 'Cause you got me spinning, baby, spinning in a trance. 'Cause your love is better than any love I know. It's like thunder, lightning. The way you love me is frightening. Give it a knock on wood, baby. Oh yeah, come on. It's no secret that man right there fills my loving cup. 'Cause he sees to it, baby, that I get enough. Just one touch from him, don't it mean too much? It's like thunder, lightning. This number is by Miss Shania Twain. Very special to me.
I'm not always strong. Sometimes I may be wrong, but I win when I choose, and I can't stand to lose, but I can't always rock that you see. The nights get too long, and I just can't go on. Woman in me needs you to be. And in my arms, so hold tenderly. Woman in love, and it's you I want. In me needs a man in you. When the world wants too much, and it feels cold and out of touch, it's a beautiful place when you kiss my face. Woman in me needs you to be. When in my arms, so hold woman in love, it's you in me needs a man in you. Oh yeah, baby.
That was a pretty long ending there. I have a little bit of allergy.
Hey, no worries, Ella. It's all good.
Let's give it up.
Oh, wow.
That's mine here. More? You want more? All right, pump it up. This is the fast one. You got a thing or two to learn about me, baby. And I ain't taking it no more. And I don't mean, baby, you don't know right from wrong. Well, the love you had is gone. So blame it on your lying, cheap, gold, deadbeat, two-time a double dealing, mistreating, loving hard. All I wanted was to be your one and only, and all I ever got from you was being lonely. Well, the dreams laid to rest, 'cause you have failed the test. So blame it on your lying, cheating, gold, deadbeat, two-time a double dealing, been mistreating, loving hard. Heading for a heartache, oh yeah. You're gonna get a bad break, oh yeah. You're gonna make a mistake, oh yeah. Well, you're never gonna find another love like mine. Someone's gonna do you like you done me, honey. And when she does you like you do me, it ain't funny. You need some sympathy, but don't be calling me. Just blame it on your lying, cheap, gold, deadbeat, two-time a double dealing, been mistreating, loving hard. Yeehaw! All right, everybody, clap your hands. Come on. Heading for a heartache, oh yeah. You're gonna make a bad break, oh yeah. You're gonna make a mistake, oh yeah. Well, you're never gonna find another love like mine. Someone's gonna do you like you done me, honey. And when she does you like you do me, it ain't funny. You need some sympathy, but don't be calling me. Just blame it on your lying, cheap, gold, deadbeat, two-time a double dealing, been mistreating, loving hard. Blame it on your lying, cheap, gold, deadbeat, two-time a double dealing, been mistreating, loving hard. Woohoo! Are we done? Where you at?
We have one more, Ella. What do you want as your last song?
Hey, let's do this one. I forgot my boa.
Your boa?
Let's do this one for fun.
Okay, let's have a
Hey,
fun
big
one.
spender. Hey, big spender.
Oh, yeah. Hey, big spend. Hey, excuse me, can I use that as a plug? If anybody would like to spend,
Donate, yeah,
to
big spenders.
donate,
Get
hey,
it out
big
here.
spenders.
Maybe I can get my boa. Here's
Okay.
my man over there. He can bring me my boa. Get it, baby. Get it. Come on. Whenever you walk in the joint, I can see you are a man of distinction, a real big spender. Good looking, so refined. Wouldn't you like to know what's going on in my mind? Well, let me get straight to the point. I don't pop my cork for any man I see. Hey, big spenders, spend a little time with me. Come on, man. Wouldn't you like to have fun, fun,
you like to laugh, laugh, laugh? Wouldn't you like to have a good time? Wouldn't you like to have a good time? Whenever you walk in the joint, David, I can see you are a man of distinction, a real big spender, good looking, so refined. Wouldn't you like to know what's going on in my mind? But let me get straight to the point. I don't pop my cork for any man I see. Hey, big spender. Hey, big spenders. Hey, big spenders. Spend a little time with me. All right. Woo, that was good. That was fun.
Hey, Ella, where can people find you? If they want to follow you and see more of you, where
Just
would
get
you
in
put
touch
them?
with K&D.
Unique
You know,
Entertainment.
K&D has been really, really good to me. They, I kind of had a little bit of rough time, and I was kind of like discouraged and this and that way back, and they really encouraged me and they believed in me.
Woo!
And when K&D speaks, Ella listens.
Whoa, that's
But thank you,
good.
Kathy and Donna, for bringing me out here. Thank you. What's your name?
PJ?
PJ. PJ, for introducing me for my first show in this studio with Steve Greer last year sometime. But thank you, everybody, for coming. This is a wonderful thing. I mean, my family went through the same thing, and I understand everything what they went through, and this is a good thing to do.
Awesome.
But I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ella. Really appreciate it. And before I introduce David, for those of you that are here listening online, listening in person, I want to remind you of two things. One, Rest and Renew Foundation is going to build 2 ranches in Lake County. One is going to be for prevention, and the other is going to be for intervention. It's going to be in Lake County, Florida. Don't know where. God knows. So if you're out there and you have land, want to invest, hey, if you're on a mission to end the stigma, change the conversation, let's do it. And linked to Rest and Renew, we are having our first annual gala. The date will be the 13th of May, 2023. It's going to be at the Carriage House in Vedder Farms, run by a dear friend of mine, Jessica Vedder. And it's going to be, okay, so Lake County, people are like, oh, little Lake County. And I remember the first time I came to an event at Lake County, and we went to Eustace First Friday. Okay, so first of all, I had a friend that said to me, oh, Eustace, useless Eustace. And I'm like, that is unacceptable. And I'm going to put Eustace on the map. And I remember going to Eustace First Friday and saying to my husband, I feel like I've gone back to the 50s. It was like this little hokey community, Eustace First Friday, and I loved it. I was like, oh my goodness, these places still exist. This is wonderful. But because of Lake County, and I don't know why, because I need to do some research. Lake County, we had like a promo video. The suicide rates in Lake County are going up. The suicide rates in Orange County are going down. So we need to let Lake County know that they have resources available. There is actually a Lake County resource guide on the Be Free Lake website. It's in the back of your program. It has access to resources. You can also find resource information at the Rest and Renew website, which is restandrenewfoundation.org. And you'll see lots more information there. So I thank you all for being part of the inaugural Speak Out event. The mayor of Mount Dora actually said that we can host the event in Mount Dora next year. Let's see. But it is going to be the same weekend every year until I am no longer here. And so with that, David Potter, hold on, okay. Well, David, let me tell you about David. David's like, what did I say? So David Potter, smooth country. Yeah, country. And so David actually is amazing because you know what he does? Every single Monday night, even if it's a holiday Monday, David and his smooth country band are here every Monday night. Woo! And it's only $7.
Right?
Yeah, and like, it's amazing. He is so consistent. Do you want to try? Test, test. 1, 2.
Check 1, 2. Consistent.
He's consistent. And so I'm going to let David do us the honor and close us out. So whenever David has finished, we are done. Well, actually, we're not done because I totally believe that today is the beginning of something amazing. Did you hear Danielle say that today has actually lit a fire underneath her again and she's out to do her work that she's doing with Worth It? I do believe that the best is yet to come. Watch this space and look at David.
All right, thank you. I get asked, what is this, a violin or a fiddle? And I always say, yes. So I'm going to do a couple of styles, fiddle style and violin style for you, and sing a couple for you before we are dismissed from this event. Here we go with a medley of a couple of songs. Now we're going to do a fiddle song right now. See if you remember this. Woodpecker. Now for a little Spanish flavor. Thank you. Thank you. That's a little Mexican music there for you. All right, I guess I'm ready for the first song I'll sing here, PJ. Yeah. That's why I said I guess I'm ready. Yeah. Little Dean Martin. Just play the song. Thank you. All right. Everybody loves somebody sometime. Everybody falls in love somehow. Something in your kiss just told me my sometime is now. Everybody finds somebody someplace. There's no telling where love may appear. Something in my heart keeps saying my someplace is here. If I had it in my power, I'd arrange for every girl to have your charm. Then every minute, every hour, every boy would find what I found in your arms. Everybody loves somebody sometime. And although my dreams were overdue, your love made it well worth waiting for someone like you. If I had it in my power, I'd arrange for every girl to have your charm. Then every night, every hour, every boy would find what I found in your arms. Everybody loves somebody sometime. And although my dreams weren't overdue, your love made it well worth waiting for someone like you. There's a little trip down memory lane for you. We're going to get back to the fiddle here. This song came out in '68. It was a big hit for an orchestra, and we'll see if you like this. Who knows the title of that song? I don't know is not the right word title. Love is Blue. That was called Love is Blue by the Paul Marriott Orchestra. All right, I'll try something else on you. Maybe. I got a little thing I do from time to time. If you like TV westerns, this is a little medley of some TV westerns. See if you remember these. I thought at least I'd get a Hi-Yo Silver out of that. All right. I guess I'm ready to sing another song there. This one Kathy particularly likes, so I figure I better stick this in the routine. I know you're tired of being all I've ever wanted. You no longer feel the love I have for you. What happens now? What will I do with all the memories and the dreams of all the things we'll never do? But I won't mention it again. I won't think about tomorrow. Just let it happen. Live each hour, day by day. But let me tell you before you go how much I love you. I won't mention it again. I won't mention it again. feel my life has reached an early sign of autumn. In my heart, the leaves are falling. Love is cold, and everything that once was warm and new is gone now, leaving nothing but this hunger in my soul. But I won't mention it again. I won't think about tomorrow. Just let it happen. Live each hour, day by day. But let me tell you before you go how much I love you. Then I won't mention it again. I won't mention it again. Well, you're probably ready for some violin music after that. This style here is kind of a folkish type song, a little bit Western, but mostly folky. It was written by the fellow Jay Unger, the one that wrote Ashokan Farewell. I'm not doing Ashokan Farewell. I'm doing another prettier song, I think, that he wrote. It's called Prairie Spring. Now, what you do, you think of you're out in the meadows with a picnic and the birds are flying and the butterflies and you're laying out on the grass and it's a perfect weather day. And put your mind in that frame of mind and see if this music fits. That's called Prairie Spring. Going to do about 3 more here for you. We'll call it an afternoon. There's a real pretty song. I haven't done it in a long time, so we'll see how this goes. It's called Where's Your Heart or Worry and Wonder. Take your pick. All right, I'm going to sing. I'm going to sing one more for you, and then I'll play one more, and we'll leave you with that. All right, the third one there, PJ. Little Perry Como song for you. Easy listening. And I love you so. People ask me how I've lived till now. I tell them I don't know. I guess they understand how lonely life has been. But life began again the day you took my hand. And yes, I know how lonely life can be. The shadows follow me, and the night won't set me free. But I won't let the evening get me down. Now that you're around, and you love me too. Your thoughts are just for me. You set my spirit free. I'm happy that you do. The book of life is brief, but once a page is read, all but love is dead. That is my belief. And yes, I know how lonely life can be. The shadows follow me, and the nights won't set me free. Thank you. All right, I think for my final number here to play, be a song that's thought of as a song of hope, peace, and comfort for a lot of people. And we'll see if you enjoy this. It was made very popular in the motion picture 1939, The Wizard of Oz. Anybody know what the song might be? Never mind, I ain't got time for that. You'll figure it out.